Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm BadasFish80 and it's tournament time. Now, it's GGtoor's Night's Duel number 14, and as you can see I'm joined by the one and only FDM, one of the developers working for Betadwarf over there on Minion Masters. FDM, great to have you here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Pretty excited to see what people will show today.
Excellent stuff. I appreciate you being here. Now, um,
No
this
problem.
This is, as I said, going to be the number 14th of these events. It's presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. And today we're going to see if Dragon can defend himself once again. He's won 5 of these in a row. Sorry, 4 of these in a row, 5 in total. So he'll be looking to add to that haul of victories. We'll see if anyone can stop him. Now, apologies, we're a little bit late on the air today. We had some tech issues. Hopefully, we've fixed through them, and we'll get going as soon as possible here. Right, so what do we need to mention? So, current season cards, which are Rimmergal's Breath and Frostbearer, will not be allowed to be played. But previous season cards that were banned from the last tournament, Chief Icebreaker Bolf and Snap Freeze, are allowed to be played. Do you think we're going to see either Bolf or Snap Freeze today,
I
FDM?
don't expect so. They both need some more love.
I think if we were to see one of them, it would probably be Snap Freeze.
Oh,
Um,
100%. Bolf is probably one of the worst cards in the game at the moment. Where Snap Freeze definitely has some interactions where it can be used.
yeah, Snap Freeze just helped because it's a spell, so if you've got it in a spell deck, then you can at least get some value out of it from
Hmm.
your Milo or your Setsu cycle. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we see any of those, but yeah, unlikely to. But we'll see what people bring. What are we thinking about what's strong on the ladder? We've seen a lot of aggro decks, not quite so much this season as opposed to last season. Scrapyard's been nerfed as well, but still kind of strong, so we may see some of that.
Yeah,
Um,
it's gonna be interesting to see if someone pulls out the Kraku deck with the Ramas and all the Voidborn cards basically.
yep, some very offensive decks there. Uh,
Middlewin with Salads is something I'm expecting.
yeah, Zealots, as we were talking just before the stream, they're still a very strong card despite their recent nerf. Um,
I'm
what?
expecting some Control Diona with Avea or Demon Warrior.
Yeah, Avea seems strong. Do you
Hmm.
think she needed that little buff that she got recently with the HP? Does that not
Uh,
make her
I
just
mean,
super easy
it's
to get
it's
that?
see you would expect so. But at least stat-wise, it doesn't indicate it. I need to play against a bit more to have a strong opinion of my own. But she was actually not performing great, and now she performs average actually,
Oh,
even in
really?
high ranks. Yeah, she in Diamond Plus versus Diamond Plus matches, she only has a 50% win rate, which was really surprising to us. We expect her to be higher.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's interesting because she does feel strong and she feels very easy to activate and very easy to activate quickly.
Yeah,
Uh,
we're definitely gonna keep an eye out to see if that the low win rate is because people are just misplaying her and the top players are getting too much value, or if it's just that she feels stronger than that she actually is.
yeah, always good to see. Yeah, but that's
Uh,
Avea's been one of those cards that has had so many changes over her life. Where when she first came out, she was so difficult to use, so difficult to activate. She had that tiny range for her shield, and then that
oh
got.
yeah,
There's been a lot of changes, and she's in a far more usable state. But as always, it's just a case of making it balanced, not being too strong, not being too
yeah.
weak.
One of the things that I've been considering, which is that the potentially problem is that it's so binary with uh, triggering it and getting all of it, like all the Legionnaires, or not. Whether or not he should get the level approach, where every X activation she gets a Legionnaire extra at spawn
Hmm.
to level her
Yeah.
out a little bit more.
Yeah, that could be interesting. So instead of getting a big power spike, you just kind of build up to it.
Hmm.
Okay. Right, so we're going to try and get into our first game as soon as possible. As I say, we had some technical issues. Hopefully they've been resolved and we won't have any further ones. So that's delayed us a little bit. but we'll try and get into the action straight away. We'll put the link in the chat for the brackets, so if you guys want to follow along at home, you can see exactly what's going on, see all the players that are in and what's going on with them. We shall try to keep up to date with everyone as much as possible. And we're going to have a 5-round Swiss format to start with, where the players play each other, earn points, and then based on their results, we'll have, after that section has ended, a top 8, and that top 8 will go into a best of 5 elimination. Excuse me, elimination. So we'll find out exactly where we're going to go. So have you seen the bans for the first match? So we're going to have DarkCrow against Everdream. So I'm just scrambling behind the scenes just to get this set up.
The bans, DarkCrow banned Milloween, War and Pebbles against Everdream. And Everdream banned Milloween, Stun Dancers and Harbinger.
How are we feeling about Pebbles at the moment?
I absolutely hate them. I hate that super defensive playstyle where you don't actually try to kill the opponent and you're just defending to get the mana frenzy, and Pebbles seem to facilitate that to an insane degree because it's so good at the bridge fights. So that's why in the PTR that's live at the moment, we have the reduced lifetime, that you need to choose them a little bit more for a fight rather than the constant bridge pressure.
Okay.
Whether or not that's the thing we end up going with, I don't know. We need to see the feedback. But I
feel
don't like where they are now.
Their range is just oppressive as well. Because
Yeah,
you can almost spawn them on the bridge.
One of the things.
You can spawn them on the bridge, and they can still defend your face, which seems.
That is the other thing that we've been wondering, whether or not it's lifetime or range that we prefer. The annoying thing is that their win rate isn't that great. It's like 50%. So just nerfing it feels wrong, but it also, when you play against it, you feel this needs to be nerfed, you know?
Yeah, it's a frustrating thing to play against.
Yeah. So perhaps it needs more of a rework / rebalance than a nerf, but something has to happen because right now it's just annoying as hell.
Okay, almost ready here. So the first game, as we say, it's going to be DarkCrow against Everdream. Just making sure that we've got these players as friends.
Personally, I'm a little bit surprised by the Stun Dance and Harbinger bans from Everdream.
Does that feel like a newer player kind of bans, or?
Kinda, because I mean Harbinger, most people in tournaments don't have too much trouble dealing with Harbingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Stun Dances, ever since they are harder to split, I don't feel like they've had that oppressiveness that they used to have.
Yeah.
So it's not bans I would expect, unless you want to play a lot of big minions, because big minions are bad against both Harbinger and Stun Lances.
Yeah, sometimes you can tell from the bans what the person's kind of what their plan is. Okay, we're almost ready here.
The only reason I can see these bans for someone that is not relatively new would be playing single minions a lot.
Yeah. What you tend to do if you've practiced your decks, especially on ladder, you may find there's certain things that really counter you, and then you might think, well, okay, if I've got the opportunity, then let me ban those players.
Yeah, like we've discussed having a ban stage in game multiple times, but it always kind of hampers on the problem with the game being too fast for that. Like you can't have a 1 minute ban state for a 4-minute game.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea,
and
though.
You would need to give people time to, rebalance their deck. So it always ended up with us not doing it, but we did discuss it quite a bit.
Okay. Right. So I think I'm ready here. So we've got DarkCrow against Everdream. Okay, so we're ready here. Apologies again for the delay and the little going late. We had some tech issues, but hopefully they're fixed now. Thanks so much for being here. And of course, Naddy's in the chat interested in FDM's cats. They are the main draw. But alongside that, we will have some Minion Masters action if you're interested in that.
There's a cat right there.
So
I hope I pointed the right thing. I can't see myself right now.
The DarkCrow is definitely a very high level player on the leaderboard.
Yeah, he's like number 2 right now, I believe. Yeah.
But also he tends to
and
play some weird stuff as well, some outside of the meta stuff.
One of the interesting things is he was actually playing Snap Freeze on the
Mm-hmm.
leaderboard. So we were discussing, are we gonna see it? Perhaps. If he brings his deck that he's on the leaderboard with buildings, call to arms, and Snap Freeze, and Pebbles.
Yeah, interesting.
We might actually see it.
Be good to see it. How do you feel about the freeze mechanic in the game? Are you liking what it's added?
I mean, I like it in certain cases. Like I like the freeze in the breath and of the dragon, like the permafrost. I like that. But I mean, it hasn't added a lot. Partially because it's on so few cards, and partially because the cards that have it aren't the greatest cards, with the exception of the breath, which is a little bit overpowered because of bugs.
Yeah. One thing
see how it continues.
One thing that I find a little bit frustrating with the freeze is that when something's frozen, then obviously it takes 50% damage.
Yeah.
Someone suggested have like a shatter mechanic where if you do a certain amount of damage to a frozen minion.
We definitely have discussed that in house as well, before it was released in the first place. There were reasons to do it and reasons not to do it, and we might end up still doing it because, as you said, right now it's not that interesting. But the game is starting.
Okay.
But yeah, like it's not a thing that I'm necessarily opposed to, but I think we first want to see how this season ends, so to speak.
Right.
How the frozen mechanics end.
Right, so we've got Ravager, Scrapyard.
Interesting, because here we already see the Voidborn deck that I was talking about. Interesting to see if the Rammers will come up, or if it's mostly Cleavers. Because I'm expecting this to have Brutes in Everdream's deck.
Okay, and there we see
and the big minion.
The big minion we were talking about with his bands.
Yeah, he has a Kaku and a gate in his hand as well. Ooh, and we're seeing the buildings from DarkCrow, so Snap Freeze, huh?
Right, Jolo. Oh, here comes the Snap Freeze. Boom, nice.
Oh yeah.
Kind of worked out, but there you see the DPS just sinks.
Ooh, that was those nats. I'm not sure if I like those nats.
He needs a heal on that. He's not going to get it.
And there comes.
Oh, there he is. Okay, heal comes in.
And that heal buff is doing a lot of work against the damage he's getting. Ooh, that's a sad thing though. The nats killing the blood imps really hurts Everdream.
Okay, so Everdream's going to have his push coming as well. Enrage, does he get a hit off on face here? No, doesn't. So one thing that new players can really learn from is just watch.
He did get a hit off there.
Did he? Didn't look like it.
I thought there was quite a lot of health there.
It's just to watch how these players deal with the big minions.
Ooh, YOLO is so good blocking the cleaver.
Yeah, but here comes the freeze.
Where did that... Oh, yeah. Oh, that is so difficult to see in this arena. I need to talk to an artist about that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like the snow arenas. There's a lot of things that are difficult to see.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's not an arena, it's a skybox in this case. But the blue of the freeze is really difficult to see. I need to talk to someone about that.
Okay. Right.
He's losing a lot of HP every day.
Yeah, this is... Ravager really struggles in these situations with all these ranged units.
Yeah. The Outlanders really are the biggest pain for Ruby.
Okay. So both players have done a lot of damage. Everdream real down to under 300 HP.
Oh, no. Or if DarkCrow had shot in time, he might have been able to hit those 2 dragons. And that would have just straight up killed Everdream, I think.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Those Gorix gates. Welt could be a problem.
He can't afford anything anymore.
Yeah, 162 HP.
Blood pact on both sides.
Here comes the freeze.
A little bit of risk though. Oh, yeah. Never mind, he's not in that much risk.
Enraged. Everdream healing with the puff though. This is a close one. One thing in DarkCrow's favour is he's ahead on XP.
Yeah, and Everdream doesn't have anything good against the scrapyard. Like, he's gonna have to play like his... Ooh, no, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Yeah, see, that was a mistake. You can't go for the other lane.
Yeah.
As I said, Everdream doesn't have something against that swarmy ranged from a scrapyard.
Yeah. Ravager really struggles in that situation, and a player of DarkCrow's ability is going to use all of the tools available to him to deal with the Colossus. You could see the Jolo was so strong in that situation, just tanking the Colossus for ages, and then when things got out of control, the Snap Freeze came in just to give him some extra breathing room. But yeah, that was kind of a typical Ravager versus Ravager, where both players are doing a lot of damage to each other. But one player...
but still, more damage came to DarkCrow's face than I expected, considering he did seem to have answers to all the big stuff from Everdream.
Yeah. And again, we did see the Scrapyard, and just those ranged units against Ravager is so difficult, because, you know, a lot of times, especially in solos, you want to rely on your master to clear things up sometimes, but of course Ravager has that limitation with that short range. But here we go again. DarkCrow switching to Stormbringer. Let's update the score here. And Everdream sticking with the Brutus, potentially.
That's kind of understandable. I think it went fine for him.
With the Ravager, sorry.
Oh, hi Diva.
Okay, so we got a Stormbringer deck from DarkCrow with a lot of spawners.
DarkCrow seems to really like buildings. There were buildings in the previous deck, there are buildings in this, and on this leaderboard deck. The Swarmer Totem is really good against these single units though.
Okay. Oh, he goes for the heal on the Doom Cleaver, doesn't get it.
That's always sad when you just don't get it.
Of course, that Doom Cleaver, every time it's hitting face, was giving him a mana reduction. So the fact he didn't get the mana reduction and the heal was wasted, kind of frustrating, but Brutus with the Nats pushing into the Swarmer Totem, doing a good job.
Yeah, that could be quite nasty to deal with, because the Nats, I mean, they do actually get the face. Meaning that right now they should be killable. If DarkCrow has any ranged units.
This is so much damage coming out. Brutus, of course, healing himself.
Does DarkCrow not have a lot of minions to spawn?
Basically not, no. Okay, that's huge damage. Blood Imps are out as well. Everdream's going to be happy with that. XP lead did a huge amount of face damage as well.
Yeah, and is healing this entire time.
Right, here comes the Colossus.
He does need to find a good way to deal with the cannon roller though.
Yeah, all these ranged units, it's going to be frustrating for the Colossus, but of course the Vortex there really helping out.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, that helps. Oh, the pebbles can hit that. That is nasty.
It's the power of the pebbles. Right, this may be a case of DarkCrow's got through the most concerning part of the game so far, but we'll see.
3 is the risk, right? He can still lose at perk 3. Because I don't expect Everdream to get much off before that, and I don't expect DarkCrow to play Blood Imps. There we have caught once.
Then we see the Call to Arms, the new Call to Arms, where it's healing a unit for 15%, is it? And then dropping a warrior and some crossbow dudes.
Yeah, here we see it where just that range just is so annoying for Raptor. He's just doing almost nothing.
Those crossbow dudes are going to finish the game unless they're handled. Jolo's going to be a nightmare as well, just going to tank that Colossus for a while. Right, both players under 300 HP. Both of these games so far have seen huge face damage to both players, but how can Everdream hold this? I don't think he can.
He can't. Ravager that doesn't get, that doesn't have anything to get to face, that plays against ranged units, you're always gonna lose that. That's the whole thing about fighting Ravager. You always just want to survive that one big push that Ravager has. And if you do that, you'll be fine.
Okay, so there's our first game. Wasn't a walk in the park, especially that second game there for DarkCrow. He was taking a lot of face damage.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I always play. If I would play a deck like that, I would always have something like a Dragon Boy in my deck, because it can just get you past that last little step.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you get them
That's
down
good.
to hardly any HP, but then you've got nothing to finish the game off.
And he really didn't, because just that those spawners keep those big units away for so long.
And I know we may have a bit of time later to talk about the proposed balance changes for the next patch that are currently live in the PTR. Guys, if you haven't, go to the Minion Masters Discord, check out the PTR section on the left-hand side, check out the test realm.
After the tournament, of course.
After the tournament, of course, yes. There's a public version now, so you can have a look to see for the proposed changes for 1.37, as well as the two new cards. Yes, you can get involved. It tells you how to get involved. You can test them out, and then you can give your feedback. So you can look at the way that the developers are considering balancing the game, try them out, and let us know what you think. Are the buffs and nerfs appropriate, reworks, etc.? Just give your feedback. It's a great way to get involved. We see a lot of people complain about the balance. This gives you a proactive way to get involved and help shape the balance. So check that out. If you've got any questions, just drop me a DM and I'll let you... I'll help you out. Okay, so that looks like that's the first game of the day under our belt. We'll see what's going on.
With some pretty action-packed games, at least. Referee games are always more fun to watch than those really slow games.
Okay. Right, so let's have a look. Dragon's got a DQ win. Set's beat him Guy. Memfisto's got a DQ win. Nadarech's got a DQ win.
Wait,
DarkCrow,
how many
I'm not entirely sure why they've been DQ'd, but Fikys has got a victory there. Eroor has beaten Nidram. Chainig's got a victory. Nikshow's got a victory. Good to see Nikshow back. MM and Cody Chef. So looks like once the DarkCrow Everdream result is locked in, then we should be able to go on to the second round.
That's a weird amount of disqualifications, though. Do we know if it's because they left or had wrong decks and played with banned cards or anything?
No, we can try and find out. The first round, especially with new players, is always a bit of a cluster because they're not entirely sure what to do or where to be.
And the good thing is that the receiving people were all-time good players.
Yeah.
So they are the likely ones to have won anyways. So I don't think it does too much for their results.
Okay. Let's see what we can find out. So we did see the snap freeze immediately after thinking maybe we wouldn't.
Yeah, big surprise. But I think he's the only player playing it.
Yeah.
No, I actually want to check the stats to see if it's played a lot or not.
Okay, so the way the freeze works is it drops a frost field on the floor, and then if something stays in there for 3 seconds, it becomes frozen. When it's frozen, it can no longer move or attack, but it does take 50% less damage. You can see against the Colossus, really powerful there, especially with all the ranged units, even with that 50% less damage.
The slow itself is also just massive in a lot of these cases. Like if you have the Ravenous Swarmers, you can get the slow on it. It's just, okay, weak ass Swarmers.
Yeah, that's right. Anything in there gets slowed immediately. Okay. Looks like the bracket has updated to round 2. So we're going to have Nikshow against Dragon, Memfisto against Nadaraja. Those are some big games there. Top players on both sides of that. So remember, this is not a knockout stage at the moment. So the players are playing each other, earning points, and then the top 8 point scorers will go through. So you don't need to win all of your games. And I think even...
Somewhat painful for them, actually.
A little bit, yeah.
To be meeting each other.
Yeah. We had a situation, I think, in the last tournament. I think Dragon actually stepped away from one of his games, the final game, because he knew he was already qualified, just so he could have a break, and that break allowed him to go on and win the tournament. So that was some interesting tournament play. Okay, so let's find out where our second game's going to be. I assume we'll see one of those, but we'll definitely see those players as the day goes on. Money in the chat says, FDM, you should let somebody take a look at the feedback form.
Yeah, I know about that. I already contacted the person that made the mistake, but they were not at home at the moment, so they couldn't fix it.
Right, so we're going to be going into Nikshow against Dragon. So Dragon is going to be the favourite for this one, just based on his tournament history. But Nikshow is a very good player. It's not going to be a walkover. Right, Dragon, of course, the reigning champion, 5 times champion, 4 tournaments in a row that he has won. Serious competitor. Favourite here for the event today. Can anyone get in his way? We are going to still be best of 3 until we get into the elimination. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys ban. These guys are going to know each other very well, so we may see some targeted bans.
I mean, it's hard to do targeted bans against Dragon, to be honest.
Yeah, the problem is if you ban something, he's just going to play something else strong.
Mm-hmm.
May see just meta bans where we see things like the Whirly Scrat or the Grenadier banned.
Or even something like Blood Hymns that's just been doing great. And that stops a lot of those cycle decks.
Yeah, we saw Blood Imps in the previous game. They were used at times against the Colossus, and Blood Imps are one of those cards that if you play them badly, it can be a disaster. But if you play them well, they can be incredibly strong. And it was nice to see. I think DarkCrow played them on the bridge at the bottom by the Colossus with the Nats on, because he knew he could take the bridge, but he knew the Nats would kill the Blood Imps, so he wouldn't have to worry about
nice play, yeah.
Wouldn't have to worry about the Blood Imps getting slammed by the Colossus. So it really does take a lot of game knowledge to play those appropriately.
Interestingly enough, I just checked the leaderboard deck that Nikshow has. He also has Snap Freeze.
Oh. We may see more of it.
That is a possibility.
Interesting.
It does seem to be played a little bit more than I thought it was.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if they do play it and if it is something that they're able to win with.
I mean, I would definitely say it helped DarkCrow quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting that slow on those very aggressive units. I mean, the slowed Colossus takes so long to get to your face.
And one of the things I noticed in that second game was the Ravager, when it was on face, we could see, and some people don't know this, but Ravager, the Brutus and the Terror Brutus.
Brutus?
Yeah, sorry. The Brutus and the Terror Brutus, they heal themselves when they attack. They do 50 healing each attack. So if you don't have much DPS, they really have a lot of staying power.
Well, definitely. And Stormbringer does not have a lot of DPS.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons he had a lot of trouble dealing with it. And that's one of the proposed changes in 1.3a, is to remove that self-heal, to give the Brutus and the Terror Brutus some extra HP, but to remove that self-heal. So those situations where they're really difficult to peel off because they're just healing it themselves are not going to occur. But of course, that's just a proposed change. Get involved in the PTR, test it, see what you think.
It's just one of those changes where we were like, is having the complication of the heal that isn't out with stated clearly and doesn't have numbers that you can check really worth it, when we can just have it have more HP and be clear.
Yeah. That's one of the things. If it's on face and you've got very little DPS, you may think, oh, I'll just leave my master to kill that, but it's just out healing your master damage or something. That thing doesn't go away. Right, so Dragon against Nikshow. Still waiting on the bans to come in from those guys.
You would expect that with all of his experience, Dragon would do this super fast.
Yep, I'm sure. Let's have a look. Up the GGtoor Discord. See if we got any bans in there. Okay, bans. So there is a band selection channel where people post their bans, but what the serious players do is they do their bans in private, where they'll message an administrator, probably Sinobii, so nobody gets to see the other person's ban first.
Are you just flaming all the players in that chat?
No, I realised as I said that it could have been perceived as that.
Because I do see that Nikshow actually last round banned Middlewin, Salads, and Pebbles. 3 cards we've definitely seen being either strong or just really annoying to play against.
Yeah.
I see a lot of Middlewin bans in general.
Yeah.
Not expecting to see a Middlewin today.
Middlewin, again, a master that's being looked at for a rework. That's not something that's in the current PTR. Was in the previous, but it's still something on the back burner.
Yeah, we definitely still want to explore that change that we did in last PTR more, because we got a lot of positive feedback on it and we liked ourselves as well, but it was a little bit bugged. We want to do a balanced PTR and we couldn't get it into this PTR.
Yeah.
So it has to wait a month.
Yeah, it must be kind of tricky because if you're reworking things, you still want to kind of keep the core identity of the master without moving too far away from that.
Like we have tried quite a lot of different reworks actually for Middlewin on the private PTR in the past. Even though you haven't seen a lot of changes, believe me, she has had a lot. But none of them really worked out, and this last one did seem to work out better. So we are kind of excited for that, but it's really difficult to have a master that is seen as the spell master. You want to keep it as the spell master without making it a master where you just throw all the spells in and then just go for cheap spells or whatever.
Yeah.
It's been harder than you would expect to find a good solution for that.
So
I was
just going to say, if people weren't aware of the proposed changes when we saw them last in the PTR, the idea was to buff her golem a little bit, but you could no longer buff the golem permanently by using spells. You would give the golem basically a spell surge, a haste, by using spells.
Yeah, like a temporary buff.
Yeah, but also, and I think quite crucially, is that the golem was going to be added to the bottom of your deck. So you wouldn't be able to have a cheap deck and get multiple golems out. You wouldn't be able to work towards your next golem until the first arcane golem had died.
I think for more clarification, it would be added to the bottom of your deck after it died.
Yeah, that's right. So there's quite a long time between them.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have one
intention,
up. Yeah.
The intention was that it's a strong minion that you just can't get on the board often.
Yeah.
We did actually get the bans from Dragon in, by the way.
Okay.
He banned Middlewin, Pebbles, and Grenadier.
Right. Expected.
And having both Pebbles and Grenadier being banned, there is a decent chance we'll see skeletons.
Yeah. Dragon does like to play a cursed deck, and of course the Pebbles do single shot those little skeletons, so they do kind of murder them pretty quickly.
And there we see Nikshow's bans. Nikshow banned Middlewin, Harbinger, and Grenadier. Having both Harbinger and Grenadier being banned seems a little bit counter.
Harbinger
they go again. Very different things, right?
We've seen Dragon in previous tournaments use that Valorian deck with the Harbinger. Do you think this is a specific ban against that?
I mean, perhaps because Nikshow is definitely a player who does not have trouble dealing with the Harbinger, right? Either that, or he's planning on playing the Voidborn Ravager. And Voidborn Ravager does not have a lot of anti-air.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll find out almost immediately. Let's let them know that we are ready to go.
Yeah.
So this is going to be Nikshow against Dragon. So I've got Nikshow on my main screen here. Dragon is ready to go. This is here. Okay, so we're almost ready to go. As soon as the players load in, we'll go. As we said, Dragon, defending champion, likely to be the favourite in this game, but who knows? Nikshow, a very good player. We'll see what he's able to bring to the table today. And
I will set up my thing.
Both of these players I would expect to get to the top 8, but the result of this would potentially affect the seeding in the top 8, so that could change things.
I still think that Dragon is easily the favorite here.
Yeah, without Deadshot, without Cap, those are two players that are definitely people that could compete against him. Yeah, but of course we've got Memfisto, who very, very top level player.
How has Memfisto been doing on tournaments lately? Has he won some?
I don't think he's won any for a while. So he's definitely due one. A very top player, gets deep into the events on a lot of occasions. That seems to come up against something.
I mean, his match versus Natraja might just show if he's informed today.
Yep. So in the last event, it was Memfisto who was in the final against Dragon.
Ooh.
So Memfisto, the previous runner-up. So
Dragon might just be the whole reason why Memfisto hasn't won anything recently.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if Dragon wins everything recently, it's hard for others to win.
That's right, yeah. We'll see. Can anyone knock him out?
Well, Nikshow is going to have a shot.
Yep, for sure. And, of course, early in the event like this, people are probably not going to be showing their top decks, their best decks. So maybe anything can go at this point. But, of course, we're not at an elimination stage at the moment. We're just waiting for the players to start, and then we'll go. Thanks again to GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf for supporting this event. This is Night's Duel number 14. Right, we got a thumbs up in the chat from Sinobii. Thanks as always to Sinobii from running this from behind the scenes, doing a great job as always. Thanks to you guys joining us from home or wherever you are, and of course the competitors. Good luck to everybody. Okay, so we're just...
Good luck if they actually start getting into a match.
Yeah, both players in the menu, so no deck building. Deck building's done. Just waiting for someone to click ready. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Right, so here we go. We're loading into the first game of this second round match, best of 3. Nikshow against Dragon, both bridge baddies. That's the guild.
I'm indeed seeing skeletons in Dragon's deck. So that's going to be interesting.
Okay, let's get the double deck up and we can see what's going on. Okay, so Nikshow playing... Nikshow, I'll say sure. Nikshow playing Diona. Dragon playing Apep.
Dragon is definitely going for some cards for high value.
We've got Reconator, we've got Glenn's Brew available. We've got a Rabid Prowler as well, waiting in the wings.
Ooh, a Rabid Prowler against the Cage Prowler from Dragon.
Yep, okay, so there's the Glenn's Brew.
There's the Glenn's.
Keeps it alive. That's a huge explosion. Wow. Boom Buggy and finished off the Whirly Scrat as well.
And face.
And face damage, yeah, of course. Nikshow will be happy with that.
I mean, that instantly gives him the lead in the match.
Yep, uses the crossbow trap, picks off the Lone Scout, starts doing some face damage. Musketeer doesn't mess around on face as well.
It's really a great start for Nikshow, and here we're gonna see the pain of not having that Grenadier. Having to use the Daggerfall there.
Yep, Daggerfall only doing 50 damage now, but that's enough to deal with the skeletons.
I wonder if the Daggerfall is a replacement for Grenadier, or if it's always in the deck.
Daggerfall, I think, drops some summons, some slithering summons. So no, not some summons, some slitherbounds, some full slitherbounds.
He does have Rabbit Prowler, so that's a good point. So it's probably in the... And there's the Rabbit
Prowler. Wow!
Oh, Jesus!
There's that Berserker Rage Prowler just destroying everything at the bottom there.
Okay, killing itself with the attack on the wall.
Yeah, Berserker Rage doing self-damage. Prowler spawns at the top, but the Musketeer's going to have a good time against that with the riposte.
Yeah, and beam, I mean, that's still good for Nikshow.
That's a lot of mana from Dragon to shut that down.
Bridge, kills the lone scout.
Oh, it does some face damage as well.
Oh, Jesus, that is so painful for Dragon.
Dragon down to 1120 HP, does have Totem.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not quite how you want to use the Totem. Like, he sort of has to, because he can't afford getting hit more. But now he doesn't have it for if the next Rabbit Prowler comes out or something. It's not gonna be something that he's all too happy about to use it there.
Okay, so that Totem's going to slow things down a little at the top, but not too long.
Yeah, that Whirly is getting some good value, but
on
the other hand, Nikshow does have healing.
Yep. He did a great job at the top. Nikshow did there, keeping Ruffles alive, getting that 2 mana.
Yeah. Always worth a lot keeping Ruffles alive.
Yeah.
Take good care of your pets, people.
Again, here we're going to see the Prowler.
And the Ruffles going for the XP. Is Dragon even going to stop it? No. Is that XP for Nikshow?
Right, Dragon doesn't want to take this on face. This is going to be a massive hit.
Oh, he didn't block that.
Oh, it's got
the
Glenn's through as well.
Oh, that is so painful. He had the wall in his hand. I mean, he must either already have given up for this match, or not been paying attention, because letting that get to face with the mana.
Okay, Nikshow perk 3 as well. This is looking good for Nikshow.
I don't see how Nikshow can lose this, honestly.
He's going to have his traps for face damage. Taunt traps at the moment, but they will become crossbow traps at some point.
That Rapid Prowler is so tough to deal because he's already used his Skeleton Horde. Oh, well, okay, that's a way to solve that. He got Skeleton Horde from perk 3.
Okay, well, that helps.
Yeah. That's also really nice for Nick, so you can use his Daggerfall to get out the Totem, and now you can use his crossbow traps if he has them to deal face damage. Or Nikshow, did he get the healing there?
Not entirely sure. Musketeer doing a good job. But you can see now Dragon's getting more control of the game. Nikshow has been ahead. Dragon's almost dead, but...
Getting a second Skeleton Horde is really amazing for Dragon, honestly. With him having removed Grenadier, makes the second Skeleton Horde so strong. That's good blocking of the crossbow trap.
So we always say health is a resource, and Dragon's using almost all of it. But that's fine if he comes out on top.
I'm not sure if that was using it.
It's been used, whether it was his choice or not. Now we're in a race to Mana Frenzy.
Is Nikshow gonna use his crossbow traps to face? Because a crossbow trap with the taunt trap next to it can deal a lot of face damage.
Yep. Needs to use it sensibly, but that beam just shutting that whole...
He could cleanse that,
ideal down.
Oh, ooh, that doesn't get the face. Okay. Should have had another step.
And now Dragon's ahead on XP, so he was looking down and out a couple of minutes ago, but he's right back in it.
I'm kind of surprised Nikshow hasn't gotten more face damage in. I don't know, is he just not aggressive enough with the traps?
That might have been his opportunity to close this game out.
Because now it definitely is looking... I mean, that perk 3 getting the second Skeleton Horde was nasty. Like, I kind of feel bad for Nikshow on that one.
Yeah, that really helps him deal with that Prowler.
Could have gotten. Not just with the Prowler, it's also just having the Grenadier banned, right?
Yep, just look at them, they're everywhere. Both bridges pushing, Mana Frenzy for Dragon.
I think that perk 3 just won Dragon the game.
Just APEP things.
I mean, it is the thing with APEP, right? Sometimes the perk loses you the game, sometimes it wins you the game.
Wow.
That was a big surprise that Dragon managed to pull that one back. He did do a good job on blocking the traps with the swarmers, where he saved the Cage Prowler and stuff like that, but...
Do we think that Nikshow wasn't
true of-
aggressive enough when he could see the game, the balance was changing against him?
Yeah, personally, I'm a extremely aggressive player when it comes to phase damage, so I would be using those traps on phase all day long.
Yeah.
But I would also have more spells probably to deal phase than just dagger. But I can definitely understand him not using dagger to phase. He really needed to kill those skeletons. But I think that Zeus also made a good point that wall is a really good counter against the rapid prowler.
Yep. So the Berserker
Meaning
Rage units
that it
damage
was-
themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not just that. It's also the pushback from the wall.
Yeah.
That just deal big damage on the wall means big damage on whatever attacks the wall, right? And Prowler doesn't have that much HP. So I can definitely see how Nikshow might just not have had the units to get to face.
Yeah.
And the beam blocking the Reckinator also helps.
Okay. Right, we're going into game number 2 very quickly here. I was going to say one of the proposed changes was Volko's Berserker Rage no longer doing self-damage. Was that going to be Berserker Rage across the board? So
Yeah, that's Berserker Rage across the board. Ooh, this is interesting. So Dragon is playing with rock rifles. So what we're gonna see here is potentially Dragon getting a little bit behind again. If Nikshow can make proper use of the free living statue he gets.
So Mordor is not master of choice at the moment for a lot of players. I see people in general in the game, global, talking about it, but
that means we'll probably see big minions versus big minions in this match.
Yeah, we saw Dragon play Mordor in the final in the last event and get a win with that. So let's see what Nikshow can do here. This is not a big minion Mordor deck.
I don't think I like that at all.
This is a problem here. That Prowler's going to get shut down. Rock Rivals. Getting the DPS all over that statue. Spirit on the ATG drone.
The living statue really having pain, but good arcane ring. Yeah, it's not quite the value that Nikshow wanted to get from a push of rock rivals, is it?
No. This is kind of an old school Mordor deck with the smaller units.
Yeah, like mid-range Mordor.
Interesting to see, because the only kind of Mordor decks we've seen do well recently are the very heavy Mordor units getting those big valuable reses.
That spirit going to the lone ranger was nasty though.
Yeah, it's
actually
a little frustrating.
fight there.
Right, here comes the Prowler. It has healed, rezzed.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. Blastmancer is also not a good card against this deck of Dragon. Like, what are you gonna blasting? Nothing interesting.
No. Right, tries to take the top bridge with the collision. Doesn't quite get it. Doesn't really matter, though. But Dragon ahead on XP at the moment. There is a res available, but it's just going to be a Jolo res.
Yeah, it's a mediocre res, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something, but it's not going to change the game too much.
It's basically already dead. ATG is also just such a great card.
Yeah, and he's going to drop a spirit on it as well.
He's just going to accept the base damage, sort of understandable. Because Mordor doesn't show a lot of potential for random phase damage, so he can probably get quite low and still be safe. I haven't seen phase spells yet from Nikshow.
No. That stint's going to be a pain. Nice clear of it though.
Oh, yeah, that was well played because that
Tombstone's going to get
do a lot there, but ooh, yeah, that just shuts down the Shinlong.
Well, he gets the res though, so that's something.
Oh, yeah. He needed that against ATG, but good beam, good beam, good beam.
Dragon really is a beam lover.
I mean, I can't blame him. Beam is amazing.
It's one of those spells
Also,
you've just got to use it sensibly.
If you the chat wants to see you. Say hello.
Aww.
She doesn't like being picked up though.
So Dragon's going to be looking for a perk 3 push with the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, getting the
Oh,
I want
spirits.
to say getting the Prowler res would be nice, but it's a little bit. I mean, Undying is not necessarily a bad res, but it's the great res. I think having the Prowler on the other lane, just when the Golem is bottom, would have been amazing.
That beam just kills everything.
Yeah. And I don't see perk 3 changing too much, because it's not big minions that are being rest, so the second rest isn't that big.
Prowler's gonna get shut down here.
Good YOLO though, but how long is that gonna survive?
Right, we've got one active tombstone, it's gonna be a Jolo. Jolo does res. But the next tombstone's under fire, gets shut down. Nikshow having to work so hard here.
Golem out before the first Golem died. That's just oof. And this is the Dragon hasn't been played yet by Dragon.
No, might not even need it.
Ah no, why? That's
desperation.
Not a big fan of that. What's it called again? Satellite shield.
Yeah.
Don't like it. Yeah, here we have the Dragon. Just shutting down that tombstone. No, it got the rest, but I mean,
gets something.
About that rest.
The Dragon's going to be so hard for him to deal with. He doesn't have any curse, I don't think.
He has no curse and no big minion counters. Like Xinglong is not going to be the card that kills the Dragon.
Prowler's going to get shut down at the top.
Oh, by an Elite Swarmer?
That's
is
sad.
So painful.
Well, at least he does get a res.
Tranquil is not a bad res because it actually, you know, heals itself.
Yeah, got a spirit of course, but how's he going to deal with this? The stun's going to be helpful, but he can't stun it forever.
This game is over.
This is where he wants a beam. The wall's just going to melt. Tombstone.
That would have been amazing, yeah, but... Okay,
this looks like the beginning of the end of this game. Dragon already 1-0 up, looking to close this series out. This is far too much. The stun just delays the inevitable.
Had a better chance last game. This game, he got no value out of the statue push of rock rifles, and I mean, at that point, you've basically already lost.
Wow. Okay.
With no good counters against ATG, and no good counters against the Dragon, what are you ever gonna do there?
Okay, so Dragon takes that to 0. The first game, Nikshow, as you say, definitely had a look in, but the second game, just a shutout,
I think
really.
Dragon is very happy that the second game went a lot better than the first game.
Right, looks like we may have games still going on that we may be able to switch to. Let's have a look.
Oh wait, I'm looking at round 1. That doesn't work. I mean, there is only one still in progress.
Must be Eroor.
Yeah, but that would be the third game then.
Yeah. I see him in menu, so I don't know if it's started. Let's bring that up and we'll see if we can get in there. Okay.
Hopefully I can find that as well. Not sure who his opponent is, because I can't find someone with that name being online.
No, I haven't checked for them yet.
Like MM, which is not the easiest name to find. Eroor is playing ranked. What?
Okay. Oh, okay. Sinobii was just telling us that the match was still going on rather than for us to watch it. Okay, so remember with this Swiss format, we have to wait for all the games in the round to finish, because then the results of those games, as well as the previous games, are used to generate the pairings for the next round.
I would just like to talk to the chat about the cats.
Yeah, go
ahead. I don't need to see your tiger to know what an 8-kilo cat is, because I just showed you an 8-kilo cat.
Wow.
See, it's a big chunk.
That's a lot.
A big chunk? Oh yeah, yeah. She is a big chunk and loves food.
Sounds like a
Saga
good
up there is
life.
only 6 kilo. All she has the best life. All she has to do all day is lay down somewhere and sleep. Oh, I want that life. I just need to win the lottery or something. Or win a couple tournaments because you earn money doing that.
Yes, $500 prize pool on the line here. Dragon, of course, has earned a decent amount of money, as well as a lot of the other players as well. So, thanks to the sponsors for putting that money up. GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and Betadwarf.
Fuck yeah.
Right, so once this match has finished and the result has been placed... Okay, still looking like Nikshow and Dragon hasn't been reported.
No, it has.
Yeah, okay.
Round 2 is over. It has done the pairing for round 3.
Oh, mine hasn't updated. Wait, I don't see it. So do you think that's kind of mid-range Mordor deck is viable? Or
Yeah, I mean,
was
not
that
the
just
one that we just saw. Like if you want to do that, I think first of all you need to try with some flying units. Because getting like an HG with a spirit rest sounds pretty nasty to fight. Or you need to go all in on the Undying, go for the Undying swarm. Although that is a lot weaker since the Tombstone went to perk 3. With these units, like these units did not seem like units where the spirit does a lot, right? With the exception of Tranquil, I think. Because
yeah.
YOLO doesn't really care about the spirit, because once he starts getting damaged, he will get damaged fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you want to do it, look for minions that really get value from that spirit.
Okay.
Or units that really don't care about anything, like Walking Blind Date can also be a fun one to res. You can also go for the sniper version, where you have things like Stixie that res, because a Stixie with spirit is really difficult to deal with. I think you need that kind of things that are difficult to remove.
Okay. What's going on with OBS now?
But I would basically always go for the more expensive Mordors if I was going to play Mordor. What I always like is playing a one or two expensive cards on Mordor, and the rest be either minions that I know will die or spells. Because spells, you can have cheap spells and be completely fine.
Yeah.
And then you can get the cycle for the tombstones while still spawning the big units. And then get things like a Reckinator, a shield. Well, Reckinator is actually not nice because he can get the trigger too fast. But get a shield guard in there, get a Fenrir in there, get a Colossus in there, you know. Get a Harbinger in there. Those kind of cards that are tough to deal with, that can get a lot of damage, and that don't care too much for how much HP they have.
Okay, so we're going to see Set against Memfisto. Of course, Memfisto, as we mentioned earlier, runner-up in the previous event. This is going to be our round 3. Okay, see the website now. Okay, so look, we've got Dragon against Fikys, we've got Set against Memfisto, Nikshow against Chainig, Madaracha against Brad. Okay. So let's just waiting on the bans.
Yeah, Memfisto winning against Nataraja shows that what we're talking about, Memfisto might actually be in form, giving him a good chance to meet Dragon in the finals again.
Yeah, be good to see.
Outside of that, I don't think any of the matchups is a matchup that is too surprising. No two big names against each other over the board. I think. I'm horrible with names though, so I might miss something.
Right, so Set against Memfisto, so we're ready there. That's the bracket. Okay, so we're just waiting for the bans, and then we can dive in.
Wait, what? What did you just do on the stream?
Yeah, don't ask about it. Don't worry about it. You saw nothing.
Okay, I saw nothing.
All you need to know is it's fixed now.
Okay, that's good. Is it insanely warm where you are as well, by the way?
It's pretty warm in my room. It's 24
we had
degrees.
rain.
It's warm.
We had like rain earlier today, and that combined with warm weather makes it like
Humid and horrible.
what's the word? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we got Memfisto banning Diona, Grenadier, and Zealot, and Set banning Diona also, Whirly Scrat, and Grenadier. So both players banning Diona, both players banning Grenadier, Set banning Whirly Scrat, and Memfisto banning Zealots.
And we're probably gonna see a Milloween.
Let's see. We were talking earlier. You were saying that Zealots has a very high win rate at the moment.
Oh yeah,
even after the nerf.
They are the best card in the game, basically. Depending a little bit on what group of players you look at.
You heard it here. Does that mean we're likely to see some more balance for them?
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't they have something in the PTR? Why not?
I don't recall. I did bring it up here. I don't remember seeing anything about them.
Yeah, because they probably should have gotten something.
No, not in this one.
They should. We might throw a nerf at them after all. Like, nerfs are more safe to do without throwing it to the PTR than buffs.
Yeah.
So if they continue doing this great, I would say it's likely they will see something. Because they're just a little bit too good, but
yeah, just
hard to say without looking more into it.
The removal of the self-damage they did really just changed them, because before they just struggled so much against Horde. There were so many situations that they would be bad in, and that was just
and
completely
especially
removed.
with the Horde metas that we've been seeing, made them just a horrible card. I see that the game has begun and we get Stormbringer versus APAP. Ooh, I am seeing a call to arms Stormbringer. I've heard a lot about that being played a lot.
Okay, well, we did see DarkCrow earlier with a Stormbringer and Call to Arms. Right, so Set against Memfisto, Stormbringer against APAP.
Yeah, and what we see in set stack is it's mostly Psycho and just getting value out of those buildings. That's almost the entire goal, combined with just getting that Stormbringer value to just control the bridges even more.
Yep. And then just to remind you guys at home, the new Call to Arms, it heals a building for 15% of its HP. Repair it if you like. And then
I'm a little bit surprised that Set didn't try to win that top fight with the Elite Swammer, by the way. Sorry for interrupting you.
That's okay. Just to finish it off, the new Call to Arms also spawns a warrior and 2 crossbow dudes. But that's only for one building, the closest building to where you spawn the spell.
And we're also seeing, ooh, beam, good beam. Always beam the guilds if you can. Guilds are the toughest of the spawners to deal with, and beam is just worth it.
Yeah.
Especially because you get face damage with it usually. And we're also seeing a snap freeze in set stack, meaning that is that the third player? No, the second player. We did not see it from Nikshow, but now we're seeing it with Set. So I was definitely wrong about not expecting to see snap freeze.
But again, we're seeing it within the same sort of deck, the Stormbringer spawner deck.
No.
Oh no, it was a Ravager Scrapyard, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Sorry. Right, are we going to see Call to Arms here? Probably not.
Yeah, Blastman's very good against this deck from Set.
Yeah.
Will get a lot of value.
Anytime you're playing against something with spawners, you want to either be able to shut the spawner down immediately like we saw with that Beam of Doom, or have something that's good at pushing into it, like a Blast Mancer or an Incubus or something. But Set dropping a lot of HP, 1000 HP on the dot. Memfisto ahead on XP as well.
Those beams will really add up, because that's already 300 face damage while blocking the opponent's game plan. That's why it's so much value to just beam those guilds. Even if it costs 1 mana, it stops the opponent's game plan, and that is worth it.
Yeah, I feel like Set's going to need to start spawning away from face a little bit with those.
Oh, definitely, definitely. The annoying thing is when you do that, it also becomes easier to counter.
Yep. Right, Memfisto dropping.
This push is really good that Memfisto does, where he does tanky minion with the blast mans behind it. I'm a little bit confused that he doesn't have... Oh, I was about to say I'm confused he doesn't have Worthy, but that was a ban from Set, the Worthy ban, and the Grenadier. Very clearly focused to get this deck to work.
Yep.
The 2 Swarmer counters.
Using his ban power to empower his deck by removing, as you say, the counters to it. Bless you. Right, both players again taking massive damage.
Definitely, and probably also why Memfisto put a Blastmancer in his deck, to have that Swarmer counter. Anticipating Set's game plan.
Battle Monkey doing a good job. Set's struggling here.
What did Memfisto get? What did Memfisto get for perk 3?
Not sure yet. Oh, I think it might, yeah. A Rage Warrior.
You're not watching from Memfisto's side?
I see both of them, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I see both of them, but I didn't see it in his hand.
We see Snap Freeze being used.
Set dropping 303 HP. Snap Freeze there, just slowing things down, but that Battle Monkey's going to have a good time.
And Set not having a way to heal or prevent defense phase damage, Memfisto can choose to just beam phase.
This is too much. That Battle Monkey's still going. Memfisto takes the first game.
Well played. I mean, just anticipating the plan that Set had with his bans and countering it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that's what happened here.
So, whilst the players will ban in private so nobody gets the heads up on the other player, once the bans are done, you can then use that to decide what you're going to play, because there's no set decks or anything in this tournament. So using that information, what is he banned, what does that mean he's likely to play, what can I potentially counter with? So there's a lot of mind games that go on here, and Memfisto doing a great job to shut that down.
I also think that both of these players are very experienced tournament players, so they're probably both very aware of that. Sort of surprising that Set, it's almost surprising that Set went for this game plan after banning both, just because of Memfisto will respond to it, you know?
Yeah.
Going that deep into it might actually not work out.
It's almost like you could ban it and then play something a little bit different, and then maybe go back to it, trying to keep your opponent guessing.
Yeah. Because the bans stand for the second match as well, but the opponent might forget about it. Super easy to do that. To just only remember what you just played against.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Memfisto taking that first game. Just had a lot of pressure on the spawner buildings. We saw the beam that he was able to shut down and do face damage. He had the Battle Monkey that's really good.
Blastmancer.
Yeah, and the Blastmancer. So many good tools to push into those spawner buildings.
And very important, he used the tools for the right buildings, because he did not use the Blastmancer against the guild, even though it's really good against that, because he really needed it against that more swarmy swarm totem.
Yep.
Because he had the beam to deal with the guild whenever he needed.
Yeah, it's about figuring out what counters you have and what counters what best, as you say. And of course, the Blastmancer will do well against the Crossbow Guild, but the Crossbow Guild's only spitting out one Crossbow dude at a time, whereas the Swarmer Totem's spitting out a bunch of Swarmers. So we're going to get a lot of value from the Blastmancer. Okay, so the players are going to reset after that and figure out where to go next.
Yeah, and we're still not going to see the Ona because they both banned it. So what masters are you expecting? I know Memfisto is an amazing Stormbringer player. He was always known as the Stormbringer player. So he might go to that after his victory with APAP.
I feel Set like Setsu. I've seen Set play a lot of Setsu. Diona for sure, but as you say, that is banned, so... Oh, King Puff!
Oh!
Right.
Wait. Don't you have to change Master if you win, or is that if you lose?
That's only in the best of 5 section of the tournament.
Ah, okay. Please
right.
explain to the users. I of course know the rules of the tournament, but perhaps you can
Sounds like
explain
it. Yeah, so during the Swiss event, which we're in at the moment, this is best of 3. No restrictions on playing a master once you've won with it. So you can see here, Memfisto playing APEP again. Once we get into the elimination, the single elimination best of 5, then there is what we call the conquest rule. So if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master.
Here we also saw Battleship, who probably put in for the same reason as we saw last match, that Seth has indicated that he wants to play swarmy cards, like the Skeleton Horde and Battleship being amazing at. Interesting, both playing Scott.
Was that both playing Scott?
Also both playing Battleship.
Did he have a Simulacrum, or maybe he got Simulacrum from perk 1?
That could be.
Because I saw like a Simulacrum kind of visual.
That makes a lot of sense, because why would he play Scott in this deck of APEP?
I would explain to you how Simulacrum works, but we don't have 45 minutes. Maybe later.
Copy your opponent's card, play it. Interesting to see a Stixie. Stixie is one of those cards where I'm never sure if it gets value against good players.
Yeah, it's sometimes the way it goes invisible, like it's going to survive here.
Yeah, that's insane. That was so lucky.
Yep. And it's locked in on face as well.
It's one of those cards where against a bad player, it will win you games, because it can just get 1,000 damage for a single play. Like, basically what happens here, but then against bad players, you know?
Yeah. He's just keeping it alive, 100 damage every time it hits face.
This is really painful for Memfisto. I can't believe it's still alive. And that bridge swap makes it extra annoying to deal with. Oh, and it's gonna get invisible again. No, it died.
They got so much value
but
though.
That was probably more than you can ever expect from Stixie. I mean, insane.
Yep, so Memfisto got Simulacrum from perk 1. Simulacrum copies a non-mythic minion from your opponent's hand.
And the funny thing is, Seth actually doesn't have that many minions in his hand, because he has double pebbles in his hand at the moment.
Yeah. So again, he's got the Scotty.
Yeah.
And of course, there is the potential to haste it if you've got enough tech. He does have some tech.
Good use of the totem. One of the few ways where you can defend against a Battleship and still play cards next to it.
Yep. And the other thing about the Simulacrum is that normally when it copies a card, the card will cost the normal amount. But because Simulacrum's from APEP's perk 1, then the copied card you get costs 2 less. So you do get that 2 mana reduction.
Memfisto's had enough of Stixies getting value, so he decided to just beam it.
Yep.
Can't say, oh! That is a nasty Simulacrum pool, though.
So he's got the Stixie and he's got the haste on it as well. Wants to do his best to keep it alive. Scotty's going to sit down and taunt here.
And
right.
Seth does not have damaging spells.
No. He's going to have to wait for it to get here. You can see it. He knows he's playing defensively.
Yeah. He was even flooding a little bit there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he does have trick swap, so he can make it visible.
Yeah, this is where the power of King Puff's really going to come into it. This bridge switch.
And
Night Puffs.
Oh, no, it just became visible. Okay, that also works.
Okay, here we go. Bridge swap, Night Puffs.
Yeah.
Boom.
And I'm still not sure if I like the current version of King Puff, just because I feel like those Night Puffs are just so strong.
They are so strong, yeah. It's a massive power spike.
Blastman's are getting value though, at top.
Enraged Stixie as well, just destroying. And of course,
Stixie also getting value.
When Stixie gets a kill, it goes straight to the next target with minimal delay. Right, we're going to see a bridge switch here, maybe?
Good swap. Yeah.
Again.
And
it's nice because it stunned the battle. It stunned the monkey, so the monkey re-aggroed onto the Jolo. Stixie being a bit of an MPP at the moment. Again, it's going to go invisible and live. Now it's going to...
and it starts just killing everything. Oh, no, it actually does not... I did not realize that does not one-shot a monster.
Still going though, goodness me.
Yeah. And on face again, meaning that... I mean, there is a totem now, but that's not going to survive long enough.
Another bridge swap coming.
Oh, not the good bridge swap!
I mean, it saved the Scotty, but in the...
Yeah, but it swapped the
Stixie got
Stixie,
destroyed.
the raped Stixie on face into a beam. I think that that Stixie is worth more than that Scott. I do not.
I
like
don't know.
that
Look at
Scott.
that was a lot of face damage though for Memfisto. 233.
Yeah, but, I mean, I think that he could have gotten that anyways without killing his own Stixie.
Right, Memfisto is struggling here. Set ahead on HP
Yeah,
and
also set very close to
XP.
Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
And Memfisto does not have good ways to deal a lot of face damage fast. Like he does have a beam, but that's not enough. Against yeah.
Massive
Buff,
blast
it's always
monster value
difficult to
though.
find on the bridges. Yeah, and here's it's over.
We just need another good
Set
night puff
doesn't work.
cycle. They're struggling a little
let's
bit
not
to get the
forget-
bridges, but
Yeah, but I mean,
his trick swap is ready.
Skeleton Horde at bottom? Oh, okay, I like that. That works.
Blitz them, switches the bridges,
And
night
there we
puffs. I mean, Memfisto making
now
a
he
fight of
can
it, but
just-
this is going to be too much.
Yeah, there is no way you can fight against the King Puff. That's just too much. Especially with the Stixies that will come up. Good beam, but I mean.
Okay, Set fights back. One game all.
Yeah, well played. Just getting a lot of value from that first Stixie and never really letting down.
Yeah, that's just an example of how frustrating the Stixie can be to play against, even for a top player. You know, Set was doing a great job using the trick swap to keep it alive, to defend it, and wow. Right, we are
That's
one
the
game
problem
all.
when you don't have spells like a Fireball or Dragon Ball. And even then, against the King Puff, the Stixie can get a shield, making it even more difficult to deal with. So I think King Puff might be one of the best masters for Stixie, because of the bridge swap, because of the shield, and the rage. Also works really
Yep.
well.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah.
So that means we get a third game, right?
Yep.
Are we expecting them? Are we expecting Memfisto to go away from his APAP, or?
I mean, that feels like just an APEP that's going to be strong, just a regular control APEP, strong against kind of anything, but without the removal spell, things like the Stixie can get super value. Like, kind of like a bounty sniper, slightly different though, but like a bounty sniper, if there's no removal spell for it, it becomes very frustrating to deal with.
Yeah. That's why I see a lot of players that don't play with any spells whatsoever. And personally, I really don't like that. I always want at least a Fireball or a Daggerfall in there to deal with small threats that I can't get to for whatever reason.
Yeah, because we saw when Memfisto got the Stixie from the Simulacrum, Set had to completely reset because he couldn't play into it. He had to wait for it to get on the bridge so he could kill it. So we saw him spawning his pebbles in the pockets, and he had to give up a lot of pressure.
When that happens, it's just sadness.
I mean,
it's not
ultimately,
nice to be in that situation.
No, but ultimately he reacted correctly to it. But it's frustrating.
Yeah, but it's not a nice way to have to react.
Yeah, because you lose all that tempo that you've got, and then suddenly your opponent's getting back into it. Okay, so Memfisto's APEP winning the first game against Stormbringer. Yes, the Spawnbringer, and then Set's KP beating Memfisto's APEP. So yeah, one game all, pretty sure.
Do you think that that Simulacrum is one of the better or worse picks from APAP, Perk 1?
It's kind of weird because it depends on what your opponent's playing.
Well, definitely true. And if you have Outlanders in your deck.
Yeah, because the haste.
Memfisto has Beam, so he can get the haste.
Yep. He had a beam and
he also has Stint.
Yeah.
So he can make the choice between using the Stint or the Simulacrum. So I think his deck works well with it. And King Puff definitely played a couple cards that are quite good to get on the Simulacrum. So I don't think it was a bad pickup there, personally.
No, it worked well. And although you're getting the same thing that your opponent's got, as APEP, you're getting it cheaper and potentially hasted. So you're always getting the better of the trades.
Definitely. It's always painful when you have Simulacrum and you play against a Demon Warrior or a Veya deck, though.
Yeah. But like anything, when there's some randomness involved, you know, sometimes you get lucky, other times you don't.
Definitely.
We saw earlier with that Skeleton Horde from perk 3 for Dragon.
Yeah,
Like you
that
think
game.
that could have been a priestess.
Yeah, that would have instantly lost the game.
So that's just the way you know you just accept that if you play those RNG masters and cards, you know you have to just take the rough with the smooth. Which is, it's one thing doing that on ladder, but when you start doing it in a tournament, that's when things get really serious.
You dig your own grave in certain situations. Oh, here we see the Milloween. Because remember, so far Milloween has been banned each time, but not these two players. They banned Diona.
Okay, so Set's sticking with KP.
So it's up to Memfisto to prove that all the people banning Milloween are wrong. Alright.
So we've got a Milloween, we've got Clear Skies, we've got Gorex Gate dropping a Cleaver to start with. So remember, that's going to be a Cleaver with Blood Pact. You can see all the blood on the ground. That means the damage is going to be passed on to the Master.
But I mean, Set has YOLO, so it is not going to do a lot.
Yeah, Jello really shuts that down.
Ooh, that Stixie actually getting killed.
Kind of frustrating losing the Stixie there.
Ooh, playing Clear Skies.
Okay, so that Cleaver's still
back again.
Yeah, the Cleaver's still slamming away. You can see
I'm actually really surprised by that.
You can see the Blood Imps with their Blood Pact as well. Very fond card of the top players, the Blood Imps.
In a sense, both players have healing because Memfisto plays Clear Skies.
Again, another card with some proposed changes.
Also, really surprised that I'm actually seeing it. Nice bridge swap.
So that's Brother of the Void, I think, because that was an enraged assassin. So
was it rage?
I think so, yeah. So the next time it should be a Fire Imp.
Ooh, that Pebbles is not quite dealing with that. Ah, so that's Stixie.
Here comes the Stixie again. Flyby is going to start shutting it down. Won't kill it though.
Battle Seal getting a lot of value though.
Stixie, of course, slowed now from the Flyby.
And there it is.
Bad. Okay. So perk 1 and 2 Set's been there ahead. We know King Puff is going to have a strong perk 3. We know Milloween's going to have a strong perk 3.
Pebbles getting so much value though.
And there we've got the 3 Elite Swarmers coming out of Gorex Gate. That's a lot of HP.
Should be
so that's
a good hit on Memfisto, but
yeah,
I mean, he seems to be getting. Oh, but that Battle Shield is a nice way to deal with that. That slaughters that.
So again, health is a resource. Memfisto using it with the Blood Pact.
Really helping with defending. You were right, because there's the fire from the Void Brother, or Brothers of Void, or whatever.
Doesn't have the range to deal with the Pebbles.
No. Pebbles are winning this game. They've been getting so much value.
Okay, there they go. Arcanist is going to do a decent job until it gets sniped in the face.
And the interesting thing is that both of these masters get a giant power spike at perk 3, but Set is just going to get there so much faster, meaning that King Puff will probably win this. I have trouble seeing Memfisto pulling this back.
Okay, that Cleaver wailing away on the Blood Imps.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like that Cleaver brought more damage to Memfisto than to Set.
Yeah, Memfisto down to 608 HP. When he's going to get to the position where he's going to not want to be spawning.
I mean, he does have Clear Skies, remember?
Yeah, that can certainly help. But of course, those Elite Swarmers, that's a lot of damage that can be pushed onto his Master. Right, Assassin at the top.
That was a nice one. And the Pebbles keeping it visible together with the Propeller. And bye.
Okay, there we go. Perk 3 for Set. I would expect him to close this out here.
Yeah, I have trouble seeing how this is not just an easy victory for Set.
Here are the Night Puffs. No perk 3 yet for Memfisto. Doesn't have that empowered Golem.
Banning both Worthy and Grenadier is kinda nasty, because you just get that the two main swarm counters gone.
Yeah.
But they're both just so good.
Stixie on the Golem, but of course it's going to attack slowly when it's not getting kills. It's still picking off the back line. Stixie survives.
The heal from using spells actually made the Golem survive there.
I feel like he could have saved that Stixie.
I'm not sure, but perhaps it doesn't really matter in the end.
No. Right. The heal, of course, healing everything. Both masters. The big Golem, but is it too little too late from Memfisto?
It does feel like it. The set is always already halfway to Mana Frenzy. So Memfisto basically has to go for the kill if he wants to win. And he has to do it now. And he doesn't even have a push going. Because that at the bottom is not a push.
No, that's over. Dixie's gonna survive.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to do that flyby on the Stixie.
It's a mana investment that's really only getting him the slow. That's all it's doing, really.
Yeah.
Right, Assassin's going to shut down that monkey. Enraged Assassin just destroys. Bridge switch. Boom. Picks up the Assassin. Night Puffs. This has got to be it.
Nice timing. Yeah, he did a really good job on following where the Assassin would be, and Night Puffs ending it.
Wow, Set takes that. I feel like the Assassin's fairly easy comparatively to track where it is, whereas the thing like the Veil Stalker, nobody has any idea where she is. Okay, so Set takes this one, a close fought one, but felt like he was always ahead in that final game for sure. Was able to close it out with the power of KP again. Nice to see the Stixie use. Stixie wasn't quite so powerful in that final game.
No, but still, I mean, it put the flyby each time. So that's a mana investment. Meaning it's a fairly cheap Stixie getting its value quite easily by just killing a couple minions.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about Stixie is that it's got such a super long range that he can kind of aggro the Arcane Golem before it gets anywhere near the bridge, before any tanks are placed. So even though Memfisto's trying to tank it, the Stixie's already picking off the back line.
I definitely think Pebbles were MVP there for Set though.
Yeah, those Pebbles just putting so much pressure on anything getting near the bridge.
Yeah, and killing the Assassin a couple times and killing the Spear Throwers. And just so difficult to fight against.
Again, King Puff perk 3, just that huge power spike as we saw. If you're in control up to that point, it's probably just going to be a win more kind of a perk.
Yeah, as I said, I think both of the Masters have a big power spike at perk 3. So Set getting that much earlier just gave him complete control over the match.
Is that King Puff perk 3 something that's on your radar as to see how you feel about it?
Yes, but it hasn't been a high priority. King Puff hasn't been one of the masters that is played the most, you know. So that's why it's not been that important to look at.
I know we've had some balance changes in the past with the birthday and how often it's celebrated.
Yeah, the thing with King Puff is that he's not necessarily too strong at the moment. It's just that I think his curve is wrong.
Yeah.
But because he isn't played by that many players, he hasn't been a high priority. And if we are completely honest, we have enough things to fix, so let's not add King Puff to that right now.
Yeah, why do you say it's about the priorities? Okay, so we're just waiting on the final game of the third round to complete, and then once that's done, we'll have our schedule for the fourth round. So if we just take a moment to just maybe pick out some of the balance changes from the last patch, just to maybe mention
I don't remember any of them.
Don't worry, I've got them here. So one of the things that were changed that was, of course, last season was insane was Kurnath. So Kurnath's ability range reduced from global to 14. That feels like it's removed Kurnath hugely from the meta.
I don't think I've seen him basically. And I don't think he's necessarily bad. Like, I think a lot of the power he still has. So I'm a little bit surprised that did that much.
Yeah, so just to clarify...
He's one of the least played cards now, indeed. He's in 1% of all the decks. And with a 49% win rate, so it's not something that you would expect to be horrible. And I mean, he can still blast flying minions out the moment that you want. So it's a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, this is the kind of the flip flop of the balancing where something's insanely strong and then it gets balanced and then
I think people overreacted in removing him from the decks.
yeah, that's the thing. Do people see the nerf and just go, "Ah, oh, forget about that, and let me play something else that's not broken anymore"?
I feel like it, but I can't be sure. Like it's possible that it's not good enough. You know, it's always really hard to tell with these kind of things. But just from how I've seen him played and what we did, I didn't expect it to be that big of a thing. And it's not like his win rate is horrible right now. It's just people are not playing him.
Yeah, it's nice though because the fact it now has a range. There's a skill part of
It
it.
gives us more to balance with.
Yeah, and it's
and gives you an area to play while the opponent plays.
Yeah, you can play around it, and and people have to trigger the spells at the right time. It might also be a bit of because it was a card that wasn't really played at all, and then it became huge in the meta. It may be a case also that people are just getting better at dealing with it.
Possible. And then we might see that in a couple months it starts going up again, because people have forgotten about the card, how to play against it. It's possible.
Yeah, because if you've got a lot of scrats and stuff, it's quite easy to play against. So I've seen it pushing it on a sniper. I'm like, quick, get 3 units down in front of it.
Oh yeah.
So you can play around it, and it was an interesting card, and
I think most people that play 2v2 will have seen Gernot just blasting dragon packs out of the sky.
Yep.
And whenever that happens, it's just okay. Well, thanks for the victory. And he still can easily do that kind of play.
Yeah, it was insane. Now it's maybe balanced. We'll see. I think it's when it was OP, it was just in every deck, whereas now maybe it's more of a niche.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're right that it not being played a lot means you have some opening for people forgetting to pay attention to it and misplaying that way, and you getting value that way.
Yeah. Okay, so for the 4th round, we'll put the brackets in the chat so you can follow along if you wish. So it's going to be Eroor versus Quentin. Now, I feel like we've seen Eroor in these events before. Quentin's definitely been in these events before. Eroor, I think he had one tournament that he did really, really well on. I think he played a Stormbringer deck that was very strong. But of course, that's one of the things we see sometimes in the Swiss part of the event when there's no restrictions on playing a master after you've won with it. Sometimes we see someone that's got a really strong setup. They're really good with that one setup. They'll crush playing that deck over and over again. But then when they get to the later stages and they have to start playing other things, then sometimes the depth of their skill or the depth of their decks are not quite up to the other ones. I feel like Eroor had a very strong Stormbringer deck a while ago. But we'll see what they're going to play today. So we're going to have Eroor versus Quentin. As soon as we've got the ban information in from that, we shall go. Right.
I'm just quickly checking the leaderboard again, and I see that Eroor at the moment has a R3KT deck on there. Would be interesting to see an R3KT. I always enjoy seeing those matches. There is a lot of skill expression in R3KT. So good players with it. Ooh, those shadow dances can get so much value. And I mean, who doesn't like to one-punch blasting the enemy to death?
Yep, it's a very strong spell at perk 3. Right.
And Quentin has a APAP deck, but not a value APAP deck. So no future cards, but like with Beams, God, Blastmancer.
Okay. Just trying to see if I can find Quentin on my friends list here. Okay. Right, let me just double check this. Quentin. Quentin, I think's a guy that's got different names all over the place. It's always a fun time.
Quentin has lost in the first round against Nikshow, but won the other 2 matches that he played. So he is a little bit on a roll at the moment.
Okay.
Whereas Eroor, I think he had a bye in one of the rounds. And he beat Cody Chef in 1 round. And where is he in this round? Oh, he lost to MM.
Ah.
So... Wait, did he have an... Oh, no, he did not have a bye. He has 1-2 and lost 1. And the same for Quentin. So this is going to be the match to decide which one of them is above the other.
Right, let's just message them, see if we can find them.
I've got it ready. The bands are in.
Okay, if you want to go through those, while I'm just trying to find Quentin.
Okay. So I'm a little bit sad because Quentin banned Defensor Chopper, Whirly, and R3KT. So we're not gonna see the R3KT of Eroor. Sadness.
Okay.
And Eroor banned Wall, Defensor Chopper, and Ravager. I mean, both banning Defensor Chopper is a little bit of a surprise to me. I've not seen that much Defensor Chopper lately. I know it's a card that's played a lot, but I have not seen it too much in high ranks, to be honest. I don't know if you've seen that.
I feel like things like the Whirly, you tend to see a lot more.
Yeah, Whirly and Grenadier are more the choices, I feel like. So I'm a little bit surprised that Defensor Chopper is banned by both players. I mean, I'm always in favor of a wall ban because I don't like wall. It's similar to Pebbles, is that defensive playstyle that I dislike. So happy about that. Not happy about R3KT being banned. I like R3KT. But let's see what they have to bring.
Okay, let me just double check that we're good here. So we've got Eroor here, we've got Quentin here. Okay.
I think I just got an error. Did
Eroor?
the match begin?
No, not yet.
Ah. I just had a weird error. Don't know what that was.
Okay, so just to clarify, we've got Eroor banning Wall, Defensor Chopper, and Ravager, and Quentin banning Defensor Chopper, Whirly, and Wrecked. Defensor Chopper and Whirly. Wow.
Yeah. What I'm expecting is a decent amount of skeletons because banning Defensor Chopper and Whirly, and the other one also banning Defensor Chopper, definitely opens up some of that horde space. Although neither have banned Grenadier. There's also the possibility that they want to play Legionnaires, because Legionnaires, of course, Whirly is really good against it, and Defensor as well.
Yeah.
Whereas the Grenadier is a little bit weaker against it because they can actually get to him and kill it.
So
although it's still a good counter.
One thing that Defensor and Whirly are great against is Aveya.
Ooh, that's also a good point. Like stopping that the trigger from Aveya with the stun of Defensor.
Yeah. And even after the stun, it's really good at just dealing with it. So.
Definitely. And also, if the Legionnaire spawn, it still deals with a lot of it. And the same for Whirly, by the way. Whirly is also pretty good at dealing with the Legionnaires of Aveya.
Okay, let's have a look what we've got here. It's something different. We see a lot of bats for Eroor. Oh, this is, yes, now I remember. Yeah, we've definitely seen this before.
You're very hyped.
Bats, and more bats.
Oh.
Lots of bats.
So bats, and nether bats.
Yep. Of course, he's Morelia, so he will have the spell reduction as well, so more bats from that.
Quentin seems to have gone for a little bit more of a cycly APAP. Oh, Aveya is coming up.
Called it.
Good job. First trigger is in.
So Aveya, of course, you need to activate 4 times to get that quest completed. She has more HP than she has in the past.
Does Quentin have enough anti-air in his deck to deal with all the bats, or the bats just gonna have fun killing Avea?
We'll see. He's got Bannerman as well, so that bats with a shield. I think Avea may have triggered there with nothing.
Avea has 2 triggers at the moment.
Okay.
In total. Also survived long enough for Quentin to do a full cycle.
Yep, next one's ready. Avea, of course, doesn't do the self-damage, which means you have to play her slightly differently to how you did before.
Yeah, you actually have to kill her now.
Yes. Only one activation that time.
That was kind of a weak one. I mean, it was a certain activation. Or Priestess from Walking Blind Date for Quentin was also a little bit painful.
Right, here we go. Bats. More bats. Shielded bats.
And APAP not being the best master dealing with this kind of flying swarm.
No, not at all.
Something like a Ravager would deal with it quite a bit better. Or Diona. Hell, even Red Bull I think would deal with it a little bit better.
He does have the 1/5+ card in his hand, the Avea, which means that the APEP's attacking a little bit faster than normal.
He can't actually use Avea right now, because he first needs something to get a shield on.
There you see Avea not activating herself anymore. Okay, so this is just going to be... This is just going to be bats, 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 over and over again.
It's interesting to see a Vulture Prime, but not a Bazooka.
Yeah.
I feel like you're wasting some... Oh, this is so painful for Quentin though.
It's so difficult for them.
He's not going to get the trigger. He doesn't have the anti-air to deal with all the bats.
Yeah, now I recall seeing that bats deck before. And you can see how strong it is.
That also explains the Defenso ban.
Yep.
Because Defenso, of course, being amazing against that.
Shut that down immediately. Okay.
So both doing a Defenso, but for very different reasons. One for the bats and the other for Avea. Or are we gonna see an Avea versus Avea next?
We'll see.
Probably not. They're probably gonna do the bats again or something.
I feel like that bats deck is very strong. That's one of those decks, if you don't have a particular counter, it just gets out of control.
But I don't think he can play it the second time, because if Quentin is paying attention to what you do in tournaments, he's gonna change something right now, and he's gonna have that that anti-air in the game.
Yeah, just pop a Blast Monster in there, and suddenly...
A Blast Monster or a Arcanist, you know. Blast Monster is probably better. But get something to deal with it, because it all comes in one horde, so Blast Monster would indeed deal with it really fast, would shut it down. And I think Quentin getting a lot of surprise value here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a kind of a deck mismatch. Even if Avea had got activated, it really wasn't going to change too much. Those Legionnaires would just get battered to death. Definitely. Okay. But it's nice to see that, because that's a very different kind of deck that we don't see anyone else kind of play. Bats, bats, bats. Probably a card with quite a low play rate, I would have thought.
I would assume so as well. I mean, I can check, but it's almost not worth checking.
But yeah, interesting use of it. Using it with Morelia for those extra spell reductions, so you've got more mana for the bats. And yeah, just gets out of control.
I know that was it Death Shoot or Destroy that used to play that as well?
Not 100%.
I think Destroy. One of those two used to play that on ladder.
There's definitely been periods in the meta where that sort of strat had been strong. Did bats used to be 3 mana? I feel like people used to use it with...
Oh yeah, we have had a lot of iterations on that card as well, because it is one of those cards that can turn OP quite fast by just having a small difference.
If you're not familiar at home with how the bats work, basically you cast the spell, and then every time you spend a mana for the next, I think, 5 seconds, it generates a bat. So you want to save up as much mana as possible, and then cast it, and then spawn as much as you can. And of course, because the Morelia reducing the cost of the spell with the spell book, that's more mana for more bats. So that's how that kind of gets out of control, especially as the mana increases in speed as the game goes on.
Yeah, not that he really needed that.
No, it was just out of control from the get-go.
Yeah, I think that was Crossbodude the only anti-air?
He had some propeller scrats as well.
Yeah, but I mean they
don't trade well against the bats. And of course the bats have their re-aggro mechanic as well. So it's
making it really difficult to get night positioning against them because, you know, they reposition as well.
Yeah, they have a long range as well with their nether step. And it's kind of difficult because normally you're used to just letting something lock on face and then you deal with it, whereas the bats, that's not the mechanic that they follow.
Very specifically, that's the one thing bats don't do.
Yes.
Which is why I'm also happy with the flying thing, because I do remember bats randomly grabbing bridges by jumping back on the bridge.
Oh yeah. Yeah. When air units could take bridges, the nether bats were definitely very, very strong. Right, here we go.
Stormbringer. Quentin going away from the Avea probably, or perhaps just still going Avea. No, I see a Swarmer Totem, so probably going for the multiple spawner buildings Stormbringer.
So Eroor playing
Call to Arms as well in that case.
Yep, Eroor playing Morelia again, but not the bats. Flyby shutting down the Swarmer.
Makes sense to not do the same twice, right? As I said, it's a deck that's a lot about the surprise value.
Yeah,
and Quentin does have more anti-air this time, and indeed the Call to Arms. Oh, but that's of course a great counter against buildings.
Okay, so
not as good as Beam.
No, but he's doing a good job putting pressure on those spawner buildings. That's the quicker you can shut them down, the less value they're going to get.
Quentin is definitely going to have to be careful by not placing the spawner buildings right next to each other.
Yep.
Once he gets the mana to have them both on the field.
There's the Call to Arms, so it's going to keep the Crossbow Guild open for a little bit longer.
Brother's always tough to deal with, but the Cannon Roller is a good answer.
For sure. This Cannon Roller's going to murder that.
Smite! That was a value smite.
Yep, smite, and it's healing as well, right.
And Quint does not have nice car. Ooh, why would you spawn that there?
No, I'm not sure. That seemed like a bit of a panic play. Very difficult when you've got some big units.
Mistake.
You've got some big units pushing you, and then you're looking at your hand and you've got spawner buildings.
No, yeah, but he had Arcanist in his hand, which is a fine card to play there. Like, play that in the nuke and you have a fine defense. That was just a massive play. Potentially enough to lose a game on.
Okay. Here comes the Scrutillery.
Yeah. And this time there is not an Arcanist ready, so... Ooh,
Call to Arms gets nothing!
Well.
Okay,
this is very painful.
This is spiraling a little bit.
A spawner building being destroyed without getting the full value. He's spawning that away from face. I'm not entirely sure why, because the Scrutillery has just been used.
Battle Monkey needs to be dealt with carefully. We spoke about how it can get out of control.
Like those spear throwers. Does Eroor not have a better counter ready? You are right though, that Battle Shield is getting a lot of value. Eroor does not get too much about the face damage that he's getting here, I think. Although it is getting quite a lot.
Gotta be careful with those Blood Imps as well. Quentin's taking a lot of health damage. XP's still okay. He does have a heal puff out. He's doing a lot of face damage to Eroor though.
Yeah,
but Eroor's got those...
I'm kind of surprised he got that much up.
He's got those two Spirited Brothers though. They're going to need dealing with. But here we can see the cycle speeding up.
Heal buff is doing so much work here.
Yeah.
He already has the next heal buff as the next card.
Yeah, but he got two Swarmer Totems up at one point as well. This is a scary looking push, those brothers. Monkey.
He healed so much from that one heal buff. That's very painful. That guild very well counted though.
This is his problem. He had a good push, but he's going to struggle to deal with this. We still got
Blood Imps are tough. Eroor is lacking a
Smite coming on the Cannon Roller. Bam.
I'm surprised there is no Grenadier in this match.
Just can't get through that brother quickly enough.
So much value. Yeah, this game. Brother getting the value.
Okay, Eroor takes that.
And that I think that's partially Quentin losing the pressure mid-game with those two misplays with the buildings in a row.
Yeah.
Where he called to arms a building that would die and putting that Swarmer Totem right in front of multiple units. while getting a push into him. But even with that, I'm still a little bit surprised that this swapped so hard.
Just
Because he had a big push going.
Just see the power of the spirit on those big brothers.
Yeah,
they just became something he just couldn't deal with.
And also just not having any big unit counter outside of the cannon roller, and the cannon roller can always get smited, right?
Yep. Again, Eroor just paying attention to what he knew, that cannon roller was the big counter to his pushes, and he just had the smite always available for that. And of course, then the smite, if it's close enough, is going to heal his units as well with that holy fire.
Always valuable.
Okay, so
but you can often overpay on a counter if that counter counters your units.
Yeah.
Because you get the value of your units together with killing the opponent's thing, basically. Like killing a 4-mana unit that's gonna kill your 10-mana card. Even if you spend 8 mana on countering that 4-mana card, you save your 10-mana card. Of course, if you can do it cheaper, please do it cheaper. But it's worth 8 mana to keep your 10 mana alive while killing the opponent's 4 mana.
Yeah, for sure.
In this case, it is only 5 mana, of course, but I'm just making an example.
Oh, correct. Okay, that match finished quite quickly. We're going to jump into another match. We've got DarkCrow against Dragon going on. We have very little idea of what's actually going on with that. They're in the menu. Let's see if we can find out before they start.
I was not ready.
It could be over. I'm not sure. Let's find out.
They are indeed in the menu.
Dragon is typing. Dragon, of course, reigning champion. Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Not at all?
I don't think so.
Not even one game?
No, he said he was taking a dinner break. Sinobii won't be happy with that.
Is he still going to play the round, or...?
Wait, hold on.
That's a little bit strange.
Okay, looks like that's starting right now. Well, figure that out as we go. Okay. Let me update the score and everything. Okay, so, well, that might delay the rest of the tournament, and then they may get a slap on the wrist for that, but...
Thanks, Dragon.
At least we get to see it. Right.
So we see DarkCrow playing R3KT, at least we get that. And it's a fairly aggressive R3KT, which I always liked. He has Snap Freeze, Hypnotize, and a Gorak Gate. So he's really planning on probably using the Hypnotize to kill the opponent's big pushes, while just going aggressive himself with the Gorak Gate and R3KT to support. And we finally see the Salads.
Okay.
Ooh, I do not like that Hypnotize.
It's a strange...
It's
a strange one, yeah.
Like if he had done Snap Freeze, that would have done so much more.
I mean, there's a weird thing if you that Hypnotize could have done some face damage with the...
Yeah, but it
the way the boom buggy targets, right?
Perhaps I can never remember it. It's I think that's what
there we see the beam again. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if Dragon didn't have other counters for the Salads, I can understand it, but it does feel a little bit awkward. Also, that was the wrong place to jump with R3KT. Because you just brought it that. Oh, he wants it on face. Okay.
Help is a resource. Just don't use too much of it.
I just feel like if you play the brothers on the Prowler, he doesn't get his jump off. Of course, it's a little bit hard to do your push because you have less mana. But it's always dangerous to go low in HP against Morelia because she has heal and that strong push of the dragon. So you need to be careful with that.
Is that...
This Hypnotize is
awkward
a bit better potentially. Well, it might be better because it might kill all the skeletons. Oh, it doesn't do that. Okay, well, then it was also kind of bad. Like, imagine if those two Hypnotizers were fireballs.
Yeah.
Of course, the actual value you can get from Hypnotize is way bigger than a fireball. Because if the opponent has two big units fighting each other, whoo, that's so much value.
We see the Zealots crushing.
Yeah, that's gonna get beamed. Yeah. Hashtag predicted.
Yeah. It's the freeze, but it's not gonna do anything.
I mean, it makes him slow, I guess. I mean, yeah. Just don't tank it with face again. Use the clone.
He's gonna.
Oh, why not use the clone of R3KT? That feels like a misplay to me.
Yeah, it could have been prevented, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to admit that DarkCrow is probably a better player than me, but I'm still gonna complain about that play.
There's the Hypnotize. The weird thing about the Hypnotize on the Boom Bug is it still hits. It still hits enemy units.
Like that's a good beam though. That beam got value. Whew.
Yeah, and the heal as well.
And yeah, we see that Dragon is healing so much. He would have less HP than DarkCrow by now, I think, if he didn't have the heal. And this is probably the worst version of Gora Gate, the Elite Swarmer ones. Lots of HP, but also lots of self-damage.
Yep.
And then we have a Whirly. I don't know what the bans was for this match, but clearly not a Whirly.
Okay, here comes the Brother Push. It's fairly close, but we know Dragon's going to have that big power spike with his perk 3, Nirvir. Double heal.
I really don't like the usage of R3KT so far. Like, I think you can get... What is that Hypnotize?
Don't know. It's not really...
It sort of works in the end, but that is only because Dragon played things into it. I don't like it. And oh no! Why would you one-punch blast that? It was gonna die anyways.
Just wants to get through it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but the next ult attack would have killed it, I think. I think he's making big misplays with R2KT, which is a pity.
It's got a lot of pressure on at the moment, though.
He's still doing a good job at beating Dragon, so...
Oh yeah, for sure.
I shouldn't say so much.
Dragon wants to get Nirvir out, but can't save up. Down. Both players low HP.
I'm really confused that he is sort of halfway winning this, because I feel like the plays that DarkCrow has been making are not the quality that I would expect from him.
Without the heals, Dragon would be in trouble right now.
Oh,
even more trouble.
He might already have been dead. There comes the Dragon.
He goes for the face with the one-punch blast.
Understandable.
It doesn't... Yeah, Nirvir doing a great job in the middle there. There's the freeze.
That freeze. Not that great, actually. Don't think that was worth it. I think that was a waste of mana. Okay. I mean, it is a slowed Nirvir, but the slowed Nirvir might actually be better than a fast Nirvir.
Well, big XP lead now for DarkCrow, but can he survive this push?
Oh, he can
Burning mana.
That. Oh, yeah, and he's getting extremely low, and that there's the Hypnotize.
Okay, beam.
Yeah, Dragon wins.
Okay.
He couldn't let that get to face the Whirly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, rightfully won by Dragon. Just too many misplays from DarkCrow, I think.
But even though, despite that...
Yeah, it was close, and I'm really surprised by that. I'm not sure why it was that close. Because the Hypnotizers almost all felt like a waste of mana.
Yeah, as you say, if that was a Fireball or a Dragon Ball or something, that would have done so much more work.
And I don't feel like the snap freezes were worth it that much either. And I think that multiple times R3KT was not played to the full value that he can. So I am a little bit surprised that was that close. Perhaps one of the spectators can tell me why. They might know the matchup better, but I'm just confused.
Yeah, I mean, the mistakes he made just meant he took more face damage. But I don't think that ultimately changed anything, because that Dragon push, I couldn't see him dealing with that. I
mean, if he had gotten to the brothers again, or the Salads,
yeah, maybe
they do a lot of damage. And it was a slow Dragon, so you can distract it for quite a long time.
And he did have a good XP lead at the time as well.
So he was close to Mana Frenzy, I think, even. Wasn't he already like at 180 something?
Yeah, he was very close. So yeah,
so I think he had a good chance. It's just like not tanking the Prowler with the R3KT clone. I don't understand why you would not do that. And at a different point you could have done the brothers, but I mean that was a choice where he chose to tank it and then get a bigger push. Understandable. Whether or not it was the right choice, I don't know, but that was more understandable than the one where he could just use the clone to tank the face hit, I think.
Yeah, but effectively nothing. Well, Okay, well, he needs to regroup after that. This is the fourth round, so if you've just joined us, this is the fourth of 5 Swiss rounds where the players are playing each other, earning points, and then we'll have a top 8 once that's done. So Dragon against DarkCrow. If we have a look at the bracket and have a look at their results.
I'm somewhat wondering if DarkCrow might perhaps not be too used to R3KT. Because it is a very unique master, right? So if it's one that he chose because he had a nice idea with it and he wanted to try it out in this early stage of the tournament, perhaps. Because Dragon is a player that if you want to try something out, well, he's going to show you if there's an issue with it.
That's
so
true.
If DarkCrow didn't feel the need to beat Dragon, to try to beat him, and wanted to see if he could get a deck really get value.
Not sure.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know if DarkCrow has played R3KT in previous tournaments. I just didn't quite like what I saw there. Let's see what he picks for the next match.
Okay.
Masters, get ready.
Setsu. Now that's an interesting master because it's similar to R3KT and as in it gets on the face and is generally quite aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's to a certain degree easier because you make less choices with the master itself, right? Because with Setsu it's one jump and then it's only the reloads. Whereas R3KT is, of course, you have a lot of different jumps and they can jump in a large area and you have to think of where the clone goes. Oh, Dragon does not want to deal with Reconator.
Yeah, Dragon really loving that beam over and over again.
Understandable, I think it's a really good card that is being overlooked a little bit. I'm getting a good XP lead. Lone Wolf from DarkCrow. Always an interesting card to see how people get the value of.
Right.
And here we see a great situation for Setsu to jump in, where she basically acts like what you would do with a fireball, but then for 2 mana. Just dealing with that boom buggy, just getting a lot of face damage from this horde. Snap Freeze, I mean it does get the slow in, but I think like a Daggerfall would have been so much better there. Of course, Snap Freeze might be a little bit more flexible than a Daggerfall, but I love face damage.
Yeah, especially as Setsu. You just want to be whistling your opponent down, and then when you get to that perk 3, hopefully you've got them close enough that you can just
like
jump on face.
A single full cycle of Setsu, if the opponent doesn't have like a cleave or something to deal with it. Oh, DarkCrow not loving that, because he just painted a red cross on that beam. He's really done with the beams from Dragon on the Reconator.
Good job picking up the aggro of the Setsu there so it doesn't hit face. If you play quickly enough, you can do that. Dragon ready for it.
Always a very good thing to be ready for, because that saves so much face damage and you need to save that face damage. Although, Morelia with the heal is a good counter for Setsu. But like a single cycle Setsu, once you get that perk 3, can do like 500-600 damage without too much trouble. So you need to be really careful in that late game, that you really make sure that Setsu can't hit that face the entire time. That battle shield will do work though.
Yeah, needs to be careful not to trigger it.
And DarkCrow is going aggressive, which makes sense. He does get like a little swan there.
Yeah, this time he's not able to pick up the aggro, but Dragon gets the double heal. 200 HP
and get
from the
something
spellbook.
on DarkCrow's face as well. So it's not too bad. Does Dragon have mana for a beam?
Yes.
And does that not still explode in face?
Let's find out. It's going to be close. It's going to be on face. That's going to be more face damage.
Yeah.
Boom. A lot of face damage. Okay. DarkCrow will be liking that.
Good, very good play from DarkCrow, realizing that Dragon might not have the mana right there. Because he did just have to defend.
Again, double heal. He really
Dragon
needs that.
is a little bit ahead in XP, but the Dragon is not that interesting if Setsu can get to perk 3 before Dragon plays it. and it's gonna be the case.
Well, this
Or
is a
Dragon
lot
might
of face
just never
damage
be able
coming
to
out.
play it. Yeah, damn.
Artillery coming in as well.
Artillery is so
Takes
good.
the boom buggy.
See, you don't need a fireball. Artillery works just fine as well to kill that boom buggy. I like that just so much more than the hypnotize we saw last game. Oh, he still has hypnotize in his hand.
Right,
Well,
both
don't
players-
use it.
Yeah, both players at perk 3. DarkCrow just waiting to pull the trigger. But here comes the heal. Double
Yeah,
heal.
but I mean, that doesn't do that much, you know? Like, the DarkCrow has enough spells. Oh, you're only showing one deck, by the way, you know that?
Yeah, I had a problem where I had to restart the other game. You should be okay
Yeah.
once it restarts. Thanks.
That battles heal, if that gets to phase... Ooh, DarkCrow not going aggressive. I think that's a mistake. Oh wait, he hits phase through it.
Well, that's
will be
nice,
smiling.
actually,
That
yeah.
was a good play.
Does get a
Well
heal.
played.
Does get a
Yeah,
freeze.
but it's
Those scrats on face as well. They are
Funnily enough,
frenzied.
Perhaps he should have hypnotized that to get that extra blast, but... Ooh, battles heal. Oh!
Oh, he's
So
alive!
close.
Where's the spellbook for the heal? Don't die to the stint!
Dragon does fishy GG.
Oh, I can't see how he's going to get. He can't. Okay, DarkCrow
No,
brings this back.
He already GG'd. He did
Yeah,
fishy
he-
GG.
Even if he'd beamed the Reconator, he was going to struggle to shut it
It
down.
would self-explode. We saw that earlier where he just couldn't defend against it. Yeah, this was a lot better from DarkCrow than previous match.
Yeah,
I really
that's...
like that artillery in the deck that helps against those boom buggies.
Yeah, and there was some real nice Setsu positioning where he got face damage as well as locking down the Nivir as well.
Personally, still not sold on the snap freeze.
Yeah, so the thing is, it could work, but like, what? Could something else work better?
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like other things like a fireball or a daggerfall often will turn out to be better. And I might be wrong. I just haven't seen a moment where I go like, yeah, that is the perfect snap freeze thing. This is why you play it.
Okay, so DarkCrow fighting back. 1 game all here. Dragon taking the first game.
1-1.
DarkCrow, Setsu just too strong. We know Setsu's poke 3 is always going to be very strong. Dragon...
And it's very nice. Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, Dragon just constantly healing in that game. Kept him in it, but ultimately... Just not
But
enough.
also very interesting how DarkCrow just got the beams with the Reconator, which is sort of fine for Setsu, because Setsu kind of wants to cycle anyways.
Yeah.
Cycling for the same cost basically is fine there. And that means that the beam can't be used against Setsu or something like that. It opens some space. Of course, Dragon can make the beam cheaper, but it's still kind of fine. And especially if you can get the Reconator still to explode on face. I mean, that's just so much fun.
Yeah. And the thing is, he'll struggle to make the beam cheaper because he's having to heal so often from the spellbook. And as you say, beaming the Reconator and then the Reconator still exploding on face, that's such a good trade for DarkCrow.
It's actually a really good point you made there, that Dragon never really got the chance to make his spells cheaper because he needed the heals.
Yeah, just kept that pressure on. So
It's one of the important things when you play against Morelia, that if you can actually get the face damage, that does take away a lot of her choices because she will need the heals.
very true. And it's a lot easier to use a 5 mana beam than a 7 mana beam when you're thinking about, what do I want to throw this out? Do I want to trade here? 5 mana beam is almost just making the decision for you.
That's
Okay.
true.
So 1 game all. I think I was trying to look at the overall score as the game started. So if we look at the standings. There's 1 more round after this. Top 8 go through.
Do we have anyone that is a surprise?
So
My
we've got
names are not loading in.
We've got
no, they are.
Set currently unbeaten. This pro MM player. They've got 9 points. Nikshow 9 points. Eroor 9 points. Memfisto 9 points. DarkCrow 9 points. Dragon 9 points. So it's very close.
If I remember correctly, MM wasn't that the Chinese player that has like 2 times the Chinese character in a row? I feel
not
like we've seen
sure.
that in a previous tournament.
We had someone that was called like 3344.
Oh yeah, we had that as well. Am I confusing it
I
with
don't.
that? It might be
I
confusing
don't know
it
if
with
it's
that
the
one.
same person or not, to be honest.
I might be just be confusing it with
Can I
that.
see what their Discord name is? Oh, hold on. Discord name's Clock. That's Marsh.
Marsh?
Yeah, Marsh.
Oh, the one with an E after it.
Yes. Likes
Ah, yeah, okay.
to play Gax.
I know that
okay.
certain people in the community have very strong opinions on Gax.
Okay. Imagine people just using their actual name. Imagine
that would
knowing
be
who
too easy for
anyone
us.
is. Okay, so yeah,
I mean,
Marsh is a
Are
very
there
good
any
player.
really big surprises in this? I mean, we know that Dragon currently shows as 7th, but that depends on how his current matches gonna end up.
Nadareja's down in 11th with a 2-2
Oh.
record, so
Ooh.
that's a little...
Who did Raja lost to? Is there an easy way to say that, or do we need to go to the rounds?
He lost to Memfisto and Nikshow.
Okay, expectable. Not expectable, but acceptable. Acceptable losses. That's just rough pairing. Rough pairing for this kind of format.
Yeah, but then that puts a lot of pressure on him for the final game. He really needs to get a win there. And,
they need to win that. And even winning that might not be enough.
9 points, yeah.
Because there are a lot of others who can get to 9.
We've already got 7 players on 9 already, although...
Yeah.
So that's, so most, if not all of the 4th round has ended, apart from this one, who's delaying us further.
Because of a certain dragon.
Well, I mean, the match was, the start was delayed for his dinner, now we're waiting on his dessert.
Really?
No.
Oh, thank God. I mean, at this point, I don't put anything past them, you know?
Right, here we go. Going into the final game of this best of 3. Poised at 1 game all. Dragon against DarkCrow. Where are we going to go?
Morelia versus Morelia.
Okay.
That is... I mean, both interesting and a little bit boring. I personally never find Morelia matches that interesting. They tend to just go late.
Yeah.
Without too much happening. Because they are so flexible, so both sides can adjust a lot to the opponent, you know? They don't do that many flashy things.
Nice early pressure from DarkCrow though. Shuts down the Prowler.
Yeah, very good early push.
He has to hypnotize again. It'll be interesting to see if he can get some better value out of it this time.
Salads as well this time, and as we said earlier, salads are really strong. Also a reboot. Do you think that might be a reaction? Oh, apparently not. I want to say, do you think that that's potentially a reaction to the blood pack cards we've seen, like blood imps?
Potentially, they can really punish it.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't show it that early.
Yeah, you'd normally want to play after that, as you say. Okay, there's the spirit on the shield guard, keeping it alive. The curse is going to finish it off, though, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, just about.
The beam getting its value. Ooh, Defenso chopper.
Defenso just nails everything.
Oh, DarkCrow does a plus ping on it, shows that he realizes it's a good play.
Right, can we get the Prowler this time? XP lead for DarkCrow, 10 XP ahead.
Yeah, but the dragon with the push, right? So that should make up for it.
What does he have?
I mean,
he doesn't have anything that's good against that Defenso right now. He had a Jolo, he had Zealots.
Oh, not using heal. Little bit surprised.
I mean,
Salads can be decent against it, I guess. Oh, and Reboomer, of course. Oh, there. Oh, that might actually be a decent.
Okay, nice hypnotize.
Little bit surprised to then waste Scatillery on it.
Yes, that's a lot of mana to invest to kill it.
That feels really like overkill. Not sure. Oh, the Rammer.
Rammer's gonna put on base damage. As we saw in the previous one.
A Rammer from a walking blind date.
Yeah, for sure. And as we saw in the previous one, if he's going to put pressure on Dragon's face and Dragon's going to have to start to heal from the spellbook, then that's going to change some of the interactions that he can get.
Definitely. Dragon really going for the spirits on the shield guard, and similarly, if Dragon can do enough damage to DarkCrow might not be able to do that play as well.
Does Dragon have 2 spells though? That's the thing. I don't know if he does. He's got the beam. Does he have anything else? Again, a weird hypnotize.
Yeah. It is, I think DarkCrow would win more if he didn't play Hypnotize.
I mean, it's... Sometimes you just have to
Right.
not play a card if it's just not working out
Yeah.
in your deck. If there's not a good situation for it. Right. Nice spirits there on the Zealots. That's going to be something for it to deal with.
A nice animation bug is also always glorious. We've actually recently did a change to a lot of the animations because of Frozen.
Right.
And that introduced some animation bugs, so if you find one, please do report them on Discord so that we can work on them.
Yeah, the Zealots is definitely one. So is it purely animation?
Yeah.
They're not actually doing an attack? So
Yeah, it's purely animation. They're not doing an attack, and similarly, there are bugs where you don't see an attack animation when they are doing an attack. Like gameplay-wise, nothing there is broken. It's
Okay.
just visuals.
Because someone was saying to me they felt like it was doing an actual attack, which meant that sometimes it would miss an attack if it had just done an attack and it couldn't attack straight away
Yeah, no,
when it should do a real
that's
attack.
not the case.
Right, Beam shuts this down. XP
Does it
very
get the reboomer?
similar.
Oh, it
No.
does not get the reboomer. Does the would have been a fun respawn. But DarkCrow is getting a little bit low on HP, especially because he had a book open, so the Swarm is actually get to face and deal some damage.
Yeah. I mean, Dragon did a good job to react to that reboomer then, because he had to immediately spawn that to
Yeah.
kill it, otherwise wouldn't have worked out. Right, here we go.
Good breath from DarkCrow though, dealing some damage to that curse bearer. But the curse bearer
the
being
curse
such
bearer.
a good counter. So Dragon, that does not work for curse.
No, the curse does not get the Hypno, so it doesn't help too much
So
at all. We've got the Spirit
is-
there on Dragon's Dragon as well. Oh, the Spirit was going... Did
Yeah,
you not
but
make
then
a...
it does
Did you not make a change recently to change the spirits on things that were dying or something so they didn't get wasted?
We might have done that for Spirit Infusion, but not for the Morelia card. That's possible.
123 HP
DarkCrow's
left.
there.
DarkCrow's dying. Oh!
Yeah. I wasn't even paying attention to that top push. to be
No,
honest.
sorry. I asked you a question and kind of derailed the commentary. Okay.
Dragon wins.
It was good we got to see that. Dragon, I think, just played the same deck 3 times in a row. Morelia. Obviously
Yeah, I still am not like Morelia. It's a fun master to play, honestly. If you but goes a little bit too much to late game for my taste, and the matches always feel a little bit the same when Morelia is playing.
Yeah.
I don't
does.
think it's a very hype master to watch.
You got the dragon on dragon action. If your dragon wins.
Yeah, especially when dragon wins the dragon versus dragon fight.
Yeah. I followed all of that. Okay, so Dragons won that by 2-1. So that's the final game in the 4th round. So as mentioned before, we need to get all the games in the round completed before the next round can start, because the seeding or the matchups are dependent on the results of all the previous rounds. So Dragon's dinner unfortunately delaying not only his game, but everyone else's probably. But man's got to eat.
Who needs food?
What a weak snack game. Okay, so we'll wait for that to be plugged into the system, and then we'll figure out where we're going to go. We'll keep an eye on the standings as well, of course, to see...
This does mean, by
Who's
the
on the
way,
cast?
that Dragon has lost 1 game more than Set, but on the same set win and loss. They both have won 4 matches, sets, whatever.
Yeah.
Why do people always have names that fit with the other words I'm trying to say? Like Set has won the same amount of sets as Dragon with his dragons. Oh,
like
Jesus.
earlier when we were watching Eroor and you said, I've had an error.
Oh yeah, Jesus. Can people stop having names that are things I do or have to work with? Everyone, you now just have numbers as your
We
name,
have a list
okay?
of bands.
2344, nice and easy.
A list of band names. Like when you're programming and you've got like
Yeah.
system keywords you can't use for variable
Yeah.
names and stuff.
We need that. I mean, Dragon is a horrible name for a game that has so many different type of dragons in it.
And somebody that plays a lot of them.
Yeah.
Right. Looks like we're going to be going for Eroor against Memfisto. So let's make sure that we've got this standings page up to date. So where are we? So Memfisto's on 9 points, and Eroor's also on 9 points. Very similar record: 3 wins, 1 loss. So we've seen Memfisto, we've seen Eroor. So who's on the cusp? So the top 8 are on 9 points. The people just outside the top 8 at the moment: Fikys,
I mean,
Nadaraja.
Sinobii says that the match between Eroor and Memfisto basically decides who of those two gets in and who gets knocked out. Probably.
Yeah, potentially, because the loser will sit on 9 points, and we'll probably have a bunch more people on 9 points as well. Nadaraja fighting there as well. Okay. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, Memfisto seems to have had a little bit of a rough match, having lost more games than Eroor.
Right.
Like Eroor has won 7 and lost 2 games, where Memfisto has won 5 and lost 3. So ratio-wise, way worse. Wait, how can he have won 5 games? Did Memfisto get a bye or a
Possibly, yeah.
Disqualification from an opponent? Because
There was quite a few in the first round, so that's possible.
yeah, I'm just looking at like 5 games won, but he has 3 sets once, you know.
Right, so let's get set up here. So this is the 5th and final round of Swiss Eroor against Memfisto. Get the bands in. We'll see what's going on in the other games where we can. Let me just get set up with the names here. Right.
This round will get late apparently according to the chat, because Dragon must step away for his nap.
Okay, and then when he wakes up, he's got to have his shower. He's got to get his
morning exercise.
Yeah, go for a run.
Walk his pet dragon.
Okay, so this will be the final round of best of 3s. Dun, dun. Okay, so yeah, these guys are both on the cusp. They could both qualify. We'll see how the other games pan out. But of course, you know, it's still in each of their own hands. If they win, they're in.
The reason why it's unlikely is because the person that will get through, right, will at most have 5 losses.
Yeah.
The person that have 9 points. And if Memfisto loses, he will have 5 losses as well. So if someone below him gets through without losing a match, so with a 2-0, they'll have less losses than Memfisto if he loses.
Yeah.
Eroor is a little bit more safe, depending on how a bye is handled with this.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how that's handled.
Join the club.
But yeah, that... I would expect Eroor to be fairly safe because he has a really good win ratio.
So Memfisto will probably have seen Eroor play the bats earlier.
So he's probably ready for it, you mean?
Yeah, ready for it. Not really the sort of thing you want to ban, but it's the sort of thing you want to be ready for. Because if you ban it, they're just going to play something else that's going to be strong. If you're ready for it, then you can make it weak.
True. So we're probably expecting Eroor to ban the Fencer Chopper again if he wants to play it again.
Yeah, we could. Or it could just be a fake out. Who knows?
True. But if he doesn't ban the Defenso, I don't expect him to play it. Like, that's a risk to take.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they decide to go with. Okay, so in the final round, if we have a look at the matches, we've got Set against Dragon. That's going to determine who goes through as the #1 seed. Nikshow against Marsh. Nikshow is on 9 points, so he's likely to get through, but also still on the cusp. Marsh also on 9 points, so that's a similar sort of thing with those guys, but they've got a slightly better record, so they're higher up. Eroor against Memfisto, as we're going to see here. Nataraja against DarkCrow. DarkCrow's on 9 points. Nataraja is on 6 points. So Nataraja really does need to win that, and then we'll see if his record is good enough to get in the top 8. But he's really up against it.
The guy that's above Nataraja, Fikys.
Yep.
Probably if he wins, Nataraja might not even have a chance. If he wins 2-0, it's hard to see how Nataraja would have better stats if he doesn't have it now.
Yeah. So Nataraja's got to win that and then hope that some of the other things go his way. We've got Nidram against Chainig, who a little bit further down. They're on 6 points.
We saw Everdream earlier. They're on 6 points as well.
Yep.
They did quite well in the first match, remember?
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of people on the cusp, and the difference between qualifying for the top 8 and not can really be very, very tiny. Just as you say, coming down to the number of games that you've won and lost within the matches that you've played. So yeah, we've got all the way down to 15th place on 6 points. That's 9th through to 15th, all on 6 points, pushing for those 9 points that may get them in.
Yeah, and we also see that the 9 points, is also a lot. That's 3 till 8. Yep. So a lot of those could fall out.
Very close. Okay, so we got the bans in. Memfisto has banned Wrecked, Pebbles, Skeleton Horde, and Eroor has banned Wall, Defenso Chopper, and King Puff.
So there is a decent chance of seeing the bats again because Defenso Chopper got banned.
Yep.
And was it Memfisto that lost to APEP getting Skeleton Horde?
I think so, yeah.
Because he really had enough after that match then, I guess.
It looks like it. Right, here we go. Game number 1.
Playing Monkeys. Going for a Ravager Senchi deck. With Battle Shihu, Jade Spark Watchers, and Jade Slingers. And a Windwalker Seal. Whoa!
So we're going to see a big push at perk 1 from Eroor. The Brutus is going to spawn. He wants to support it. Gets the giant growth there from the Growth Burst Shroom on the battle Shihao.
Is it Shihao? I always thought it was Shihu.
Shihao? She someone? Right.
Can a Chinese person please inform us on the pronunciation?
I'm going to assume that I'm wrong. Shiho.
I mean, we go for Shihu, I think, in the company, but I mean, it's hard to say with us all having accents and shit.
This is a lot of face damage coming
out. Though. Like, I expected Dragonade to do more, but it's just been, playing with Brutus over there.
Right. So that's
and Brutus, of course, being mythic, so he doesn't get pushed away. So the slam doesn't actually allow Dragonade to move. It's a lot of scats as well.
Yeah, Memfisto is fighting back with some damage here.
Yeah, but a good Xing.
Yeah, nice stun, but still the face damage is going to come on.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to get an explosion.
Yeah, this might just be death.
Oof.
Yeah, death. Oh, quick game.
Wow.
Can't say it wasn't eventful. What was that?
That was a huge push, and then a huger push.
Yeah. Which one was the hugest?
Memfisto's was bigger. Yeah, and they just didn't have any way of shutting down the
I mean, Zeppelins behind a Reckinator is tough to deal with.
Yeah, we got the double Zeppelin from the Scrat Swarm buff with 5 Scrats in the opponent's area.
And without having the spells to restart Xing... Wait, oh, Xing Long does not... You need the opponent to use spells these days, right? Because Xiaolong you can activate yourself, but Xing Long the opponent has to activate. I mean, you can't do that re-trigger on the stun, which would have dealt with the Zeppelins.
I can't remember if it's that or the other way round.
No, I'm pretty sure that that's it, because the problem was that Xinglong was too good, but Xiaolong wasn't necessarily too good.
I feel like you can activate your own Xiaolong.
Yeah, you can activate your own Xiaolong, but the opponent has to activate your Xinglong. It's the yin and yang thing.
I'm confused.
Okay, Xinglong, the one that was used, the opponent has to use a spell to trigger it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Something in me telling me it's the opposite, but I may be wrong.
Well, you're wrong. Xiaolong you can activate yourself. Xinglong the opponent has to activate. The reason for that was that you being able to trigger it yourself was just too good.
I'm sure it's the opposite. Look, I'm looking in the game. It says Jinlong, when you play a spell, Jinlong pops into another realm.
Wanna bet that that was a bug in the text?
I don't know. I'm sure you can still do it. Xiao.
Is it really Xiaolong the opponent? If
Xiaolong...
we actually fucked up those texts,
No, I'm sure that's right. I'm sure Xiaolong, when your opponent plays a spell...
Why would we do it that way? That doesn't make sense.
Because...
Because that is the problem, that was too good.
I'm sure that's how it works. Xiaolong,
no.
the green dragon, opponent plays a spell, it triggers it. Jinlong,
it was the other way
you
around.
can trigger it yourself.
I was so sure that was the other way around.
So Xiaolong has the anti-spell tech, whereas the Jinlong doesn't, because it's your spells.
Oh, sure, that is so weird.
I'm sure that's how it works.
That is so weird. Why would we do it that way? Doesn't that keep it being too good?
It's still strong, yeah. You just don't... If you're playing against it, you don't have to worry about triggering the...
I guess you
Jing.
can kill it with spells. Was that the reason?
That does make it easier to kill, yeah.
Huh. Was it that?
But it also means you can't force it to disappear and then kill it as it comes back.
Yeah, I wonder if it was because of feedback that people wanted to be able to keep that juggling. I don't remember now.
I mean, I'm sure people...
Well,
I'm sure people wanted to keep the juggling because it's bloody strong in times.
True. But in that case, I think Eroor made a mistake by not having a spell ready to trigger it the second time to destroy the Zeppelins.
Yes, that's the thing. That it's not normally the one stun, it's the stun.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that because we changed that, that was no longer an option, but apparently it's still an option. So in that case, it's... He should have done that.
Okay.
Yeah, I know my own game perfectly.
I mean, I was confused there. Jing owns spells to show me the money. Xiao opponent spells. I know Show Me the Money abuses the hell out of Jing. So
he's probably the one that gave us the negative feedback on the other option.
Don't nerf it. Right, so what have we got? Morelia against Diona again.
Versus Diona. Ah yeah, because King Puff of Memfisto was banned. And there we see a very excited seller.
Yeah, he just wants something. Shadow boxing.
And he finally gets it. But that Reckinator with the Zeppelins both getting to face, and then the
nice trap as well.
Is this gonna be a one push end again?
It's gonna be so difficult to deal with. Bats coming out, but there's only about 4 of them. Goodness me. This is going on and on. That Reckinator's hardly taken a scratch yet. And remember, it's support's coming, and it's eventually going to explode as well. This is it.
Yeah.
Wow.
He has something to destroy right now. Like,
boom.
And boom.
Oh, he didn't die, but here comes the Zeppelin.
First time that. We suck at this, you know that?
God. Boom, boom,
I can't believe
wrong.
we both did the boom wrong.
Wow.
But yeah, that was one hell of a push again. I'm afraid that the rest of the month we're just going to see Reckinator with Zeppelins. Jesus.
That's very strong. That's 2 quick
Yeah.
games.
People,
Memfisto
please don't play this. I don't want to get the hate on me for that. I'm already
Wow.
afraid to open the Discord now.
Goodness me. Okay, there you see the power of the... And it wasn't even really a case that the Reckinator was tanking everything, because the Reckinator was hardly scratched by the time everything else died.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Memfisto just shredding there. We may be able to switch to a different game. So Memfisto...
Yeah, that was really fast. 2 super fast games with just both players going fairly aggressive, right? Because once again, Eroor had a strong push as well. He dealt like 1600 damage or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Partially because Memfisto didn't defend because he was doing his own push, you know, but...
Yeah, I think we've seen that deck before from Memfisto, and it can really get out of control. Okay, so let's have a look what we can do whilst we are waiting. So let's see if these results have been reported.
I'm just reading the chat at the moment and just show me the money talking about the show and stuff. Yeah, all I can say is good execution on the push on Memfisto, and it shows the pain of dealing with a Reckinator if you don't have big unit counters.
Yeah.
And the only big unit counter, if you want to call it that Eroor really had was the Zealots, because nothing else really had DPS. And the Zealots were in their own push. So that means that it's so difficult to deal with the Reckinator. So he didn't even bother, I guess.
Okay, so let's see what's going on with Nadaraja and DarkCrow. Not sure what's going on, not sure what the score is, but we'll see what we can find out. That Memfisto game was super fast. This one looks like it may be over soon, but we're not sure what the score is. But we'll find out as soon as possible.
Wait, which one are we watching now?
We're in Nadaraja against DarkCrow.
Oh.
Remember, Nadaraja is fighting for his life.
Ah, I was not ready for that.
Sorry.
I was rewatching on the stream the end of the previous match.
Okay, so Nadaraja real low with his Stormbringer deck, but he's got a solid push. DarkCrow struggling to defend, even though he's ahead on XP. This looks like it's going to be the end. Okay, Nadaraja taking that game. Let's find out
Oh, that's annoying.
where we're at.
Was that the final match?
We're not sure. I'm awaiting the update, and we will find out. The players are asked, I think, to update the website every game, but no one ever does. Okay, Nadaraja says... Okay, Nadaraja's taking it 2-0. Okay, so that one's done. Okay.
No one wants us to really watch games, apparently. They're all done so fast.
So let's set against Dragon. Let's see what their score is there. It's awful typing.
I can barely keep up with finding people to spectate at this rate.
Just checking to see if people are in a match or not. Dragon's in the menu right now.
Zed is playing at the moment.
Wait. So I hope we've got set against Dragon. Okay, they... That can't be playing with himself. Dragon says
Might
it's
just be
about
that
to...
the
Dragon says
it might just be that the database was a little bit slow in updating that.
Okay, so... It's like Dragon
He
and
doesn't seem to be in
Set
a match.
is 1-0.
Okay, it hasn't been updated on the site yet, but
I know it's 1-0, but I don't know who it is 1-0 to. Dragon 1-0 up. Okay, so let's get this done quickly for you. Set against Dragon.
I've definitely noticed a lot of blood pack being played this tournament, by the way.
Yep.
So Gora Great definitely getting his it's time to shine. Sorry.
That's you.
Did not manage to put my mic up fast enough.
No problem. Okay. Right, Set against Dragon.
Oh, the game's begun.
One game.
Do you have any idea what the bans were?
Nope. 0-1.
Well,
Okay.
it's an APAP versus a Milloween. And a heavy spell Milloween. Set has 4 spells in the 5 cards. And I see
Okay.
that Dragon has 2 expensive cards in his hand. I don't know which ones they are. Is there an Avea in there?
Nope, not yet. We do see a Kurnath though. Right, Set playing Milo.
Oh yeah,
Spells.
talking about Kurnath indeed.
Kurnath.
Set clearly watching the stream.
Yeah.
Hearing us complain about people not playing it. Arcane Ring and Kurnath easily dealing with that. Is he gonna use... Ooh.
Okay, so regarding the bands, Set banned Milloween, Grenadier, and Stint. Dragon banned Apep, Pebbles, and Grenadier.
Ah, so they're just playing each other's stuff now. Because they're both playing the master they banned. Last Stand also very popular at the moment for Milloween decks. Definitely a good comeback card. Although as Dragon, if Dragon is not playing future cards, I would be very concerned right now playing against a Milloween that is quite a bit ahead in XP. That's not something you want.
Okay, Kurnath. He had to spawn Kurnath a little early there, didn't really want to tank it, but Kurnath's ability will still activate even if it's stunned, I think. Okay, and there's the beam.
I don't think it should.
No, I don't think it did actually.
I don't think it should.
It definitely
If
didn't
it does,
trigger
I
there.
think that's a bug.
Pay
Good
attention
use
to it.
of the arcane missiles to just get that boom buggy to not do a lot. Good screaming scat as well though. But I mean, look at the bridge control that Set has been having.
Yeah, good
It's
XP
really
lead.
tough to deal with that. We're also very excited to see what the totem change is that we have on the PTR. If people really dislike playing against APAP, try the change on the PTR, see what you would like or don't.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that just to remind people at the end of the stream, just to let them know how to get involved in that, in the PTR. Okay, so XP is in Set's favour at the moment.
Yeah, massively, and has been the entire time. This is really concerning for Dragon, because that perk 3 of Setsu is such a game changer. Like, Dragon must get something quite good from his perk 3 to be able to come back, I think.
Yeah, we saw those skeleton horde earlier, really helped him out. Benso's going to have a good time at the top against all those Legionnaires.
Good wall, protecting the...
Yeah, we saw the last Prowler spawn and got a lot of work done, so he's keen to achieve that again.
I mean, that Prowler is getting value so far.
One of the things I like about Kurnath is the crystals on the back of it.
Did you just notice that that shield just getting removed by the Swarmer?
Nope.
Just before Prowler jumped. So Prowler killed the Legionnaire that had the shield.
Oh, okay. Right, perk 3 now. Dragon
And then
needs...
you see that golem is just slaughtering.
Yeah, one-shotting everything.
Like it's nothing.
Dragon just needs...
Oh, what?
Oh god, that was...
I'm not sure if I like using that totem there.
Hmm.
And did smite right on the boom buggy?
Depends if it's going to melt though with the arcane ring on it. Right, it does spawn. Right, perk 3. I think he got a bounty sniper, yes. Okay, oh that... Okay. Okay.
It actually wins.
That could be massive.
Dragon is definitely coming back, and the bounty sniper is big.
Hey. The beam. Can he keep the bounty sniper alive? I mean, it's difficult here. Can he keep the bounty sniper alive or the prowler? Couldn't really do both. Had to choose one of them.
The good thing is it's actually those settlers did not get that much done there. In the end.
Dragon's not
and
far
Dragon
behind.
is ahead in he's ahead in HP and is catching up in XP, and he did get that bounty sniper, right? I'm assuming that was perk 3.
Yep, he only needs a few kills from that, and it's going to get him back into this if there's time.
Yeah. And Legos are generally a decent target for that. See, got a kill there. Although the difference isn't changing much. Seth does have a good deck to grab the bridges.
And of course, because he's behind on XP, he's getting the shield on that bounty sniper all the time, so that protects it against Kurnath and anything else going around, like the Daggerfall. Yeah, perfect, right. 2 bounty snipers up.
Some value from...
Wow, keeps it alive.
Oh, good catch. Good
this
catch.
is... Set's going to be so mad.
Yeah. But I mean, Seth can still easily win this. He's still ahead, although it is getting closer and closer and closer.
Yep.
He is flooding some mana, Seth, I think. Something that might actually cost him the game. But yeah, right now he is gonna get mana frenzy in the game. No worries.
Mana frenzy for Set. Bounty sniper popping off. Bridge each.
A little bit surprised he tanks it with that, but...
Zealots at the bottom, they need to be dealt with. 2 bounty snipers up. I mean, the bounty snipers
Dragon is actually gonna get to mana frenzy as well, and those bounty snipers will get value in mana frenzy.
Right, one goes down, the other one goes down. I feel like he could have blocked that. He had opportunities to block that.
Yeah, but right now it's sort of equal. They're both very good at grabbing bridges. It's hard to say who's gonna win this right now.
Yeah, Dragon's got a lot of HP and a shield.
I thought Seth really had it in the back, but he was a little bit less aggressive with his bridge game than I thought he was going to be there.
Yeah, this is not over.
So Dragon is definitely in the game. And that Prowler there, just getting value. Boom Buggy is also a great card for Mana Frenzy. Although both have removal spells with Smite and Beam.
Yeah. So now that the XP's leveled up, Dragon's not getting the shield on the Bounty Sniper, and that was the thing that kept it alive against the Daggerfall. Yeah. That's a big push at the bottom. Probably going to get smited.
Yeah, that's what
Beam
I
at the
just
top,
like Beam at top.
At the bottom.
But I mean, now we see Dragon slowly grabbing the bridges more and more.
Yeah,
actually taking control over the game. And Arcane Golem isn't the best in Mana Frenzy.
No. And with Dragon's cycle, that Bounty Sniper's just coming around. The last one was removed, but the next one's ready to go anyway.
It goes so fast that you can have the bridge for just a little bit of time. And their bridge buddies was just played slightly too early, allowing the swarmers to come back to grab the bridge again. It's always very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it just feels like the end is creeping towards Set at the moment.
Yeah.
Dragon having more and more of the bridges.
Both doing a good job, but at the end, Dragon is taking control over.
Yeah, that's...
Like two cage prowlers caged at the same time. Ooh,
just APEP things with that Bounty Sniper. Such a good call.
Just like the Skeleton Horde earlier, exactly the card he needed to be able to get back into the game.
Yeah, that's frustrating to play against. Set did a great job until that perk for I'm sure as soon as he saw that first Bounty Sniper spawned, he realised he was really against it.
Yeah, that's just the end. Well played from both sides, honestly.
Goodness. Okay. The luck we've definitely seen before. The bounty sniper perk 3 just changes the game.
Memfisto already mentioning in the chat, man, what's with the luck dragon? Come on.
Right.
The APAP luck. I mean, can't play Memfisto.
Goodness. Okay. So that was the bounty sniper. Let's put that down. Yeah. So that's
interesting because if Dragon keeps putting out the APAP, then in the knockout phase, it's actually very dangerous because he has already used all of his luck by now, right?
Seems like it.
Like, I hope so.
Is there a limit to luck?
Well, Dragon's luck, it doesn't look like it.
So just to clarify, Biddy in the chat says Kurnath not hitting buildings now. So Kurnath does 100 damage to the closest 3 enemy units. So
does it say units?
It says units. Units. What does units mean?
It should hit buildings. Units is anything that is not the base.
Right. So it should hit buildings. Okay.
Or is it also the base? I'm not even sure if it's not also the base.
I'm pretty sure they removed.
It's not the base, right?
Yeah. It doesn't.
I think it's anything that is not the base. It's always a little bit ambiguous what hits base and what not. But I think it's anything that's not base because we have minions. That would be, you know, anything that is not buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And units includes buildings.
Right.
Basically
okay,
anything with a health bar.
So Kurnath should hit units. Okay. Should hit buildings and minions. Right. Okay. Smite doesn't hit buildings.
Yeah. That is correct.
Sometimes there's a little bit of confusion, like, for example, here, where it's difficult to know what hits what. The same sort of thing with what targets invisible stuff. Like, there's some spells, like, for example, a Frostfeather Flyby, you can target something that's invisible and it will hit it. But something...
Don't you have to target it while it's not visible, and then while it is visible, and then it will still hit it once it goes invisible?
I'm pretty sure you can just do it while it's invisible.
It's kind of weird.
Whereas something like Searing Light from Valorian, if you target something invisible, it would just do nothing.
Yeah. I would say that Flyby, in all honesty, if a thing goes invisible by the time it's there, in my opinion, they shouldn't even hit. You know, so if something goes invisible, they just can't hit it and fly away.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. But at least the targeting should be visible when you click it. In my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works though. So maybe that's something that we can discuss at some point. Okay. So Dragon taking that. Remember, we're in the 5th and final round of the Swiss part of the event, the Swiss format, where the players are earning points towards being in the top 8. So once we've got all the matches completed, which is almost now, so Memfisto beat Eroor, Nikshow beat Marsh Masters, Nadaraja beat DarkCrow, Janing beat Nidram, Fikys beat Everdream, Quentin beat Sabershoe, Cody Chef beat Zen, Ryguy beat Brad. So we're just waiting for the set Dragon match to be reported. Looks like it has. Okay, so then we can look at the standings. So if we try to bring this up on the screen here, if we have a look at the standings, preliminary standings. So on maximum, no, not on max. Nobody got maximum points.
Dragon should have gotten maximum points, right? This hasn't updated yet. Yeah, Dragon. Dragon is on 15 points.
Oh, there it goes. Updates as I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dragon, 5 wins, 0 loss, and a full tummy. We've got Nikshow, Set, and Memfisto on 12 points. We've got Marsh, DarkCrow, Fikys, and Eroor on 9 points, closing out the top 8. So Nadaraja did win that last game, but didn't have a good enough record to get in, finishing 9th, right on the cusp. So we've got 4 players there with 9 points. Nadaraja, Koi, Quentin, and Chainig. Having enough points, but not a good enough record. And that just goes to show how important it is not only to win your matches, but also to drop as few sets as possible. So,
Hell,
good job.
not even sets, but also just games.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
Because
Games.
yeah, but that's not what you said.
Games. What's a set then? You got
A set is like 2 wins and
So that's a
potentially
match.
1 loss. Yeah.
Okay. A match is a tournament.
A match and a set is the same thing.
Tournament is a number of rounds. Each round has a number of matches. Each match has a number of games.
Wait, what?
That makes sense?
But but matches and sets are the same thing in this case. So
Right.
it has like this thing in the table that says set win losses, and that's the same as matches win losses.
Right.
Which is not the same as game win losses.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Everyone followed that, right? It was.
Oh yeah, I've got that. I took notes and everything. I've got a diagram. We know what's going on.
But what we also see is that both Memfisto and Zed, who got 12 out of 15 points, did not get the 15 points because Dragon. Did Nikshow also play against Dragon? Or did he lose to someone else?
If we click on them, it should tell us their results somewhere.
Yeah, he also lost to Dragon.
Okay, looks like you.
So that brings the insane situation that everyone who has only lost 1 set or 1 match, depending on what you want to use, has lost it to Dragon, and everyone else has lost more than 1 match. Meaning Dragon is massively the favorite at the moment, massively.
Yeah, was the favorite going in, and now just adding to that.
Yeah, like the amount of massiveness is insane. If he loses, it's because he uses APAP and has used all of his luck already.
Okay, right, so we're into the single elimination now. Let's have a look to see if we've got the matches up. It looks like we're going to have... We've got Dragon against Eroor. We've got Memfisto against Marsh. We've got Nikshow against Fikys. We've got Zed against DarkCrow. We're going to be checking out Nikshow against Fikys in the quarterfinal. So remember now, we are switching to best of 5 conquest rules. That means if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. You can play the deck, but not the master. So we'll see if that changes things. So we won't have the situation where we just see one person just having one setup that they can just dominate with. They're going to have to dig deep. And
Definitely happy to not see multiple Morelia matches in a row.
Yes. Variety is the spice of life. Okay, so we'll get the ban information in. We'll get our score and everything here updated. Check what's going on. Right. So
what's going on is belly rubs.
Belly rubs, nice. Nikshow against Fikys. I think Nikshow would probably be the favourite here. Right, so quarterfinal, best of 5. So not only can they no longer play a master they're winning with, they've also got to win 3 matches as opposed to 2. So that means even deeper digging into their different decks, different setups, different skill sets. Right, Nikshow against Fikys, quarterfinal, best of 5. Yep. Set this spectate up here. Nikshow not currently online, I don't think. Okay, just waiting for the players to come online.
That is one hell of a butt spot message. But there could be a different amount of butts. A butt is like the V-butt verdict, right?
Perfect.
I don't even know.
That's the smartest thing I've heard today. Games, matches, sets, rounds, tournaments. It all makes sense. Right, so as soon as we got the ban information in, we will go. Right. Waiting on bands. Right, just can use the restroom and then we'll hopefully have the bands.
Do we not need to eat dinner? And shit, I know that we have breaks for Dragon, so he definitely needs to eat like it's dessert, right?
Right. Any bands? Not yet.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, brackets in the chat. Let's get a giveaway going whilst we're waiting here.
I'm just being entertained by my cat in the meantime.
No problem.
Big Chunk loves attention.
No. Right, let's giveaway open. Okay, so do we have bands yet? Waiting on bands, 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 and
I'm not
bands.
seeing them yet. Oh, I see. Wait, that's from previous round. No, I'm not seeing them.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the bands. We are going to have Nikshow against Fikys, quarterfinal, best of 5 conquest rules. So if we look at the standings in the previous round. Right, with brackets. So 8 players remain. Okay, so Nikshow finished in second place
second.
overall. Yeah.
With only the set loss to Dragon.
And then Fikys finished 7th.
Seventh.
So just.
Is that how it works? Like the first against the 8th, second to 7th,
I think so,
second
yeah.
to 7th.
I don't know if you just
I guess
did something, but it sounded like your mic definitely got louder.
I did not do something.
Okay, it's all good. Right.
Have we watched the game of Nikshow today?
We have seen Nikshow against Dragon in the second round.
Do we just watch every time when Dragon beats someone? Is that what we do?
Not every time.
No, but only when he does it with APAP with disgusting luck. Did he do the same against Nikshow? Because we know he did it against Set and Memfisto.
Yeah. The question is, as you said, has he used his luck up?
I mean, the solution to that is don't play APAP, right?
Right. Yeah. But the question is, how do you know when you've got to that point where you've used your luck up?
Well, you get a skeleton horde where you need it, and then you get a bounty sniper where you need it.
But do you just think I've had enough luck, I'm going to switch? Or do you wait until you get one lot of bad luck and then go, okay, that's enough?
It depends. Perhaps Dragon goes like, I can lose one game and still win, you know? He might think he's good enough to handle that.
Okay, bans. Right, we got Nikshow banning Milloween, Pebbles, Avea, Fikys banning Wrecked, Beam of Doom, and Grenadier.
Little bit confused there. Very disjointed bans from Fikys. Not what I would expect, but let's see if he plays something that fits with it, or if he just really dislikes those cards. Because Grenadier and Beam of Doom counter very different things.
Mm-hmm.
And R3KT, I mean, I don't know. Perhaps if you play something like Ravager, R3KT can be very frustrating. Because he can keep jumping to the other side, and Ravager will never kill it.
Very true. We saw earlier how Ravager really struggles against those ranged units.
So if we see a Fikys playing Ravager, I can definitely understand the R3KT ban. Banning Grenadier, I mean, understandable, it's a really good card, but then I just expect you to face a Whirly.
Yeah, a lot of things you ban can just be replaced by something else. Okay, so we've got the bans. We're just ready for the players. Nikshow's ready here. Fikys is ready there. Okay, quarter-final time, guys. 8 players remain. This is Elimination, best of 5. Conquest rules. Of course, once the bans come in, the players may need a bit of time just to react to them. Either build around things that have been banned, or...
I really shouldn't have laughed at this, but I still thought it was funny in the chat. Biggest Fikys.
Biggest Fikys.
Good reference. I appreciate it. Some of the best things to ever come out of the United Kingdom.
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
What?
What are you
Really?
Currently,
Wait, you do know Monty Python, right?
I am aware of Monty Python, yes. But I'm not really
Okay.
a Monty Python aficionado.
Okay, in the life of Brian, there is a joke where someone is called Bickus Dickus,
Right.
and it's like a Roman.
Got it.
And then what happened in that scene is all the extras were told they were not allowed to laugh, and if they laughed, they wouldn't get paid. So they are trying to hold in their laughter while he just goes Bickus Dickus, and then starts trying to make them laugh in other ways, and it's so good. I can't believe that you don't know. You need to watch some Monty Python, man.
Okay. I'll add it to my watch list.
Life of Brian is worth watching anyways. It's absolutely amazing.
I've probably seen it, just not for a very long time.
Masters, get ready.
Right, here we go. Quarter-final time. We've waited a little bit, but it's time for the action to begin.
Morelia versus Diona?
Nikshow, Diona,
Oh.
Fikys, Morelia.
That's an interesting Morelia deck though. Going for Slaves and a Herald.
Okay, so we got what do we have? Okay, so Nikshow, Reconator, Glensbrew, Rabid
very
Swarmer.
aggressive. Oh, very aggressive.
Fikys burning some
Fikys
mana here.
already flooding a mana, yeah. Kinda surprising. Did
But
not
he's got
feel
a-
like there was any logical reason there.
It's got a Slither
Is he-
deck.
No, don't play. No, don't, is Musketeer good against Reconator? I feel that loses, right? You play the Herald against that, don't you?
I mean, the Musketeer will come back, hit it, and then just get destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay. I was just afraid because he was hovering the Musketeer and I was like, that cannot be good.
Okay, so
Herald having a good chance of actually burning through it even with the glens.
Yeah, and
Well,
look
being
at
a
all those
good
slithers. The slither bounds from the cool slither bounds.
But look at them all being dead. Well,
Yep.
except for the one.
So he wants them to get the res on the Herald. We'll see. He does have Chain Gang
I mean,
available.
yeah, so...
He's
And
got-
good dagger, that also gives an extra slave.
Yep. Nikshow needs to handle this with care.
Just on time on that. Whew.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice
Poison's
poison.
got really good against it.
It's the res. Only a weak res though,
Yeah,
and
but
then it dies.
the funny thing is with poison, the rest isn't that great because the poison remains. So he had sort of already been pre-damaged. And once again, the Herald is ready.
Yeah, he's just going to hold that. That Reconator's not going to get too much done.
It's interesting that he waits so long. I would be way more aggressive in playing it, just to prevent a little bit of extra face damage.
Yep.
Of course, that does allow the opponent to counter it a bit more as well, but I like being greedy. As a
Hey.
player, don't make jokes about this.
So that's kind of a little frustrating for him. He wants the Herald behind the statue, but that's not what's going to happen. There's the Herald res.
Good rest though.
More
That
face
was a
damage.
way better rest than the previous one. And a good dagger fall, get some value.
Some
But
good.
Nikshow getting some XP there.
Bring the dragon.
Is he actually gonna get that heal? No, right?
Oh.
What? He got that? I can't believe he got that.
Okay. The power of Ruffles. Ruffles under the
I
radar.
can't believe he got that. That's insane.
Everyone, go get it, boys.
Right, Stun
Like,
Lance
this
is
is
only
what
going to
I
stun
mean.
for
I
4
would
seconds.
have played that Herald ages ago, but I guess he really wants to go for that statue in front, and then you need to
Yeah.
have the full mana. Although playing a Musketeer that does... Why play the Musketeer there? The living statue would also kill it because it has stunned. Oh, why play it?
Everyone,
Ah,
go
to
get
get
it,
that, I
boys.
guess that works. Oh, what?
That Daggerfall was a mistake. Didn't kill anything really.
Oh.
With all those
Was
slither
that really a
bounds.
Daggerfall
Okay.
just on the statue?
Now he's having to use his trap to kill the slither bounds.
Oh,
Right,
but
both
that-
players are perk 3.
And Rabbit Prowler on the Herald though, Jesus.
Rapid Prowler on everything. Goodness me.
Yeah, but
Okay, so Fikys is going to have the dragon at perk 3. Can he make good use of it? So it's a one and done thing.
for a second I was afraid that something was wrong, but it was Fikys that bent the Grenadier, but also Fikys that played the Grenadier.
Okay, so Snake Druid doing a great job there.
Yeah, I mean, Snake Druid's always great against things that try to get to face, right?
Hmm? Right.
Everyone, go get it, boys.
XP, slightly in the favor of Nikshow, but that can change with the dragon.
Looks like he's just trying to hold him up for XP, but
yeah,
the problem there is
that
that
does that.
yeah,
Because that is gonna make a scary push.
yeah, it's giving
Like
Fikys.
Herald, Dragon, and Living Statue.
Yep. The Reconator's
yeah,
not going to
like-
get countered by Herald this time, but
Yeah, but
that's
why
not the
would you
problem. Statue on face, Herald with a spirit, Nearveer with a spirit.
Like this could just kill Nikshow.
This looks like game for Fikys here. The
This
dragons.
is a good thing though.
There's the
The
res.
Unholy Count was good against Herald. There is a lot of damage Nikshow just took there. When if that Musketeer gets to face. Yeah. Here we see an animation bug. You see it's still damaging. Even though
Yep.
it's not doing the animation.
Okay.
I do not like delaying that dragon. I do not like that.
No. Okay, Fikys takes the first game, and as you said during the commentary, just delaying that dragon's. You know, in the short term you're getting a bit of XP, but in the long term you're just allowing a huge push. And of course the Reconator went down the bottom. did very little, to be honest. Okay, so Fikys takes the first game with a Slither-based Morelia. He got the spirit on the dragon as well, which is exactly what he wanted. Huge HP gain from that spirit.
Yeah, not that that really mattered in the end. Right? That push was just too strong.
No, it was, yeah. I mean, he took huge damage, and then the dragon was needing to be dealt with. He had the statue on his face, he had the Herald Armoon he was dealing with, and he managed to deal with that, but then he had a huge dragon after that. And that's just the power of that perk 3. You just got that huge power spike for that period of time. Got to try and use it and get either get very far ahead or win the game. And that's what Fikys did there. Okay, so Fikys takes the first game, 1-0, best of 5, remember, first to 3.
Yeah,
so,
by simply making good use of the opponent's mistake of delaying that dragon, I think. Doing exactly what you should there. Building the push.
Yeah, so he used his taunt traps to delay the dragon. He used the unholy ground as well to keep the dragon just aggroed away from the bridge. And then ultimately, huge push came in. No Beam of Doom, anything like that to shut that down. Okay. So the players will regroup and go again.
So this means that Fikys won, right? So
Yep.
Fikys can't play Morelia again?
Nope, with Conquest
this
rules,
match?
Morelia is now off of the table. Nikshow, of course, can still play Diona.
And Morelia.
And Morelia, yes. So Fikys banned Rect, and Nikshow can't play Rect. And Nikshow banned Milo, so Fikys can't play Milo. No Milo, no Morelia for Fikys now. Nobody restarted their game. Okay. Don't know if we have any scores from the other matches that we can look into. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like Memfisto is 3 games to 0. The victor...
What? That was fast?
Seems like it. Remember, we saw Memfisto with that Reconator.
Yeah, but
Diona.
did he do that with 3 different masters, or what
Potential,
happened?
maybe. Okay, so Memfisto is into the
insane.
semi-final. DarkCrow 1-0 up against Set. Fikys here 1-0 up against Nikshow. And no score yet reported for Dragon against Eroor. Okay, here we go. Game number 2. One's pinging somewhere. Right, Apep against King Puff.
Oh, it's an Azali King Puff.
Thoughts of Duck Westland? Hopefully we'll see him again soon. Right, Azali has been revealed. Remember, every time a bridge is taken by Fikys, all the ground units are going to get a shield. As long as Azali is alive and unstunned.
Ooh, okay. Arcane Barrage, not great against shielded stuff, but always great to kill a 3-mana minion.
Yep, and of course, every time he uses it, the next time it's going to be stronger. Okay,
Azali being countered pretty well there, though.
Yeah, the wall doing a good
Not
job.
really doing any. Yeah, and the Curse. Curse Barrel, of course, great against Azali, because it takes all the shields away.
Fikys will be looking, although he's behind at the moment, he'll be looking at his perk 3. If you get a load of shielded Night Puffs, it gets fairly disgusting.
Ooh, true, but how do you get them? You need to have the opponent something on the bridge, and then swap, so that you take the bridge while something is on the bridge, because otherwise, you know, it doesn't really work well.
Yeah.
I'm actually not entirely sure how that works if you grab the second bridge with the trick swap, right? And Azali is on the field. If Azali, if the knights must spawn before the bridge is grabbed, right?
We may get to see
not
the
sure.
interaction.
Yeah, I've never seen that interaction, so...
Remember, it always takes a little while for the shields, because the shields kind of emanate
Yeah, but,
from Azali.
True, but when are the targets picked? Is the interesting thing, right?
Mm. Okay, so Nikshow got a bit of an XP lead here. Curse Bear, as you say, really good at just peeling all these shields off.
And
Oculus as well.
the bear being amazing at tanking these propellers.
Yeah. The thick hide on the Wildstone will be
The
on.
interesting thing that you see here is no shields for the propeller stats.
Nope. Could potentially pick them up from the perk though.
True.
Okay, so he...
What?
You okay there? Okay.
What was that hypnotize?
Not the most valuable hypnotize we've ever seen.
Honestly, I've been incredibly disappointed by the hypnotizers today.
Yeah, that's a spell that's been very strong for a long time. Not as strong as it used to be, but not been used particularly well today.
I can't believe that hypnotize was played. It made no sense to me.
Okay, go.
Oh, Nikshow really wants to go for face damage.
Wow.
Was that random or was that just the intended play?
It was random because Azali was definitely in the zone, but it looks like every one of those hit face.
Very important that if you want to hit a specific minion, aim for only that minion.
Yeah.
Don't let it get the face if you... Oh, that Fergus is being slaughtered. Oh.
Hey.
Azali not being on the bridge is massive there.
Nikshow's got to perk 3 first. Got the Arcane Barrage ready to go. It's at 6 stacks. So that's a lot of damage it's going to do. It's 100 damage per stack, I think. No, 50
I'm
damage
still
per
having
stack.
extremely good bridge control.
Okay, a lot of damage there. Head on XP. No, Fikys knows he's got the perk 3 powered spike. If he can get there, if he can be in control.
And he will get there. But will he get there with the right amount of things to actually get
Right. Perk 3.
Fergus, of course, being amazing against it as well.
I feel like he misplayed that because he did have a bridge switch available, but he played the... Which is weird. Yeah, he played the prop hole too low, so they weren't on the bridge available for the swap.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. Because that does work with King Prop, right?
Yeah, air units
Just
count.
so that I don't
If you're playing in duos, your teammates' units count. Here we're going to see the full... Oh no, the barrage, he waited a little bit.
Was that just bad timing?
Yeah, he waited
Was that
too
just
long.
bad luck then?
Yeah.
But Arcane is of course being amazing at dealing with this.
Right, this
and
is the chance.
Curse Barrel also being amazing at removing shields.
This is the chance for Fikys to get some pressure, but he's a long way behind on XP.
And Nikshow is 19 XP away from Mana Frenzy. That is extremely close. It's hard to see how he can actually catch up fast enough.
Bridge swap available after this. Needs to spawn something. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, Night Puffs.
That is a lot of Night Puffs. Oof.
But 10 XP basically
Oh
left for
damn,
Nikshow.
that Arcane Barrage though.
Yeah. Once that thing scales up, it's a monster.
Oh, yeah.
Right. 5 XP, 4 XP, 3 XP.
Yeah, I mean this is over. There is no way you can win.
Mana Frenzy.
Like Nikshow could basically barrage face to death.
Yeah.
Not that that's the right choice here, because it doesn't deal that much face damage, and you do need to make sure that Fikys doesn't just start completely controlling with Mana Frenzy, which is definitely a risk here. If Fikys gets to Mana Frenzy, you know, then that is a threat.
Yep, it's a big push at the bottom there.
Yeah, I would be a little bit afraid as Nikshow, because, as I said, if Fikys gets to Mana Frenzy,
he's still
then
15
he can
away.
very easily still win. Oh, does he not have enough deck generation? Does he only have the stint?
Maybe.
I do not like that
Weird
hypnotize.
hypno.
What is
Yeah.
that?
Why is he not hypnotizing that stuff at the bottom to murder everything?
Okay, now he just loses.
That was weird. I felt like he just threw that
Yeah.
game at the end there. That
Yeah, like that hypnotize. Do that on Fergus or something.
Yeah, like at the bottom there, that Fergus would have melted everything. Okay. So
I feel like there was 2 times the Hypnotize just losing the board state. Because you're just wasting mana, giving
Yep.
the opponent time on the board. And it was close enough to Mana Frenzy that it actually made a big difference, I think.
it looked like he was in with a shout at the end there. He was
Yeah.
he was able to control, and if he'd got his own Mana Frenzy, those decks can really spiral out of control with all those shields and the Night Puffs. Okay, wow. Okay, so Nikshow fights back. Fikys maybe making a mistake at a crucial part of the game at the end there with that Hypnotize.
Yeah, a good bridge control from Nikshow, of course. Getting him that Mana Frenzy first.
Yeah, as you would expect.
And this time not a lucky APAP pick victory. Because Windwalker Sihu wasn't that insane. I don't know, what did he get for Park 1?
Pass. Not sure.
A buff? Heal buff? Oh no, the stint. He got stint.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing it on the live broadcast at the moment.
Oh, you're looking at the answers sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. I think Nikshow did a great job just keeping the pressure on. He had the bridges a lot of the time. Azali never really got far into his arena. He was always able to contest the bridges.
As you mentioned, Azali decks have a tendency to sort of snowball, even without Mana Frenzy. And Nikshow managed to always prevent that. Arcane Barrage also being instrumental in blocking the perk 3 from King Puff.
Yeah, and that Arcane Barrage just powering up, and it just gets so strong.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
and that's the advantage of playing against King Puff. You will get the time to power it up.
So, if we just remind ourselves what's going on, set against DarkCrow, 1 game all so far. We've got Fikys against Nikshow here, which is also 1 game all. Memfisto rushing through to the semi-final, 3-0 against
At
Pro
an insane
MM
pace.
Marsh. Yeah, he's trying to speedrun this tournament.
Except he has
Dragon.
to wait for Dragon's lunch.
Dragon's a game behind against Eroor.
Oh!
So
Did
that-
he play APAP and get a loss because of bad pick?
We don't know.
Here, Fikys is playing against with that Herald deck. Wait, was that a different player that played it? Anyways,
No,
Herald with Living Statue.
No, he played that earlier. He played the Slither deck with Morelia. Now he's playing it with Diona, but it's definitely not the same deck though.
No, definitely not, because this is in there now. But it's also an assassin that can hit things quite hard. I don't think that Milui Nikshow will have a Reckinator, which was what the Herald was used for a lot in the previous game.
Nikshaw's got he's got an awkward hand now. He's got a Hugger. He's got the Arcane.
A Hugger?
Yeah, he's got a Hugger. He's got a Flyby. He's got the Sugarlight Shield and a Shock Rock.
I'm honestly surprised he has a Hugger in there. What is Hugger there supposed to be doing there? Is that just to deal with the big minions? I mean, that's also not a good use for Hugger as it was used there.
And he's scary.
I guess
looking
it's
push.
just against the big units, but... And then use the trap for...
New one,
No?
boom. The reboom
don't
of just
use
the boom
the trap.
boom.
Wait, was the trap used? Where was the trap used?
Not sure, but this is a lot of face damage coming out from this.
Oh, it's actually standing up there. Yeah, it's in the thing. And that's also just a good use of the grenade. Yeah, it's almost over already. Right?
Goodness.
Jesus.
345
Good
HP Nikshow has left.
Oh, that was such a bad use of the assassin though.
Yeah, Assassin against Whirly is not great if the Whirly's attacking.
Really surprised to see that from a player that has been playing decent. Well, I mean, okay, the Hypnotize is a little bit strange, but to play an assassin into a Whirly?
Yep, bit of a misplay. We saw Fikys misplay the Hypno in the last game, but he's in a very strong position at the moment.
Oh, definitely, but those kind of misplays can easily lose you the game. That was once again 4 mana, similar to with the Hypnotize, right?
Yep.
Grenadier getting some great value there, killing the...
He just can't kill this statue quickly enough. One hit on face. Oh, he's going to have to shock rocket. Okay, does a good job, but again, every push he's taking
but,
damage.
like,
This time less, though.
And he can, like, Fikys can just do the grenades at face. It's so early in the game that the traps and the grenades will just kill Nikshow. There is almost no way Nikshow can survive this. And to make it even worse, heal for Fikys.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't enough good shit going around there.
Okay, so Nikshow building another push, but he knows he's really up against it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about what Fikys is doing here.
There, he's been very careful with the targeting of the flyby, making sure he doesn't hit the face at all. Gets all of the.
A little bit too early with the living statue. But okay, use the trap on face. That's the most important thing here. Just he doesn't do that. Like using the trap on face there will basically just give you lethal. Because you also have the grenades, right?
Yeah.
I don't like. I understand the thought of getting that living statue, but like he saved that living statue only for it to not hit face.
Yeah.
That trap might have done 105 damage.
Got to be careful not to play too passively when you've got such a lead.
Like he's probably still gonna win, but I mean I've said it multiple times today, but I'm an aggressive player. I would 100% just use that trap on face.
Yeah, he might just be playing safe. Let's see if he decides to close it out. Again, Ruffles going for that heal.
Trying to push it to the side there.
Okay, he's going to take some face damage here though.
I feel like what Fikys should do now... No, okay. What I was trying to say was what I think Fikys should do here is get both the traps in hand and then use top trap and the crossbow trap and you almost instantly win. I mean, good job, he wins. He uses the trap on face, but using those two in combination when the opponent is that low almost is impossible to counter.
He played very patiently, passively or patiently, I'm not sure, but got the result in the end. Patiently passive.
I mean, he did do the thing where you just use like the grenades on face when you can.
Yep.
And that does give you that little bit of hits each time. And it wasn't like Nikshow had a deck that was suddenly gonna kill him.
Okay. It was all really about that first push. There was so much damage from that first push that
that basically ended the game.
Yeah. He was just always in a situation where he could just chip away at his opponent, especially with the traps. Didn't have a huge amount of face damage potential from the spells, but enough because of that massive
just the grenade,
push.
right?
Just the grenade and the traps, yeah.
But yeah, those two combined is like, I don't know, 100, 200 damage per cycle or something like that. That's enough when the opponent has like 300 HP.
Yep. Okay, so 2-1 Fikys leads, best of 5, so not over here. Dragon fighting back against Eroor, 1 game all. Memfisto, as we mentioned, into the semi-final. Set against DarkCrow, still 1 game all. So Memfisto rushing through, everyone else taking their time. There's a bit of a discussion going on in the chat at the moment, I think, about whether people use their keybinds or not. But certainly for me, it's so much faster to use your keybinds.
Yeah, there is no question. If you want to be able to respond quickly, keybinds is better. And unless you really have some motor skill issues, you're not gonna press the wrong button, are you?
No, but yeah, as you say, you could just your reaction time. As Todd Life's saying there, you can do more actions with the keyboard. Yeah, you've just got more. You just do more at once. It's like, you know, it's if you're talking about like.
It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to play while dragging or clicking on the screen and then in the field, right?
Yeah.
But it definitely doesn't give you an advantage. While using the keybinds give you a small advantage that might just be enough, especially with things like Black Hole or
like if you're about to play something and then suddenly something changes and you need to change, like if you're using just your mouse, it's going to take an age.
Definitely.
Right. Nikshow, Milo again, Fikys, Mordor. We saw a mid-sized Mordor earlier that didn't work out very well.
Not the case this time. I'm seeing a Colossus.
Yep.
Also, a lot of cheap cards. Every time I see that Grenadier or Fikys, I keep checking what the bans were, because I keep getting like, always that loud. But yeah, Nikshow did not ban Grenadier, he banned Pebbles and Avea.
Okay, so let's see how Nikshow tries to deal with this Colossus. Because the Colossus is one of those units that new players really struggle against. But like everything,
Are
it
you
does
calling
have
Nikshow a new player?
No. I'm just saying, it's one of those that as you learn and get experience, that it's not actually as strong as you think. It can be handled.
Especially not if it's slowed. Although playing a living statue there is very... Oh wait, never mind.
Okay, this is a good looking push at the top there. Rock Rivals, the statue's already been softened by the Colossus. There's the Curse Bearer, no sorry, the Haunting Hugger could be very useful here.
Little bit surprised that he didn't use YOLO against the Assassin, because it is Mordor, like that's a weird amount of HP you are willing to give away there. So the top push better work. And it's not. No, I think that was a mistake. He should have used YOLO against the Assassin.
Yeah, there's a lot of face damage Fikys has taken. He's behind on XP as well, as you would expect for Mordor. It's a late game master.
Yeah. I have trouble.
But you've got to be alive to get to the late game.
I'm almost confused Nikshow didn't just throw those missiles to face. Probably worth it considering the damage he got after it, so it was probably a good choice, but I'm a little bit confused about that Fikys allowed that assassin to just go ham on face.
So we've seen Dragon use this sort of setup before where you've got, oh, the Boomer doesn't get a hit off. Shockrock not used on the Tombstone. This is difficult for Nikshow to deal with.
Yeah, and that blue golem has cursed, so it will die.
It will res. Oh, it reses just before perk 2, so it didn't get the spirit on it.
That's a pity, but I mean, still, I mean, you're not gonna complain, are you?
No. Okay, Nikshow is doing okay. He's holding on. But this is a very difficult one to call, because we know that Mordor's going to get real strong at perk 3 if he can chain some solid reses. Yeah.
Like, that Arcane Golem is gonna blast through a Colossus.
Hey.
Nikshow not happy about something there. Bringing Red Cross, Fikys I mean. Not happy about something there. Bringing Red Cross on the Colossus. Perhaps because the Tombstone got hit, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that Tombstone's going to die without any res.
Yeah. Succubus behind a big unit, always really difficult to deal with if you don't have something like a Beamer or something like that, you know?
The Reboomer's just disgusting against the Colossus. Needed the support. Nice aggro, keeps the Colossus off of his Golem there, important. No Tombstones available at the moment. Assassin's going to do a good job at the bottom there. Nice use of the shield.
Nice Suglite shield.
That was interesting because the Suglite shield stopped the Assassin taking the damage, which meant it could then go invisible, so then it was able to get a big hit off.
And here's also an interesting one. The Assassin actually getting invisible because Mordor attacking something completely different.
Yep.
That bear on face is not damage you can take though.
No, Tombstone again getting wasted by Fikys.
There was 3 hits that bear got off. That was, what, 200 something damage?
Right. That's a big spirit. Fikys needs to... Okay, he's trying to aggro the Whirly Scrat across.
Yeah, it's enough.
The DPS is enough to shut it down from the Ghost Turret. Ghost Turret's going to drop a spirit on the Colossus, maybe? Yes, it does. Okay, that's where he wanted it. Right, Tombstone up. Double Tombstone up. This is where he can...
a little bit weird with YOLO.
Yeah, not the best. Oh, okay.
And the other one is also going to die too early, right?
Oh, no!
Yeah.
That was looking like a very...
Wait, what?
That was looking like a very strong position, but then nothing...
Yeah, but nothing rest because the Tombstone...
He's going to kill the Grenadier to force that res. Boom.
I mean, that Hypnotize was probably worth it because it kills the Reboomer and half the thing, but letting that Whirly get to face, you can't do this. Now throw all your arcane missiles face Nikshow. Yeah, like that.
Could have blocked that. Okay.
Yeah. But was it worth it to block it, right? Or have you already lost it? it's almost
Never
it's
surrender.
hard. I mean, fair, but also it's a tough situation to be in.
Okay, Nikshow fights back 2 games all. And there we kind of saw the nature of Mordor that we always see to some degree, the flip and the flop, where it looked like those 2 tombstones that he had up could have got some big reses, just missed them.
Yeah, and there was also a point where I think the wrong thing rest, where he got like a YOLO res. 1 second, I'll be back in like, I don't know.
No problem.
Seconds. So 30 seconds.
No problem. Okay, so I see you guys still discussing in the chat. I mean, if you're more comfortable with keyboard only, then play that, but it's going to hold you back, depending on what level you're playing at. I feel like Set used to play keyboard only a lot. Focus says, it doesn't matter if it reses after perk 2. What matters is if the tombstone was placed. Ah, that's good to know. Thank you, Defogo. Right, we do still have a giveaway open. We'll do that soon. Yes, mouse is for laid back. Mouse is for far more chilled gameplay. I don't know if keyboard is for tryhards, but it just gives you more control. It takes a little while to get used to, but I think it's definitely worth putting in the effort for it. Okay, so let's just whiz over to the scoreboard to see what's going on there. Right, Dragon was a game down against Eroor. Now it's 2 games to 1 up. Memfisto, as we saw, is in the semi-final. Fikys and Nikshow, 2 games all. DarkCrow, 2 games to 1 up against Set.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, so Dragon has fought back against Eroor. He's 2 games to 1 up. 2-2 here, 2-1 DarkCrow and Set. Memfisto has...
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Memfisto round, the quarterfinals seem pretty neck and neck. All 3 being on 2-1 or 1-2. Right?
Yes.
So it really shows that everyone is really having to go all the way. Well, not necessarily all the way, but having to fight a lot. No one has an easy time outside of apparently Memfisto somehow.
Yeah, Memfisto.
I'm still wondering if that was like the other player not being there or something. I have trouble believing that he would win 3 times that fast in time of 1 normal match.
Let's find out. Okay, Marsh said I got pwned so much. Yep, so I guess so, yep.
Damn, really? That's flabbergasting. I almost wish we had seen it. Oh, Big Chunks wants attention.
Okay, here we go. Game number 5. The final game in this series. Someone's going to go through. Someone's going to get knocked out. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. Nikshow, Morelia, Fikys, Valorian. I think that's the first time we've seen Valorian today.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I'm already in favor of Valorian just because the other one is Morelia. Is it 2-1? Was it not 2-1? Yeah.
Two. So we've got call to arms from Nikshow. We've got a couple of buildings in there. He does have the Scrat launcher. We've seen the wall as well.
Fikys is playing the Squadron. Always a very dangerous card because it can deal so much DPS in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Big smite.
Fikys having good bridge control, just dominating XP at the moment.
Okay, Zealots, very strong card. Let's see how they do here. Scrat launcher waiting in the wings. Squadron spawn, so he may decide against that. Scratillery comes in.
That
very nice.
Destroys that very easily, yeah.
Nicely done.
And not that Zealot is gonna do a lot though, outside of being very excited to attack. And Rage Throw is not the greatest against the scat launcher.
Not going to get too much damage. Would have loved to get one hit off against face with that
I mean,
Rage Zealot.
God
Didn't
Warns
work
is
out.
of course great on scat launcher as well if you can get an extra attack, but I don't think it did there actually.
No, it did get shot down pretty quickly. Fikys not taking
I
too
mean,
much face damage.
It's still a lot of value you get anyways, right? You do get 2 crossbow dudes and a warrior.
Yep.
So it's not like, and it's not like it was a bad play. It was just a play. Saving lights, I mean, sure, not great, not bad. Does Nikshow have any great targets for saving light? I can imagine the Fencer Dropper being a good target later. The Salads might be a good target.
Yeah.
But not
Outside of
something
that,
like
not
a
too much.
Succubus or a Herald or something, right?
No. And as we mentioned,
the flying units.
as we mentioned earlier, it doesn't hit buildings. So he does have a few buildings, but that's not something that can be done. Right. Here's some face damage coming out.
Yeah. I love how there is a bug where they fly backwards. I don't know if you've ever noticed
I
that.
don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, they fly backwards. Don't you see it? Are you spectating from Nikshow's perspective or Fikys?
Nikshow.
On Fikys' side, they go backwards at the moment.
Wow.
It depends on what side it is, and they can fly backwards. It's a bug that is just not high enough priority to fix, but always looks a little bit funny.
Right, so XP is in
Nikshow getting a
Fikys'
little bit
favor.
more control. Yeah, but Nikshow having a little bit more bridge control at the moment. Salads
Nice.
getting counted hard though. Smite is always a good play against Salads. I mean, always might be a harsh word.
How do you feel about the Scrat Launcher in a deck without too many other ways of dealing face damage? Like, it's a really aggro
yeah, it feels a
card.
little bit disjointed, right? Like, it almost feels like wasted mana, because you're not having bridge control with it. And if you can't get to face with other things, one of them is not gonna kill the opponent.
Maybe his plan
Like, I
is
can understand.
with his perk 3 Dragon and then play it behind that, because I think it does like
Possible.
1,000 damage to face or something if it's left unattended.
Like, there are cases where I can understand it. Like, if you have something like a Stormbringer, you can use it, you know, because that tends to have some face damage from that. If you just want to use it against other buildings, it's a very good building counter.
Yep. Okay, he's going to get some good value out of it here. Gets the heal, so some potential extra damage. Pressure in the bridges as well. Okay, so I mean, it is working. He's got Fikys down pretty low. If he can get one more uncontested one of those Scrat Launchers, then Fikys is done for. If Fikys can survive the dragon section of the match, then he can
it's hard
live,
to imagine
but-
that is enough because of the scat launcher, right? He got
Yep,
enough
here it
face damage
comes.
that the scat launcher is a real threat. And as you
Artillery
mentioned, Searing Light does not hit buildings, so this scat launcher might be enough.
looks like it.
And not with the.
He needs 3 more hits.
Oh,
Gets the heal off. Needs 2 more hits. Needs 1 more hit. 12 HP remains.
Yeah, but I mean, this is over. This is over.
The next
This
one.
artillery, remember?
Artillery. The next one. The next Scrat
He
Launcher.
actually guessed the next. He actually guessed the next scat launcher earlier than artillery, but there is no way Fikys can win it. No way.
Here it goes.
Yeah, and
Scrats for the win.
whee!
And there we go. Nikshow with the power of the Scrat Launcher making Defogo
Yeah.
proud.
Kinda surprising that single scat launcher was enough.
Yeah, but just whittling them down, and then there was one that really
Yeah.
did a lot of damage. Okay, so Fikys has been eliminated at the quarterfinal stage, and Nikshow will go on, winning a very close 3-2. So,
Yeah.
nicely done in the end
No
there.
easy time. Funnily enough, the other matches all ended up being 3-1.
Ah,
Dragon losing that first game, remember, against Eroor, but then winning the next 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Must have realized APAP is not a good idea.
Certainly fighting
And
back.
Seth continuing his streak of bad luck, ending with 3-1 against DarkCrow.
Yep, so we're going to have Dragon against Memfisto in semi-final 1, and then we're going to have Nikshow against DarkCrow in semi-final 2. So the rest of the matches, as with this round, best of 5. Yep.
Outside of Dragon, of the other 3, if you don't look at what the matchups are, who would you say is the second favorite of the tournament?
Memfisto.
I'll be inclined to agree, and that's interesting, right? Because they play against each other.
Yep.
Meaning that the final will be one of them against someone that we might not put as high as those two. Both very good players, don't get me wrong.
It's just the way the seeding goes sometimes.
Oh yeah. But there is a chance, there is a world where Dragon does not reach the final.
Maybe. In infinite realities, there is one.
Only one.
Are we in that one?
Dragon is a really good player if there is only one in an infinite. This is that one. Is this that one timeline where Thanos loses?
We're gonna find out.
Although I guess Thanos doesn't even necessarily lose; he wins and then loses. Is that really losing when you've already won? Time travel is cheating.
Have you seen Dark, the German Netflix show Dark? That's all about time travel. That's
I started
insane.
watching it, but then it was in German, and I was like, "Oh, do I really want to do this?"
I watched it in German with subtitles. It's really good. Time travel is something else.
I mean, I do like time travel stories if they're good.
It is
I don't
good.
remember what I don't remember what that's called, but there's that one where they have this room, and as long as you're in that room or machine, you can time travel, but only to the point where that machine was turned on.
Oh.
So you can't infinitely time travel, but you can time travel between when it was on and now, so to speak.
I'm not sure what that is.
And it's a super complex story, but it's a really good move because it actually has time travel in a way that it isn't full of plot holes, unlike, time turners.
Yeah, that's the thing with Dark, is it, the way they implement it, it's really interesting. But, of course, it's all fiction, so who's to say whether, it works as we would expect or not. But it's really interesting.
I mean, as a complete expert on this kind of physics...
Okay, so we're going to see which semi-final we're going to go to first. Okay. Let's make sure that everyone knows what's going on.
Wait, when you say then we go to one first, are we going to see both the semi-finals? Or?
Yeah. What we normally do.
Yeah, I don't remember what I did yesterday, let alone what you did last time. Actually, I do remember what I did yesterday, but that's not the point.
I like the way
we went bowling with work.
Oh, nice. Who won?
Our technical officer.
Nice.
The lead programmer man.
Who was
he
the
had
worst?
100 in one of. Luckily, not me. This time, not this time. I'm actually really bad at bowling, but this time I did pretty well. But I think they were in the other team. So one of the Fae people.
Okay.
But the best score someone had was 193.
Wow.
In like the 10 turns,
That's very good, yeah.
Yeah. We were trying hard to see if someone could get 200, but 193 was quite acceptable.
Oh yeah, that's a very good score.
Oh yeah. And that is the person that's in lead of the programmers. So you know our code is perfect.
Nice.
Those are good bowling scores.
That's it. Everyone knows that's how you differentiate good from bad. Bowling.
Always.
Right, so it's a little bit of downtime while we figure out where we're going to for the next one. So patience, if you will. Okay.
I'm assuming Memfisto because he's already been waiting so long.
Yeah, it makes sense. We'll see the ban information and then we'll decide where we're going to go. Hopefully we can see both of these games. So semi-final and then final. Right, so Dragon's still in it, still looking to add to his haul of 5 tournaments, 4 in a row. Memfisto currently stands between him and that. I'm sure he would have paid attention to the matches we've seen Memfisto play so far. Some real...
How many tournaments has Memfisto won so far?
What,
Has he won any of the GG tours?
No.
Ooh.
So
Memfisto.
Memfisto...
If he wins this, he has a good chance to get his first victory. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so Memfisto was a player that, even kind of before I got involved in Minion Masters, he was winning all of the tournaments.
Oh.
And then...
I remember back in the day, like when I think I was still in the beta even, the Memfisto being the Stormbringer Lord.
Yeah.
Just always pulling out Stormbringer. So if we get to see Memfisto on a Stormbringer, you might learn something.
So he won a lot of the events, I think, and then he took a couple of years break from the game, and then it was great to have him back. He hasn't quite managed to get to winning one of these GGtoor events, but we did see in the previous tournament he was the runner-up, so there or thereabouts. And he goes
Doesn't
one.
Memfisto have 2 skins in the game?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he has 2 of the King Puff skins.
He definitely has a golden name. He's the only player that has the golden name.
No, Rush Second also has it.
Oh, really?
But he is not active anymore.
No,
he's not active anymore. But he was also one of the players that was really good back in the day.
Nice. Yeah, that's someone I've heard about but never seen.
But yeah, Memfisto has won 2 of the King Puff Invitationals, and that was we used to have big tournaments. That the King Puff, whatever the King Puff something. And then if you won enough points in that, there was the King Puff Invitationals where the different people with a lot of points would gather and get like the winner of that would get the yellow name and the skin in game. And perhaps we can see if we can do something similar for the GG tour in the future. Although it's a little bit sad that Dragon is getting all the victories.
Not sad for
Almost
him.
to the point like. Yeah, but at this rate, perhaps we should just put a dragon skin in.
Can we 3D scan Dragon's face and incorporate it into the Nirvir model?
No,
So
that's already Remogal. Remogal is his face. Did you not notice that?
Oh, really?
He has an ice-cold face.
Wow. Okay, so Memfisto against Dragon. Once we've got the bands in, we can figure out what we're likely to see. Right, let's draw the winner of this giveaway. Boom. Madman. Congratulations, Madman. You've won a thing. Let's give you a big dwarf pack. 300 rubies, 15 power tokens.
Don't go too insane with it.
Right, big dwarf pack, Madman. Nice. Okay, send that. Right, let me set up this score here. So, this screen set up properly. Okay, semi-final. Memfisto against Dragon. So we're still best of 5 conquest rules, as we will be for the rest of these. Memfisto there, Dragon. Waiting for Dragon to come online. Dragon's online. Okay, nice. Semi-final, best of 5. Memfisto and Dragon. Okay, so that's done. So we're just waiting for the bans to come in from these guys. So hopefully we'll be able to see both of the semi-finals, Dragon against Memfisto and Nikshow against DarkCrow. And then the final, of course, at the end of that. Right, so we haven't seen much scrapyard today. Of course, that did get a bit of a nerf in the latest patch.
Yeah, we saw one, right?
Yeah, but it did work
That
out
actually
quite
won
well.
because that was
Yeah.
against the Ravager.
Yeah.
It's hard to really gauge much from that because it definitely counters Ravager. So whether or not it is too strong still or not from that game, we can't say.
Now, we've seen a little bit of Shield Captain Avea, but it hasn't really worked out. Call to Arms, we've seen quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is...
I do think the new Call to Arms is way healthier than the last one. Whether or not it's at the right balance is something to be seen. I don't know what your opinion on that is right now.
Well, when you look at it, like, you think 4 mana for a warrior and 2 crossbow dudes sounds great on its own, plus the heal. But of course, you do have the restriction that you can't just play it wherever you want.
Which is a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. But it...
Because a big part of the value from crossbow dudes is the bridge grab, right?
Yeah. But
And that is almost gone.
The fact you can't wildcard it, I think, is good.
Oh, we got the bans, by the way.
It's okay, yeah. I think it's good. Okay, so we got some bans in. Memfisto banning Morelia, Pebbles, Cage Prowler. Okay, so Dragon likes Morelia.
Cage Prowler.
Dragon likes Cage Prowler. Pebbles, of course, very strong. Dragon banning Apep, Pebbles, and Grenadier.
I can definitely understand the Pebble bans. If you don't want the opponent to just go for the Mana Frenzy, a Pebbles ban makes a lot of sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Cage Prowler is very targeted.
Yep, for sure.
And the Grenadier ban is just also a solid general ban, right? Funnily enough, Dragon banning Apep, you would almost expect Memfisto to do that.
Yeah, we've seen Dragon with the Apep and the RNG luck so far today.
Yeah.
Will it continue? We'll probably find out.
At least I'm happy that we won't get to see Dragon's Dragon.
Hey, I mean, he could play it outside of Morelia. Unlikely, though.
I mean, if that happens, he loses. Like, that's just not gonna succeed here.
Right, we're
that
ready.
Is way stronger than 2v2, but in 1v1 I really don't see how that could ever work.
Okay, so we're ready. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. We've got the bans. You guys at home are ready. Someone's house alarm's going off. Perfect.
Wait, what did you say?
Someone's house alarm's going off. I hear it out the window.
Ah.
Okay.
Well, luckily we can't hear it, so that's good.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we
Noise
actually had it at
suppression.
some point. We were doing an in-house testing of Faye, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of our colleagues we heard some kind of police alarm, and he just goes like, "Gotta go," and disappears. You know? And we are super confused because he was working from home, and then he suddenly appears in the office, like 20 minutes later. Apparently, it was the fire alarm of his building.
Oh dear.
It didn't burn down. It was a false alarm. But for a moment, we thought the police got to his house and he decided he had to leave.
Jeez.
And that's how good of a people we are, that we expect our colleagues to be arrested by the police. Fishy, Unevi is telling you to take something off. Amarant is streaming, so you need to get the hot tub ready.
I took my glasses off. Does that count?
Oh yeah. Wait, don't people get sexier with glasses? Isn't that the whole thing?
I don't know. I'm also not
Like
wearing socks as well. I don't want
the strict librarian.
naked feet.
Ooh,
Right, here we go.
like this. Not gonna lie, the Dwarf Arena actually looks kinda nice with snow. A lot better than without snow. I don't like the Dwarf Arena without snow. But we're seeing a YOLO. Oh, Memfisto does have his Reckinator and Zeppelins. Clearly something that succeeded. People still, please don't play it. I don't want to hear that in Discord.
Okay, so we got Diona and Milloween.
Ooh, we see a Kayla Dawnhammer.
Kayla's going to do a decent job against the Reckinator there.
Always sad for people that try to do that. Scrat do not trigger Kayla. Kayla attacks faster than Scrat.
Okay, so he's got the Imperium army buff, so he's got... Oh, that massive explosion there.
Yeah.
From the Reckinator.
Was that actually that, or was it the Zeppelins?
a bit of column A, a bit of column B, maybe.
That's the interesting thing. The taunt on Thalek is actually... not Thalek, Kayla. Is actually bad for Dragon there, because the Zeppelins will just destroy...
Yeah.
Kayla. Issue of having cats is hairs. Sorry, I had a hair itching me.
No problem.
Now, a cannon roller against the Reckinator. That destroys the Reckinator like no tomorrow, right?
I think so, yeah. It just keeps out of range.
Try and stop me now.
Little
Okay,
bit surprised that that trap isn't instantly used to kill the Grenadier there. But I guess getting the helping with the golem helps. Although, that's out of range, isn't it? Ooh, that's a misplay.
There we
But
see
here
the...
we see the taunt.
Yeah, the taunt there with the Zeppelin bombers just shredding it.
Kaleth just being destroyed. Here, like ult and the taunt is actually quite good because of the divine shield, but in a case like this, it's a massive detriment for Kaleth. Yeah, Kaleth. Ooh.
Go, Ruffles! Good boy.
Okay, so XP level.
Yeah, but Memfisto has a big HP lead. Oh, that was a lot of blood.
Go, boy!
Right, keeping the Reckinator away from Caleb this time.
And that same combo again, Memfisto really loving it.
Yeah, but this time he's gone for face damage. He's going to let Caleb do Caleb
Yeah.
things.
But that makes sense, right? If you're this far ahead, like he just wants to go for the kill.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. We're going to see an
And it's gonna
explosion for the
explode.
Reckinator as well. Boom. Better, but... Okay, massive face damage. Dragon down.
Yeah. And don't forget Memfisto has traps.
Yep.
So this first match is as good as over.
So that one push there, he decided to let the Caleb do its own thing. Dealt huge face damage whilst holding the bridges as well. That's a very behind enemy lines bounty sniper,
Yeah.
but it's irrelevant because what can Dragon do for this push? The trap is falling down to 82 HP.
There. And the other trap reduced him to 0.
Memfisto, we spoke about how he went through the quarterfinal 3-0 super quickly, and he's carrying on that
You might
here.
see it again.
Yeah,
like
Diona.
this Reckinator Zeppelin combo. Dragon better find a solution for that soon, because otherwise he's just dead. Like have a fireball in there or something, because you need something.
Okay, so the reigning champion is a game to 0 down.
But he was the same last round against Eroor,
Yep.
so he might just pull it back.
Yeah, but he, as you say, he needs to have a thought about if this sort of strat's going to continue from Memfisto, how am I going to deal with
Which
it?
it probably is.
I mean, it's been working time and time again.
Apparently 4 games in a row or 5.
It seems like it, yeah. So the Reckinator... I mean, the Reckinator's fairly okay. There's lots of different ways you can deal with the Reckinator, but it's the combination of the Reckinator plus the double Zeppelin Bomber. So if you can remove those Zeppelin Bombers, then it's going to be easier to deal with.
Yeah, it didn't help that the Zeppelin bombers were just so good against Caleb.
Yeah, that's frustrating. We've seen that many times where if your opponent has like Caleb with Taunt or a rock rival Golem, then that'll just sit the Zeppelins will just sit above it and just bomb it to death.
Like Zeppelins and bazookas suddenly become such value cards if there is a taunt unit that you want to destroy.
Okay, so the thing is, we've definitely seen in tournaments in the past where somebody has a real strong strat and it works up until a point when someone figures out how to deal with it. Is Dragon going to be the one to figure out how to deal with this?
The problem is that Memfisto is also a player that if a counter is found, he can swap back to normal play and still have a really good shot at destroying Dragon.
Yep. Okay.
Dragon is of course an amazing player, but
game number 2. Memfisto going with Setsu.
They are Zeppelins again, so I'm expecting the Reckinator again as well.
It could be exactly the same deck, just with a different master, which is likely what he did in his quarterfinal match against Marsh. Apep, of course. So
already a very strong push. That on the boom buggy, yeah. Boom buggy destroyed. Still a Zeppelin alive.
So much damage, goodness
a
me.
half of the HP, probably. Yeah, half of
gonna
the
come
HP
in.
basically of Dragon is just so painful.
It's not a case of the Dragon's making mistakes, he just doesn't have any tools to stop this at the moment.
Like, does Dragon not have anything against the Zeppelins? Reckinator is already in the hand again of Memfisto.
Dragon does have his trusty beam, so if everything lines up, he's going to murder that. There we go. Trying to kill it at source.
Which is a good idea, but that doesn't change that he still needs counter against the Zeppelin, right?
Yep.
Because that's probably coming right now.
Yep, here they come. Scrat Swarm buff, double Zeppelin. Spreading everything underneath them, and then they get on face. Setsu's coming as well to support. Dragon's going to be dropping down
definitely a lot less face damage this time.
And to tank the Setsu with the Grenadier and all sorts of things in there. That's desperate times for Dragon.
That was a lot of mana spent there. XP is pretty much equal though, so there is that. But it's definitely not an easy game for Dragon, because despite that he still lost like 500 HP.
Yeah.
And here again, like...
Or the Reckinator might survive.
Oh, the Boom Buggy survives.
I mean, the Boom Buggy, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the Boom Buggy survived, that's good. Not sure if that's a misplay slightly from Memfisto or just the RNG of the Scrats launching.
It felt like the Scatillery was a little bit off. No, Scatillery, yeah, that's the name. It felt like the Scatillery was played a little bit off, but it's hard to say for sure.
Hey, you can get some value out of it, not too much, but here comes the next Scrat onslaught. Scrat tunnels, spinning them out.
Setsu probably jumping, yeah, there we go. Scatillery is also ready. Does he even need it? No, he doesn't.
Don't know about tanking with the Boom Buggy there. I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but it didn't really work out too well. Dragon's gonna want another God tier perk 3.
Oh yeah. I mean, he is catching up a little bit. Memfisto did lose quite a bit of HP in the meantime as well.
Reckinator,
the problem of course is Setsu perk 3 being insanely strong, right?
Dragon's gonna probably have to cycle to the shield here. Decides not to, takes massive face damage. He could have prevented that. He had enough mana to cycle to the shield. Maybe he was waiting for this. Maybe he... Right, perk 3 Setsu. Oh, this push is going to be too much. Is Memfisto going to go 2 games to 0 up?
Memfisto does those spells, but yeah. Dragon has not found a solution against the Zeppelins yet.
Okay, not quite the speed run of the first game, but...
No, but still, complete destruction.
Yeah, huge early damage, and then push after push after push, just doing more and more damage. And of course, once Setsu gets to perk 3, it's going to be even more problematic. And it's the Zeppelins. the Zeppelins really have been the key.
Yeah,
saw
it really looks like Memfisto found something that's been slept on.
Yep. And I mean, the beam was great for shutting down the Reckonator, but Memfisto did a great job of making sure that the Reckonator wasn't there with the Zeppelins, everything all at once, so he didn't lose everything at the same time.
Indeed, very smart to anticipate that Dragon really loves his beam.
Yeah. It felt like Dragon
It's surprising
needed...
that didn't happen in the first game.
I don't know if we had a beam.
I'm assuming not, because otherwise he would have played it.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit
Sure.
surprised that he didn't have it, because he has been playing it so much.
Okay, so Dragon 2-0 down, reigning champion against the current reigning runner-up, if that's a thing, Memfisto. So Memfisto...
Do you think Memfisto will go for trying to defend his title?
his runner-up title.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be happy to relinquish that to someone else if he can replace it with a winner's position. Okay, so I mean this isn't particularly a new off the grid strat, because we've seen Memfisto play this kind of stuff in previous events as well. So it's interesting.
People play it on ladder or
it's
anything
interesting
like
why
that.
no one else has picked it up, either in tournament or on ladder.
It is really confusing because it seems so strong.
Yeah. You're going to have some very specific ways of countering it, and even the Great Dragon just didn't have the tools to do so.
If I were Dragon, I would put something like either a Fireball or something like that in my deck. Perhaps a, what's it called? Cluster Grenade? Is that what it's called?
The,
Iron Grenade?
Ion Grenade, yeah.
I think the in-game, the logic name is Cluster Grenade, but yeah. Like something like that has a decent chance of killing it. Because if you just kill the Zeppelins, everything else is so much easier to deal with.
Yes, they are the problem. Maybe a Chain Lightning or something in there, just something to deal with it. It's been a problem time and time again, and I feel like Dragon's got to assume that Memfisto is going to have a similar strat. Of course, he can't play Diona, can't play Setsu.
Can't play Milloween.
But you may just continue with that strat until it fails. We've definitely seen strats before with the Reckonator and Morelia, where you get the Spirit on the Reckonator, and it's...
I mean, try the same with Ravager, right? I don't see why it wouldn't work with Ravager.
Yep.
R3KT, also a master that can definitely use it, play it. There is also the interesting thing of doing it with Volker and get them raged.
Mm-hmm. It feels like a very versatile deck that is not really tied to a specific master.
I mean, Florian, I can see Florian playing it.
Jeez, you could probably play it without a master.
Well, the problem there is actually getting to a state where you don't have a master.
Okay, so let's just make sure that we're set up here. Memfisto and Dragon, Dragon in the menu, Memfisto deck building. Who knows what's going on there? Okay, so 2-0.
I think if anyone needs deck building time, it's Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Because this Memfisto deck, I mean, just swap a different master and then you're gonna win the third game at this rate.
Possibly, yeah. He's gonna have to tech against this. Be interesting to see what he decides to do.
Is this also what you meant earlier with where you said that in the first couple of rounds people don't play their best decks? Memfisto didn't start the tournament with this deck, right?
Potentially, yeah. But he's definitely finishing very strong so far with it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
R3KT, as I said, that was one of the options. Okay, I mean there were a lot of options, so this was a bit quite easy to say, but I'm not seeing it in there yet. In his opening hand.
So wrecked.
He does have the Scatthunder, so he might have just gotten unlucky cycle.
No, it's definitely different. I see a Smite in there. He's got a Brother of the Void as well.
Oh, it's definitely different, but the question is there still a Zeppelin and a Reckinator in there?
Currently unsure.
Yeah, but it's starting to look like the answer is no. The only problem is that the perk is blocking us from seeing it.
Raged Assassin, massive. There's the
Wall's so
again.
good against that. No, I don't think he has it this time.
No, but here comes the power of Wrecked. Got all those shadow clones,
Oh,
making
yeah.
it so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, he has done a full cycle. He does not have it. And I wonder if that is going for the mind games and trying to make Dragon hard counter it.
Possibly,
And then
yeah.
just play something else.
Good XP lead from Memfisto to start with.
Oh yeah. And a small HP lead as well. Which as R3KT is never unimportant. Not necessarily the lead, but if you can get the enemy low, they have to be so aggressive at blocking R3KT from getting forward.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the one-punch blast will destroy you.
Here we go again. What you'll notice if you're new to playing Rex, you'll notice a lot of the top players, they don't just waste the shadow clones at the start. They'll hold
Like,
on to them.
is he- He's probably gonna use to kill the. Oh, I thought he was gonna use to kill the Arcanist.
Yeah, I thought so. But oh, he comes
there
back.
He does it. Yeah. He was almost dead at the top, so he went down. I thought he would first go down.
It's so strong to pick off that stuff in the
Yeah.
pocket, and the attack's still going. Apep's going to shut it down eventually, but of course Rex not at home. But that's not too much of a threat currently.
Now he is. And then the 1 mana bridge cap of the Skatanos.
So the crossbow dudes were the free card from perk 1 from Dragon, so a little bit of range DPS, a split.
Yeah, it's
Very strong
a
2 mana
pretty
card.
decent pick.
The Smite clearing out the Skellies, but not generally the Smite target of choice, but
At the other hand, if you don't have your whirly ready. I don't think that the Void Brothers is too good in this match because the opponent has a wall.
yeah, the Assassin's just going to keep killing itself on that.
Yeah, a good swap to grab the bridge. And then... Oh, I expected him to just give up on the bot lane and just go to top. But no, he really wants to get that bot lane to keep pushing.
Okay,
Oh,
that's a
one-punch
big
blast
Smite.
there. No, one punch blast isn't there yet. It was smite.
Huge Smite. Stint grabs the bottom bridge with its tech mechanic, but
And here we see R3KT again helping at the top lane.
perk
Look
3
at
for
that XP
Memfisto.
advance now, like 15 XP advantage.
Yep, he does have that 1-punch blast now to remove something really annoying or to do some face damage if necessary.
Does
Yeah.
it feel like Dragon is low enough to go for the one punch blast finish?
No, not yet at all, especially
Feels like
the
it's
shield.
gonna be for the value blasts.
What's Dragon going to
Interesting
get from
that they're
perk
both
3?
having wall.
Whirly Scrap. With the support, the Arcanist is going to be fairly annoying at the top.
Good use, yeah. I was about to say good use. Oh, he got shut down.
Right.
That assassin also got shut down.
May have been a Musketeer that he
That's
got from
quite-
perk 3. Not sure.
If he has a musketeer, then yes. Because he hasn't played it yet.
Musketeer just got destroyed.
Wait, what? Musketeer?
Yeah, with the whirly he got with the 1-punch blast.
Did I just completely miss that? I hope I didn't desync. Oh, now I see a musketeer. Wait,
Musketeer at the top. There was a Musketeer at the bottom on
Yeah.
on face for
I completely
Memfisto.
missed that one.
No problem. Right. It's getting serious now. XP beginning to level up a little bit. That extra free card for Dragon's
the-
going to help.
The perk 3 of APAP is in a lot of cases stronger than one punch blast. Because with one punch blast you really need to get the value.
Are we going to talk about that beam?
Yeah, that missed the fire aim. That was
He missed the
painful.
fire imp, and then the crack tunnel moved out of it.
Yeah,
Not
I
fond
mean if
of
you want
that.
to talk about it, we can talk about it because that was definitely not a good play. I mean that reminds me of all those Hypnotize I saw earlier in the tournament.
Yeah,
A spell that is not quite getting its value. Ooh, I do not like that R3KT. I would have used that R3KT to kill the Cospadook.
There's the Musketeer going to do a good job at the
Yeah,
top.
Musketeer is a good pick for Dragon here.
Memfisto still ahead on XP. Both players have taken a lot of face damage.
Very close now. Little bit surprised he didn't one-punch blast Musketeer.
Yeah. Okay, Memfisto ticking towards Mana Frenzy. 190 XP, 192, has the bridges.
So who do you think is better in Mana Frenzy if they both get Mana Frenzy? RTKT or APAP?
It's difficult to say. Rex gets, with those clones, you could just...
Like, once again, why did he not
so
one-punch blast
strong.
that Musketeer? I'm so confused about that.
Oh, he kind of made a mistake with that wall as well. The assassin taking damage when he didn't need to. Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. Dragon's 3 XP behind and has the bridges.
Yeah. I have trouble seeing Memfisto winning this, actually.
Great smite.
Like, go top and one-punch blast something would have been a nice play. He could have... Oh, on the wall? Wait, when did he use
He took the whirly out with the one-punch blast at the bottom. Are we watching the same game?
Probably. I'm probably just not paying attention anymore.
Okay, here comes the flood of units from Memfisto. Both players in Mana Frenzy.
Face, so it's really important that that totem is there. Fire Imp is still... Oh, Fire Imp is dead.
Yeah, Dragon holding on, but it feels like Memfisto's got the pressure. He's in
And
the
he has
ascendancy.
one-punch blast. Do need to grab that bridge. Why does he... Ah yeah, okay, that was the one-punch blast.
And you get into the situation that sometimes you can just keep your Rect alive on the other side, just
Yeah, I actually think he could have done that there if he had played fast enough. But he decided to go for one-punch blast instead.
so many clones, so much
The
AoE.
clone's so good against the skeletons as well.
Yeah. Dragon holding on. Oh, nice.
Take the totem out.
Totem goes
Nice.
down.
Good
Base
job on that.
damage. Is this
Oh,
Memfisto
little
knocking
bit
Dragon
of a
out?
swap. It really is looking like it, and luckily, not only with the Zeppelins.
Nope, showing he
So
does have a
Memfisto
different
showing
strat.
that Memfisto showing that it's not just a lucky strat, just he is just that good. One punch blasting the Musketeer down there. Nice, I like that.
Okay, this is a
Good
long
use of the
game,
clone.
but it feels like there's only one player that's actually getting to face and putting
Yeah.
face damage on.
But we also saw there one of the main good use of R3KT, where you see the difference between the great and the decent, and that is not just using R3KT but using the clone as well to kill someone.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the lesser R3KTs miss.
Dragon's doing a great job hanging on against this.
Definitely, he definitely
Flame
has
Imp on
not
face.
yet, but the totem. One punch blast that used at bottom again. Good dash, good dash.
just jumps away from the wall. Not interested in
Good
that.
Musketeer as well though.
Bit more face damage.
Whirly got to face, yeah. Good push at bottom, but also very good smite.
Wall having to be played really defensively there for Dragon.
One punch blast, yeah, good.
Musketeer
Taking out the
removed.
Musketeer. Jesus. Yeah,
What's
that
going on?
movement gets delayed. 20 minutes later.
If Dragon can get a little bit of pressure on one of the bridges, then I feel like he can get
Any
back
idea
into
what
this.
the longest tournament game ever?
No idea is, to be honest.
Well, I think Memfisto and Dragon are trying to break that record.
Okay. Dragon pushing at the top. So
Oh,
difficult though.
Totem,
Oh,
totem,
nice
totem,
block.
The one punch blast, good job. Fire Imp on face, but also gonna die before the totem runs out.
Okay, that's good.
All
Okay,
the
Dragon
damage
getting back
got
into
there.
this now.
Very well done.
Dragon got
And
both
that
bridges now. Wow. He's done a
Good
great
smite,
job.
Good smite, good
Yeah, he's-
smite. And then
Nice.
the illusion, and grab with the illusion again. Also defend face. Ooh, that Musketeer on face.
Musketeer on face, nothing's there. Memfisto having to go back. Or at least going back
80 HP. 80 HP. Is Dragon gonna pull this back?
I think he is, because he's got the bridges now. He held on so well.
Pure insanity. Well, he lost bottom bridge again, and a clone will clear top completely.
Right.
Oh, or smite. I mean, that's a misplay from Memfisto, I think. He could use the clone there instead of smite.
Totem not available. A little bit of face
But
damage.
also nothing at
Goodness,
face.
10 minutes, 30 seconds. This one's going to the wire.
And both sides still having a good chance at winning. No
Dragon
one is
has
out yet.
beam.
Does he?
Yeah. Why is he not using it?
Why is he not beaming?
Beam, Dragon! Beam!
Does he not realize he has...
He's so in the zone defensively, I don't think he's seen this
If
beam.
he gets kicked out without seeing that, that would be so crushing. Holy shit. Has he figured it out? No,
He's
not?
still spawning stuff.
11 minutes in. 11
80
minutes in.
HP. Beam does
And he has
150
had
face
lethal
damage.
He has lethal for a minute.
Dragon, beam!
Like, you still need to be afraid of this R3 KT.
Has he seen it? Has he seen it?
Yeah, GG. He said GG. He must have seen it. He must have seen it.
No, but he hasn't. He's not playing it though.
What? No, what?
What is that? Beam!
No, yeah.
Oh my god! What are we
holy
watching?
shit. What a game.
What
11
are we
minutes and
watching?
32 seconds with more than a minute of the opponent being in full lethal. I can't believe that just happened.
It took us a while to notice it. It took him even
Yeah,
longer to notice
I didn't know
it.
he had a beam. I was looking at from Memfisto's side.
Yeah, I'm the one that could see.
You know how I am with spells on phase.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
That just shows that, you know, even these top players, when they're in the zone, and, you know, in Mana Frenzy, with lots of cheap units, especially with APEP and your free units, you're having to cycle so fast, he's having to pay attention to protecting his face, as well as putting pressure on the bridges. There just wasn't those brain cells available.
Yeah, and I definitely think Memfisto made multiple mistakes there. Letting the Musketeer get to face, I don't think he had to do that. Not using his clones for AoE where he could do it a couple times, where he used his smite. Those things, even though you're mana fancy, every mana still counts. Especially when your opponent is also not just defending, but still having chances to attack. And of course, Dragon managing to block a one-punch blast and a fire amp with a totem really helped a lot as well. The totem did so much work there.
That was insane.
Really insane. And we're already getting into the next match. We don't even get a break. Ooh, Dragon with a Mordar.
Okay.
And Memfisto going back to his trusted old Reckinator and Zeppelins. I mean, I would say that that last match, anyone outside of Dragon would have lost that. So if Memfisto wins with the Zeppelins, I would think he still has shown that he can do more. But he's flooding mana.
Yep.
Oh, so for a moment I thought he was gonna flood another one.
Right.
This is going to be
Mordor.
interesting because Mordor is really bad against at defending, and if those Zeppelins get to face, Dragon better have like his beam ready. Does he have a beam?
Nope.
Oh, he has a aim walk. But
Okay.
is that gonna explode? No, it's not.
Nope.
But if Memfisto uses the Scratillery on the aim walker in the future, then those Zeppelins might. Oh, and a drone walker. Okay, so he has learned from the Zeppelins.
Trying to shut
And
this
that,
tombstone down.
Is
Or it just
just-
reses. It's not the res of choice though.
That is painful for Dragon. I really thought he was gonna get the right res here.
Okay, so again we're going to
And
see
now-
the Zeppelin and the taunt interaction.
Yeah, on the taunt. Yeah, that is again so painful for Dragon because you want so much more there, but now you get this push. And how are you going to defend against this? The Grenadier is not the right play there. That's just such a mistake. And then we see this Artillery again.
Massive face damage
And
coming out.
This might just kill Dragon. No, not if R3KT dies. Okay.
Chat
Still,
discussing
putting
whether
him down to
yeah, chat
Whether,
discussing whether they were whether he was BM in the last game with the beam. I
saw
don't
those
think
one, but
so.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not at this stage of a
Because-
tournament. So
Not just that, not with that little HP.
yeah, there was no room
Like
for
if you
error.
had like 700 or 800, sure, but a single one punch blast with a fire imp or something, single time a random assassin getting to face, it's too risky. I mean, assassin to face is kinda unlikely, but Dragon losing a lot of HP here again,
Yeah,
going
every
down to
push is too much.
770. Especially against an R3KT, which we've seen can jump around so much, getting that little bit of extra damage in here and there. You're not APAP, you cannot block things.
Okay. Perk 3 already from Memfisto. That's gonna help.
Also,
That one punch
that
blast will help.
tombstone is not gonna get a great rest, it's gonna get that aimbot. That is not what you want.
YOLO on the Colossus as well.
And there we see the Scratinator again, and what is gonna block that Scratinator? Oh, it's going to the Colossus? Okay.
Colossus is gonna take
Yeah.
a lot of damage though from the air.
Yeah. Yeah, and the face is getting a lot of damage. Oh, and the Zeppelin on the
Rivals
column.
column,
Otherwise Dragon might be basically dead by now. I mean, would be like below 300.
He's so far behind on XP though. What can he do?
I mean, nothing. He's lost. Honestly, we're gonna see Memfisto kick Dragon out with the same tactic again.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of going for Mordor. Yeah, Dragon sees it as well. Like oh, even leaving. I don't like going for Mordor when you know that Memfisto likes the Zeppelins like this. I don't think that was a good choice.
There we have it. Memfisto knocking out the reigning champion.
Yeah, with the Zeppelins.
The Zeppelins, yeah. Not only are they so destructive to the blue golem, the whole idea in a lot of those decks is the blue golem will tank for everything else, but the Zeppelin's just shredding everything else around it.
And not just that, it's also just the face damage that you get from it. It's so difficult to block. Like he had the aim walker and the drone walker, but often one of them wasn't available and the other one got destroyed by this artillery. It's just
Okay, so, well,
yeah.
Dragon is not going to be winning this event.
I mean, that's sure, yeah.
We don't know who will be, but
Good-
Memfisto is
Good
into the...
deduction.
Yep, there we go. I looked at my notes and I figured that out. So Memfisto's into the grand final, but we don't know who he's going to play. But we will find out. Remember, the second semi-final, which I don't think has been played yet, is going to be Nikshow against DarkCrow. So we need the bands for that. I think they waited for us, which is fairly pog.
Bog.
So we get set up for that. Okay, so Memfisto knocking out reigning champion Dragon, booking his place in the grand final.
And DarkCrow was playing Snap Freeze, right?
Yes.
So that's going to be interesting. See if we get a little bit more of that. But I also feel like I remember DarkCrow playing some questionable hypnotizers.
Yeah, we definitely saw that on the boom buggy that didn't really do much.
So interesting to see if he can improve on that and get to the finals. Otherwise,
Okay, that's here. Right, so semi-final best of 5, score 0-0, Nikshow, DarkCrow. Okay, I'm just gonna use the restroom. Would you? I'll put the bands in the list in the chat there if you just want to mention those. Get a second.
yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Let's see. So the bands are Nikshow banned R3KT, Pebbles and Salads. So we are not gonna see a repeat of the R3KT going for face. And DarkCrow banned Milloween, Wall and Salad. So we're definitely not gonna see any Salads. Wackety. But yeah, I think that having banned the War and Pebbles basically have somewhat of the same goal. Both of them are fairly defensive, so some of the defensive cards being out there, I like that. Miluin ban, I mean, we've seen quite a lot of them. We haven't seen Miluin being super successful this tournament, to be honest. Potentially because Salads have been banned as well, which is one of the cards I think that they're doing. She's doing great with. But all in all, I think we're gonna see a pretty good match. And now Saga wants more snacks. I'm hearing a Fishy. Fishy's getting back to us, which is good.
Okay, back.
Welcome back.
So I think Dragon was saying that he maybe partied a little too hard yesterday, not at 100%. That's why you didn't see that lethal.
Excuses.
Okay, so Nikshow against DarkCrow. Nikshow, DarkCrow. Okay, leaderboard.
As I just mentioned to the viewers, Fishy, is that we haven't really seen Miluin being super successful this tournament so far. Of course, she's been banned a bit, but the times that we saw her, she wasn't doing that great either, was she? Potentially because the Salads have been banned a lot as well, so they don't get to play that combination.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely hasn't been dominating.
No.
Okay. Right. Nikshow, where are
Also,
you?
While you were gone, I gave Saga some snacks.
Nice.
And now she won't leave my side because she wants more.
Aww. Right.
Also, it's actually wet food time, so she's always around here. Actually, can you give me a short time? I'll quickly give her wet food because otherwise she's gonna be asking for that in annoying ways. Because what she does is she'll start nibbling my my hands and fingers just to get it. My shoulder, any place she can reach, basically. Or she'll use my leg as a scratch ball and try to get attention that way. Or my chair as a scratch ball. Basically anything as a scratch ball as long as it gets attention.
Within reach.
And she'll meow a lot. Yeah.
Okay, Nikshow, DarkCrow. Right, that looks good.
Eat your wet food, cat. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so this is the second semi-final. These guys waited for us, which is very kind of them. We've got Memfisto in the grand final, awaiting the winner of Nikshow and DarkCrow. Let's let them know that we're ready. I think FDM went through the bans when I was away, but we've got Nikshow banning Nikshow, banning Wrecked, Pebbles and Zealots, DarkCrow banning Milo, Wall and Zealots. Zealots getting a lot of ban attention. We know that's a very strong card at the moment.
Yeah, they're very strong, and I can't say I really mind them not being in a match. They haven't actually done that insane amount of face damage that you know they can do, probably because the people are quite good at defending.
Yeah.
But if everyone that has played with them or against them on the ladder has seen that game where they just suddenly do 800 face damage because one of them gets to face with Frenzy and Haste.
Yep. You Glens brew it, get even more out of it.
Oh, yeah. We get quite a lot of messages on Discord about Glens brew, and I can't say I blame people, and I definitely want to change that card as well.
Okay.
Because that card can be doesn't have a lot of things that you can core counter against that.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to sit there and just take it.
Yeah, like the only counter as you can, if you want to core the counter, is more damage, and that is not a nice interaction.
Yeah, or a defenso chopper.
Yeah, but I mean that is more damage, sort of. I mean, a stun is a decent argument, like more damage or more crowd control, so to speak.
Right, so hopefully the players know. Let me just message. Let them know.
Interesting, Dragon says that he would have lost even if he was 100%. Memfisto counters his deck really well, he said. And, I mean, not to take anything away from Memfisto, but I don't think that's necessarily that Memfisto countered his decks. It's just that Resonator Zeppelin, wielded by Memfisto, is a big threat for anyone. Whew.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see if it is because Memfisto plays it really well, or if that combo itself is just really strong.
Yeah, it's surprising, as we mentioned earlier, that we haven't seen that technique from anyone else, either in the tournament or on ladders.
Especially because you said it's been played before by Memfisto.
Yeah.
So it might be that Memfisto just found the right way to play it and other people can't quite get that power out of it.
Maybe.
But we've seen Memfisto win 3 games against Dragon with it. But also the 3 games before that he just completely slaughtered, apparently.
Okay, here we go. Semi-final number 2 is underway. We see the new awesome-looking Crystal Rex skin.
Yeah, Crystal R3KT. And
Nikshow.
we know that Nikshow banned R3KT, so he doesn't want to face it. Probably because he thinks it's really good and playing it therefore.
Okay, Nikshow wrecked DarkCrow King Puff.
Yeah, with a lot of stun. Like he has Snap Freeze, which is sort of a stun, right? But he also has Xinglong, and he has Shen Stormstick. That is the name, right?
Yep.
I can never remember.
There's the freeze. The slow's nice, and then the freeze.
Yeah, that really makes the statue almost useless. Really powerful there.
Yep, absolutely nails that statue. Only going to happen one time, but it's done really nothing. The push still going. The buff
usually
golem.
you want to be the one that gets value from it as the receiver, but here the spawner is still getting value from his spawn there. That's insane.
For sure.
Nikshow is in a lot of trouble right now, and he's gonna have to put it back soon because he's not ahead in XP. That's roughly equal.
Yeah,
he's a little bit behind in HP. Oh, what was that trick swap?
Normally when you use the rock rivals, you're kind of assuming that you're going to have the worst trade in that situation, but you're investing in the future. But DarkCrow got the best of both worlds there.
Yeah. There we see Snap Freeze not doing a lot.
Okay, so XP level. We've seen before how powerful KP King Puff at perk 3 is. Blood Imps, again, a card we're seeing very often.
Nikshow got a little bit of an XP lead there, but I think that will soon change with this push. Because Scatillery against the Battle Shield, it does some damage, but Scrats are dead real fucking fast. Whew.
Yep, so nice switch there to get the stun on the Jolo, clear it out. These prop Scrats with the shield are kind of annoying, makes it more difficult to deal with because it's...
Rekt is really good against it.
Yeah, the explosion from the
DarkCrow
clone...
showing the appreciation of the skill that Nikshow did there by doing a thumbs up on that. Always nice to see when players show us what they think.
Yeah, so you've got to pay attention to where you're jumping to, but also where that's going to position your clone.
It's exactly what I mentioned earlier, where you see that the top players, they really get value from those clones as well. There's a lot of damage in the clone's death. Not necessarily in the clones themselves, but in their death.
Yeah.
Their explosion.
So we got the buff.
Ooh,
Battle
once
Monkey
again
at the
a
bottom.
swap to kill the YOLO, I think.
Yep, a nice switch.
A pity for DarkCrow that he has that he does not have Glance, because Glance on a battlefield can be nasty.
Yeah, for sure. Okay,
But then
another...
Column getting to face again.
But again,
Only
another...
getting one hit though.
Another nice swap from Nikshow though, keeping all of those flying Scrats under control.
Both heading close to perk 3, but Nikshow increasing his XP lead a little bit.
I feel like DarkCrow will be happy with how this is going so far. He knows his perk 3 is going to be really strong.
Here again, this Snap Freeze, I don't think it does anything, really.
Still no perk 3 yet for DarkCrow. Doesn't want to fall
Battles
too
heal
far
face
behind.
again with a good stun to get some more damage off.
That's
Ooh, and
him.
that actually getting 3 hits extra because of the R3KT spawning in.
Okay, no swap available yet.
It's an important thing when you play R3KT that you realize that when he is going from the tower to the field, there is a small amount of time there where you're losing attacks.
Yeah.
And because it was a battle shield, it also made the battle shield attack faster. So if he had stayed on the tower, he would probably have killed the battle shield 3 attacks faster.
Ah.
Battle shield attacks.
The taunt just keeping the Jing alive there, but not for long. Here comes the switch. Right, can the Night Puffs change this?
Yeah, the top push is nasty to deal with because of all the things surrounded by the taunting golem, but Artillery being a good card.
Yeah. Taking a little bit more face damage. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, but Nikshow is getting further and further ahead in XP.
Yeah. We've seen that
Like,
Rage Golem. If that gets anywhere near face, that's going to be a problem. But
true, but I have trouble seeing this end before Nikshow gets Mana Frenzy. And
switch coming here.
Ooh. Well, that. What? Huh?
Freezing in the
one punch
corner.
blast.
Okay, this is a lot
I
of
was
damage
really
coming out.
confused What happened?
Yeah, one punch blast
Yeah,
shut that
just sort of-
down. This is looking scary. These scrats, flying scrats, are going to shred
Yeah,
everything. No
down
clone
to
available yet.
150 HP. I can't believe it.
He's so close to Mana
And
Frenzy
don't
though. Can he
Don't
hold?
forget that DarkCrow.
Oh no, the Golem!
Oh! Well, I'm not sure how he managed to get that much face damage in.
He could have
He did.
tanked. He could have tanked the Golem with something. He decided to try to use the Scratillery, but it takes a while for those scrats to become active on the ground
they
there.
are fairly slow.
And the Golem was not interested. Okay, DarkCrow strikes first. The power of King Puff.
Yeah.
He was behind, but of course that perk 3 really changed things.
Yeah, I really expected Nikshow to defend good enough to get to that Mana Frenzy. But yeah, at the end he suddenly allowed so much face damage. I can only say that that was surprising.
Yeah, he was looking in control. He was getting so close to Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
Was Nikshow. But not close enough in the end.
I don't think he's going to be happy with being so close and still losing.
Okay, so DarkCrow strikes first. This is game 1. This is best of 5 in this semi-final. The winner will go through to face Memfisto in the grand final.
And because he just won, that means that DarkCrow can use neither R3KT nor King Puff.
That's true. Everything available for Nikshow except Milloween from the ban. See what they switch to.
Actually, I just realized I gave one cat snacks, the other one deserves snacks as well.
Aww. Any favourites?
No.
Just waiting on the players to be ready. Those
Ooh,
players
so
in the
good.
menu.
Sorry, I always get distracted by cats.
No problem.
I expect DarkCrow actually to play another deck with Rock Rivals. I feel like he really likes that card.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen him him play it basically every single time.
Okay, here we go. Game number 2. DarkCrow took the first. Can Nikshow fight back? We're about to find out here in the fish tank.
Morelia versus Setsu. That's interesting because that's going to be a fight for Nikshow to get to perk 3 and for Morelia to get to perk 3. But in a very different way because Nikshow wants to kill DarkCrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But DarkCrow mostly wants to get to perk 3 and then perhaps even Mana Frenzy. Although he is playing it with Brothers of Light, which is generally not a Mana Frenzy card, right? It's a more aggressive one.
Mm-hmm.
So we might actually see a fairly aggressive Milloween where it gets the spirits on the Brothers of Light.
Yeah, those spirits are so strong on those tanky units. It's got a
Ooh, the Rammer.
Rammer coming in.
The
Got a
Rammer
very
actually not a great pick there because of the heal buff from Nikshow. so that damage might actually just disappear.
It's such a cheap deck that Nikshow's got.
Yeah,
Nice
and here we
stun.
see the damage is already back. Nikshow is full HP again. Heal buff is gonna be painful. Nats on a brother. That
Yeah,
is
he
difficult
might
to
have
deal
to
with.
jump on this just to kill the gnats.
Yeah, and that's painful because that's 2 mana
Yeah,
and your
Setsu's-
perk gone. Just doof.
Yeah, that was a situation where you didn't want to do it, but you felt like you had to.
Yeah. Not sure if that is the right strategy. If that shouldn't have gone on the Xinglong.
The curse is going to help deal with the brother.
Yeah, the defense was fine from Nikshow. But here we do see it where Dark is trying to attack. I like that. I like that a lot more than those defensive Morelias that just, you know, try to get to perk 3 and then win with Mana Fancy. And that might be Morelia in 2v2. Ooh, that does that more than in 1v1. Do you know that?
I'm not. Yeah, I feel like it's more of a control matchup when you see Morelia like that. But some people definitely play it very offensively. It's always nice to see. Spirit on the Scrat Tank's going to be annoying for
DarkCrow
others.
was flooding again. A little bit confused that he does that every so often.
Right. Wants to kill the gnats here, but he's going to ask for some RNG. Didn't kill any of them.
Yeah.
Okay, only killed one of them.
No, he killed one.
There was one left. Of course, when you're dealing with the brothers, DarkCrow has left.
What?
DarkCrow has left.
He is flooding, yeah. Yeah. What is that? Is this a disconnect? If it's a disconnect, what do we do?
We'll find out. So, Nikshow's going to finish this game off. We'll find out what's going on.
Do we need to go to the Great Judge to hear how to react to this? Because this is very anticlimactic.
We'll see. The super cheap Setsu deck.
Because I can't believe that DarkCrow gave up here. I don't think so.
I mean, it was plenty close enough.
Fairly, yeah, it was fairly equal, right?
Let's see if we can find out what happens.
Yeah, he logged out. I mean, it makes sense. It's the only one way you can quit the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chonks, can you leave me for a moment? Thank you.
He DC'd.
Ooh, that is painful. What are the rules on that?
Let's find out. It was quite far into the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's find out. Yeah, he had a disconnect with his connection. I think he plays via a VPN. Okay, let's find out. But yeah, it was close up until he left,
Yeah.
and then his chances plummeted at that point.
I mean, your chances do plummet when you disconnect.
Seems like it.
That does happen, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to win without playing.
Well, you say that. I remember when there was a really awkward period with Colossus, Spawn of Fury, Milloween, and I remember one guy would always set up these huge pushes against me that he knew he was gonna win, and he would just leave the game, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Play Beam.
Oh God, used to make me so mad.
That's what I do. I play Beam of Doom.
Yes, if in doubt, beam it.
I mean, Dragon agrees. Didn't work for him, but hey.
Right. So we'll just get the official ruling. But I don't know. I assume it's going to be.
Oh, that's actually interesting. They were having that whole talk in the chat about you know, clicking on the cards and then on the field or using the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikshow does seem to be clicking on the cards.
Hmm.
And it is true that it depends a little bit on what cards you play, right? If you play a card like Black Hole, you need to be really fast. But if you play less reactive cards, it matters less. It's very much a thing of do you need that speed?
Yeah. There are situations where it's going to be way more beneficial than some of the others.
Definitely.
Okay.
And for everyone waiting, we're just trying to figure out what the response on the situation is. Because no one is happy with disconnects, of course.
No. Okay, let's have a look.
And this is an issue you have when you have global things.
Okay, so the rules say there are no restarts for disconnects in game. The disconnected player should attempt to rejoin the game as soon as possible. If the player loses while disconnected, the game result stands. So, I think that's fairly standard.
So according to the rules, Nikshow just won.
Seems
and
like
that makes it 1-1, right?
Yeah. I mean, the players could, between them, decide, but it's kind of all on Nikshow whether... Yep, so the rule is giving a game to Nikshow, but I guess he always has the opportunity, but I mean, it's difficult at this stage of the tournament. You know, you want to be sportsmanlike, but also, you know, you just say, well, that's, you know, the
you want to win.
Right, sorry for the delay. We're just getting to the bottom of this just to handle it as most appropriate as possible. Because you can say, oh, let's just replay, but then, you know, it's not quite as simple as that because they've both seen the decks.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, like, if one of the players feels like they had the advantage, and if that is Nikshow, he could also feel a little bit disappointed, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough thing. Because in general, I would say that Morelia should have an advantage in XP before getting to perk 3. If Morelia is behind or equal, I would say she is behind in a lot of cases. And especially a Setsu with perk 3 can deal with the dragon quite easily. So there is that argument.
Right, okay. Waiting for the answer from Nikshow, and then we'll figure out where we are and where we're going to go. That was a little poem.
Then also some cattail on the stream.
Okay. We're going to take a break for a cat.
Big chunks. She does love attention though, so she's happy that we have a break, sort of.
Okay, so one game all. The rule stands.
Yeah, and as I said, Nick does seem to feel like he was in a winning position, and I don't necessarily disagree.
Yeah.
Because I think that the perk 3 of Setsu is just so strong that you need to be ahead before Setsu gets it.
Yeah. Right, okay, sorry for that downtime. We're back. Okay, it's one game all. That game goes to Nikshow. The rules are in his favour. The disconnect does allow him to win. Okay, so 1-1. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the rules are of course like this because you can have a lot of ways you can abuse it. Otherwise, you know, you can disconnect yourself. It's fairly easy. And let's be honest, sometimes luck decides things in life.
Yeah,
Like APAP picks.
indeed. Okay, so that goes down for a Nikshow win, so that means that he can't play Setsu.
Ah, true. So no Setsu and no Morelia, right? That was the other ban?
Milloween,
Ah, Miluin.
unless I've
Yeah,
written it down
that's
wrong.
definitely what I said.
Okay, looks like we're moving into game number 3. Sorry for the delay, a bit of drama here, but we're back with game 3 in this best of 5. As we know
And
now,
who do we get to see?
one game all.
Showtime!
King Puff,
We get against Miluin.
correct.
DarkCrow using Miluin because DarkCrow is allowed to use it.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned earlier, I haven't seen Miluin really dominating, so let's see if DarkCrow can use more, can get more out of Miluin than I've seen so far. Not easy against King Puff because both have that perk 3 power spike, right?
Yep. Okay, so we've
I
got
think-
Zenshi deck from Nikshow.
Ooh, Senshi deck. Interesting. Because DarkCrow is using the Brothers of Light again, together with Miluin. To get just that big push with
Yep.
probably the Arcane Golem behind it.
Has Spirit Infusion as well, so he's going to
Oh,
be wanting
yeah.
to stack all those spirits on those units.
He has really been liking putting the spirits on the brothers.
Surprised he spawned those brothers defensively. I feel like he could have saved the Prowler then. If he'd...
Yeah, that is that thing where he really wants to push up the build, I think. Get this push out like this. I think that's the reason. He wanted to delay it so that he had mana for the Spirit Infusion. Shen Storm Strike, of course, an amazing card against this. At the other hand, Scratch, really good against him because he takes ages to kill a single unit.
Yeah, still alive. Needs some support though. Is a bridge switch available? Oh, he just goes
Ooh.
down there. That's kind of annoying. Shen with
Bridge
stun
swap,
support
I'm not
can
sure
be
that-
very strong.
I don't feel like that bridge swap was worth it.
Okay, so we've got a raged, growth burst, shroomed, tranquil
Yeah,
monkey
that
there.
is
That's
damage.
that's serious. Grenadier though, also serious.
Grenadier.
Not Grenadier, Musketeer. Oh dear.
Are we rhyming now?
Seems like it.
You
Right.
look like a cow.
Moo.
Really, that's... Once again, DarkCrow
I
flooding
don't know, like-
mana there, by the way. I don't
Oh.
understand those random floods.
I didn't like that bridge switch either. Switching the monkey into the dog.
Yeah.
Definitely a dog.
Both sides playing a little bit strange at times. That's
Bridge
a
switch
way
there's-
better swap.
Yeah, it's nice because it stuns them,
It
so they're
resets the
their armor of
the
light.
shields.
Yeah.
Yeah. Armor.
okay. Shen doing a good job here. Stuns keeping that Shen DPS huge.
yeah.
You can see with that stun that Shen got 2 attacks in back to back, massive
Xing and
damage.
Shen. Xing, Shen, always good.
Yeah, and easy to say as well.
And DarkCrow designed to go aggressive there with the arcane missiles, just straight at face. I like it. You know what
Okay.
they say? Face is the place. I
Ace
don't know,
is
that
the
what the thing
place.
that you say?
Your private life or anyway.
Nice.
Needs a stun
Right,
support here. He wants to get the Battle Monkey out, but he needs stun support. Because the Battle Monkey will get spanked.
Yeah, and these shields are nasty if they pop against those Scanters, except that Scanters are already
Oh,
dead. Ooh,
ghost
that
popping.
Ghost is horrible. Like, that's not gonna do anything.
This is
Although
looking...
it could give a stun. The stun
Yeah.
might be an issue. Or it just dies. Yeah, the ghost was nothing. That was,
This is
a
huge
waste.
face damage coming out though. The
Yeah,
brother's
yeah.
still there.
And the brother's still on face, and the fire.
Can he kill that brother quickly enough?
And DarkCrow has multiple spells. This is over. Because there's also a dagger for if this was blocked.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, this wasn't even Miluin being strong necessarily, but the brothers being allowed to get to face
Yeah.
because there wasn't enough defensive power in the Senshi deck.
Wow. Okay. Well, DarkCrow
Yeah,
shaking off that disconnect and
Yeah.
striking
coming back
straight
with a
back.
vengeance.
Yep, brothers plus the spirit's very, very strong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a lot of HP to get through. And with the Scatillery to help defend, right? Defend the brothers.
Yep.
You can get a pretty nasty push going. And there was just not enough stun to combine with this with Shen. The Xing Shen combination didn't get pulled off enough.
Just closing my window. People are yelling in their garden. And the alarm went off again. Someone's house. Who knows what's going on? Okay. Right. DarkCrow.
Didn't know my colleague lived near you.
Right, here we go. Loading into game number 4.
Potentially last game, depending on who wins.
Yep.
Because DarkCrow, despite his DC, is still on match point now. Oh, DarkCrow decided to play his Senshi with Jade Flingers and Shen Stormstick. And Nikshow back on the Crystal R3 KT.
Yep. Wrecked against Diona.
That was also the first game that he played, where he lost to DarkCrow. He was also playing the Crystal R3 KT.
Nice bridge grab there with the collision with the Jolo.
Ooh. Battlesea who getting giant growth is always dangerous. Because that's a lot of DPS.
Yeah, needs to be handled.
Quite a lot of HP.
I feel like that's a misplay there.
Jade Flinger's amazing against YOLO because they double hit.
Yep. Okay.
Good defense though outside of that. The XP will equalize pretty fast.
And again, here it is.
DarkCrow doesn't have that much assist right now. But he does have Shen Stormstick and Xing. Something.
Yep.
But I mean, that Blue Golem did get damaged quite heavily. And that Grenadier might just kill the Reboomer.
Okay.
At least, I mean, that
Rex
works
clears
for
it up.
Nikshow.
Okay, that's
Nikshow
okay.
getting a good XP advantage. Whereas DarkCrow gets the advantage of having the cheaper Blue Golem, of course.
Yeah, nice reactions there with the Daggerfall killing all of the Skellies. Normally you
But
see
also
one or
a
two
nice play
sneak
there
past.
to protect the clone, to get both bridges. Giant growth Blue Golem, also always dangerous. I'm not sure if I like that taunt trap. Do I like that taunt trap? Don't think I like that taunt trap.
Okay, so again we got the buffed Golem, the buffed
And
Battle
the buffed
Mankey.
Battlesea, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we playing Pokemon now? It's been interesting to me that no one has really punished the Blood Imps yet with the Fireball or something like that. Like a Fireball smite absolutely slaughters Blood Imps.
Yeah.
Ooh, but that YOLO might do a lot of face damage.
Extra
and that
mana coming
Reboomer
from
will get to
Ruffles.
face. That Reboomer getting
Oh,
to
it
face
picks off the
is,
pocket as well.
Yeah. And YOLO still at face. Finally that. Daggerfall this. Bum. This
Yeah.
all getting to face. Use the trap against the Marines. Or the clone, I guess, in this case.
The good looking
Like,
push.
well played, well played. This is just a good use of R3K, of Diona power with the traps. Really surprising that YOLO and Reboomer were just allowed to get the face. Very
Right.
dangerous here.
It's
Battle
so
Shield
difficult.
and a Blue Golem. This
wanna-
might just be enough to just end it, honestly.
Golem not hitting face was very important there.
Yeah.
The Nikshow.
But he's
Head on
down
XP,
to
but
600
yeah.
HP. Yeah, but down to 600 HP against a Diona. With the traps, can deal so much damage. Like if you have a taunt and a crossbow trap at the same time, that can deal hundreds of damage easily.
Yeah. DarkCrow's got 1 foot in the final at the moment.
Yeah. I would say that at this point, it's up to DarkCrow to mess up, not Nikshow to win. Because I think Nikshow needs DarkCrow to make a mistake to be able to get back.
That one punch blast helping to soften up the golem, but it's still alive.
Yeah.
As we see, making sure he hits face with those. He knows he's whittling Nikshow down. He's got the dagger fall as well that he's going to want to get on face.
Probably waiting for the skeleton horde.
I'll go straight in on it. Okay, the golem doesn't get to face. Jolo does though.
No, but he cycles fast enough to get the next golem in hand with enough mana to play it before that one comes. I think the daggerfall was a mistake though. I think play the trap on face. Play the trap on face. There is no R3KT there. Play the trap on face. Why is he not playing the trap on face?
You've got to.
Like,
there it goes.
This to me, yeah, but this to me was either him not paying enough attention, like Dragon had with the beam, or not quite understanding how important this is against a R3KT to punish the moments that he's not on face.
Yeah. I mean, 260 HP, he's really going to be starting to cycle those traps.
If he done it earlier, he might have done even more damage, I think.
Yeah, because Nikshow was able to react immediately.
Do it again. Why is he not doing it? Do it. Get it on face.
Here we go. Okay. Maybe he's waiting for Nick to dedicate his mana somewhere else. Okay, and there we have it. DarkCrow has beaten Nikshow by 3-1, which means DarkCrow is our second grand finalist.
Like in a game like this, you can really see how dangerous it is if your master leaves face against someone that can easily get to face, like Diona with her traps.
Okay.
So despite the disqualification, despite the disconnect, basically no effect on what happened.
Yeah, he did a
DarkCrow
great job.
did a great job.
Yeah, I was gonna say he did a great job, just not being tilted at all by that disconnect. Just came back as though it hadn't happened.
It's very easy to get tilted by something like this, where you lose a game despite it not being your fault. But no, just straight back, destroying with good play.
Okay, so that's the two semi-finals. Memfisto has beaten Dragon by 3-1. Nikshow has lost to DarkCrow by 3-1. So that is our grand final lineup. Everyone was expecting Dragon to be there as always, but he's not. It's Memfisto and it's DarkCrow.
Memfisto did such a good job with the saplings, and I'm not sure if what I've seen from DarkCrow has the power to block those saplings.
He's gonna have to go into that game with that in mind, isn't he?
Because those blue golems are gonna get destroyed.
Yeah.
If he does not have something to deal with the saplings, this is gonna be a 3-0 final.
Let's find out.
3-1 if Memfisto decides to not use the saplings one game.
Yeah, it's important. I'm sure he'll be aware of what Memfisto's been using and how strong it has been.
I hope so, but I don't know if DarkCrow watches the stream while playing this, or if he's really just in the tournament normally, you know.
Yeah. Be interesting to see, because, you know, at this stage, every bit of information is crucial.
Oh yeah.
Right, so Memfisto, current runner-up, looking to be the new champion against DarkCrow. Grand final, best of 5. And to reset the score, 0-0. Okay, so our next course of action is to find out what the bans are.
Hopefully saplings. Honestly, if I was DarkCrow, I would just ban saplings.
You kind of have to, doesn't it? Because that's the strength of that.
It really feels like it. Like Reckinator gets destroyed by the blue column. You don't have to be too afraid of that. But those saplings, whew. If DarkCrow wants to be able to play his style of gameplay, I think he needs to just ban the saplings.
Okay. Let's let everyone in the Discord know that it's grand final time. Grand final time. Memfisto versus DarkCrow. Have some links. That's everyone. Okay, so we just need to wait to see what the bans are, and then we'll likely know from the bans if DarkCrow's been paying attention to stream games or not.
I saw someone ask in the chat, is the master name really R3KT and not Rect? And yeah, the name is actually R3KT, and Rect is mostly just a pun.
It's easier to say though, right?
Yeah, but I'm so used to saying R3KT.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think it's a combination of making a joke about Rect and making a joke about the Star Wars droid.
I
What the hell is that one called?
C-3PO?
Golden boy? Yeah. I think it's a joke to combine those two.
Nice.
Because, you know, developers be nerds. We have a bunch of Star Wars fans in the office.
Nice.
So probably one of them named him.
Right. So let's have a look. Do we have ban information yet? No. Well, I think it's healthy for the tournament scene that I don't want to be disrespectful to Dragon, but I think it's healthy to see us some a different final lineup.
Oh, 100%. Things get boring if the same person always wins. Like, that's not disrespect, that is good.
Maybe
And
this
I
will
mean,
maybe this would encourage Dragon to maybe
step
come
up
up with
his
some
game,
yeah,
ban
come up with
Zeppelins
some
next time,
different strats.
not go partying the day before. You need to treat this like it's your job, the most important thing in life.
There's a lot of money on the line.
Like, you can get at least like 2 beers the next time you go out drinking.
So Nikshow in the chat saying that he does use the mouse generally, maybe 50-50 of the time, 50-50 mouse only against keyboard and mouse. That's crazy to me.
He's taking these tournaments like a casual game.
Right.
Not going full try hard.
We won't ask what his other hand's doing.
Hopefully petting a cat.
Was the #1 thing I was thinking of. Okay, ban information. Memfisto banning Milloween, Pebbles, Brothers of Light. DarkCrow banning Diona, Scrat Tunnel.
Oh, that's interesting.
And Flying Scrat's 4 mana, which are the...
Propeller Horde?
Propeller Horde, yes.
That's interesting, because that means he is focusing on the Zeppelins, but in the wrong way. The Memfisto ban for Brothers of Light, I can 100% understand. We have seen that power in the Spirited Brothers of Light that DarkCrow has been playing. Very good ban. Milloween makes sense. We have seen that he is a good Milloween player. The DarkCrow bans, I am not so sure if I like that.
Scrat Tunnel you can just replace with Scrat Horde.
Yeah, I don't understand why not go straight through the thing that is the main powerhouse in it. It's confusing me. Also, was he even playing Propeller Horde? He probably was, but I mean, I don't know. I don't like it.
I mean, Propeller Horde you tend to see a lot in King Puff decks.
Yeah, but not in all the decks that Memfisto was playing, I think. I'm just really surprised that there is no Zeppelin ban. Either Zeppelin or Reckonate. And from those, I think Zeppelin is the easier choice to ban.
Maybe a misplay with the bans. Maybe he just doesn't have that information what Memfisto's playing. Or maybe you got the other side of things where instead of banning the strat, you're going to tech against the strat.
True, and he could do this to weaken the strat enough that half teching is enough. I don't think we can read what Uncle said. Also, no, the next master is not going to be an Outlander master, I think. So.
Oh, that tickled me. Okay, right. Let's have a look. Memfisto.
No, we cannot have Frank. I ban Frank.
Oh.
If we're gonna do a new master, I find it very likely that it's gonna be a thing from Faye, one of their new units.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not currently working on a new master, so it's definitely still a bit off.
Let's see.
But you can definitely.
Someone says they want your T-shirt. What's on your T-shirt?
Oh, it's my Betadwarf T-shirt.
Ah.
Don't
Snap.
you have one?
Yes, I have mine on right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. It's almost as if certain people are just worth it, and others are not.
Yikes. Okay. Let's have a look. We're just waiting on the players to be ready now. Memfisto against DarkCrow. Grand final. Okay, so let's just look at the bands again. Milloween and Brothers of Light. So he doesn't want to deal with Millow. He doesn't want to deal with Brothers of Light. Because Brothers of Light, of course...
Pebbles is just...
Yeah, Pebbles is just...
There.
Pebbles are just Pebbles.
Yeah, you just don't want to fight them, honestly. Even if they're not too good, then they're still annoying enough to want to ban them. And if you think they're too good, that's fair, because they are really annoying.
And we got
And then the other
Dionys.
bands
it's
really
weird.
banning the Scrats away. Although I still... Like, the Diona I can sort of... I mean, yeah, sure. Diona in the hands of a good player is really strong. But I just don't understand the Scrat tunnels and the Propeller Horde combo.
Here we
I
go!
think they're focusing the wrong thing. And we see Zeppelins in the hand of Memfisto.
Grand
And Scrat Horde,
final time.
exactly as you said. So, let's see if
Setsu against Setsu.
Setsu could be fairly good at dealing with the Zeppelins, perhaps, but it might also be too slow.
See, we see no Scrat tunnels, but that's...
Oh, that's a lot of Scrats. Is DarkCrow playing Zeppelins?
Yes!
Oh, did DarkCrow just take Memfisto's deck? Ah, that is brilliant. That is hilarious.
Oh my goodness. But
Does he have a Reckinator?
He does, yep. He sent them in without the support, though.
He stole Memfisto's deck. He stole Memfisto's deck. That's quite brilliant.
Wow, okay. Almost a mirror matchup.
Yeah, but this is a good mirror matchup. I don't mind it. Memfisto seeing if he can get some of that damage back. Oh, both playing Reckinator at almost the same time. DarkCrow does stop that push from Memfisto with it.
Remember, of course, that Memfisto's going to have a lot more experience with this deck.
I'm assuming that Setsu lands on the Marines, yeah? Well, okay, on one of them. Yeah, but DarkCrow has a better start, at least. And is allowed to use some of the cards that Memfisto is not.
Yeah.
Is that gonna explode? No.
Okay, Zeppelin's going to shut that down with the taunt. Nice.
Yeah. Thing is, Memfisto doesn't have great answers to the Zeppelins either, right? Oh, Daggerfall.
Daggerfall's okay, but...
YOLO? Oh,
yeah, Jolo tanking Setsu. It's
YOLO.
going to be a lot of face damage coming out here.
And this, yeah, and that was such bad...
oh, they're still coming!
Yeah, Memfisto just wins. Just
wow.
completely destroyed it. Absolutely.
That was...
yeah. You can't steal someone else's deck and assume you're better with it, I guess.
Wow. Okay. Memfisto striking first in an almost mirror matchup.
Yeah.
And the power of the Zeppelins again.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, this was not just the power of the Zeppelins, right? Because clearly DarkCrow has seen what Memfisto is playing, put it out himself, and got destroyed. It's weird to me that despite being ready for it, he didn't have a good answer.
Yeah.
And of course, that YOLO tanking for the Zeppelins was massive.
Yeah, those Zeppelins lasted for forever.
I just saw you go on stream and go like...
Let's go! Okay,
It's
so
always
that's
good to see what happened earlier.
for the game. That's the first game. 1-0 to Memfisto. DarkCrow trying to steal his thunder, but Memfisto saying, "This is
Yeah.
my party trick."
And I think DarkCrow needs to go back to his own playstyle as much as he can and have a good counter for the Zeppelins. Just throw a Fireball in there, honestly.
Yeah.
I know it's an expensive counter, but it stops the push.
Yep, it's
And
not.
yeah, DarkCrow had a really strong first push, right?
Yep.
But that's where it stayed. That was all.
Yeah, that's it.
And that might have been just Memfisto not being ready for the tactic himself, right?
You can
But then after
imagine.
that,
You can imagine Memfisto's thought process where at just one point he's like, "Hang on, I recognise
Yeah.
this."
You must stand atop a mountain of defeated
Okay.
enemies.
I think Memfisto is going for the same deck again, but then with R3KT. DarkCrow definitely changed deck, went for King Puff. Anything notable in his deck?
Okay, snap freeze again for DarkCrow.
What? So he went back to his old playstyle, okay. Kinda as expected, right?
I mean, I
Has
feel like you
good
have
grid
to.
control at the start.
He tried to be
Yeah, I
a
mean-
little bit cheeky to start with. Right,
Which I
again.
appreciate, I do like it.
Yeah, Rock Rivals.
But that's gonna be rough because the Zeppelins, right? Although the Zeppelins do not actually get to go there,
No.
because there were not enough scats on that. Oh, that
Please.
bridge swap! Why would you bridge swap that? I do not like that bridge swap at
No.
all. That might just straight up lose you the game, honestly. That's insane to me.
Those Zeppelins got there a little bit too soon, I think. Where's the aggro going? Okay, the aggro's on the Zeppelins from King Puff, I think. Okay.
The order of them getting there is not relevant. It's the order of spawning / distance. Distance first, then spawning, I believe.
Right.
But yeah, that swap, I mean, he didn't get as much damage as I expected. I honestly expect that to be half of his HP, if not more. But still, big mistake.
Jolo's going to go in there. Stun Lancers will just laugh at it. Huge cake to the face. A lot of people don't realise Minion Masters has been around for a long time. This KP skin celebrates,
Oh, the blood imps!
celebrates its 5th birthday.
What? I mean, yeah, I guess. I was just thinking about it will be 6 years, you know, but wouldn't there be a 6th birthday then?
Sure, it was the 5th.
It's since 2016.
I mean, it was its 5th birthday when this King Puff skin came out, right?
Ah, was it?
I think so.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, but that's a while ago then.
Yeah, it's been in the game for a good while. Right. Battle Monkey's annoying here because he's got some scrats to deal with it, but can't utilise them. Snap
Like-
Freeze did nothing.
What? I think DarkCrow needs to stop playing Snap Freeze, honestly. I've not seen it work at all. I do not like what I'm seeing with it. Stop doing it. Help yourself.
To
It's
Scrutinery
only helping
there, it's kind of awkward.
Oh,
It's so-
Zeppelins? Zeppelins? Oh, Zeppelins!
Zeppelins are
gone.
ready. Zeppelins are ready.
No! Yeah, it is two. For a moment I thought he only got
Yeah,
one
if
of
you,
them, but
if
yeah.
you spawn them right
But
at the top,
he
they
did-
kind of spawn on
He
top of
did
each other.
listen. He put Arcane, no, not Arcane. He put Resonating Blast Crystal. It does help against the Zeppelins, but R3KT is very good at dealing damage himself as well.
Yeah, a lot of face damage.
see
DarkCrow
that?
under 600 HP now.
Almost dead, and Memfisto has multiple ways to get to face. Just tanking with the YOLO there. Oh,
YOLO
that's
gets
bad
no luck. He's got loads of HP though, so not the end of the world.
Definitely, and now he has One Punch Blast as well.
Mana being burnt by Memfisto at the moment.
Yeah.
He didn't want to play into that.
Didn't he?
You know, sometimes you have to really. Or the
Yeah.
explosion
Clone
doesn't take
not-
out.
Yeah, Clone not quite getting what you would want there.
Be another
Little
clone
bit sad he
available
hasn't
soon.
played Bridge Buddies yet.
To get the bridge? No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, okay, that's a way to get the bridge.
Right. Perk 3 now for DarkCrow.
Now, there is the thought where you can try to cycle fast enough that you get another round of R3KTs while R3KT is on the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for that you do need to cycle quite fast. I'm not sure if Memfisto is willing to waste that kind of mana, because you're gonna have to play cards sub-optimally. But look at this, he's getting so much damage from almost nothing.
Yep, just a few
Like those
scraps
300
on
damage
face.
from just a couple scrats and marines. What?
Right. Blood Imps could be terrifying here. Scritillary.
I mean, that's almost suicidal.
I mean, he's still alive, but I mean, he can't play any more Blood Imps, surely.
No, but I cannot believe that that's the right play there.
Right, needs a bit of Jolo luck here.
He does need to deal with that golem soon. Good
Love.
clone, good
Yeah.
clone.
Perfect clone.
But that
Battle
oh,
Monkey.
yeah, Scratillary makes sense. But I mean, Memfisto can also just Scratillary him to death at this point. But I think he's gonna see if he can get R3KT to do it for him. If he can, cycle. Oh, if he cycled.
Whirly Scrat on
Wait,
face.
what was that?
Oh, Whirly Scrat's gonna get stunned. 7 HP.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Like now it's just cycling to the Scratillary, right?
You would assume so. Assuming he's seen how much HP he's got, because you know we have seen
Yeah.
before that it
True,
can go
true,
unnoticed. There's the Scritillary.
Yeah, there we go. Memfisto has won the second game, right?
Yep, it's 2 games to 0.
And won it hard. Honestly, this time not even because of the Zeppelins. This was just a normal victory. The Zeppelins were consistently countered by the Resonating Blast Crystal.
Yeah.
I think DarkCrow needs to stop playing Snap Freeze, get it out of your deck. I really don't understand why he's playing it the way he is.
Well, I mean, it's nice to see someone trying a new card, but
Oh, 100%, but I would like to see it more successful.
yes, it's not really
Because
been
I think
achieving
he's
too
been
much.
winning. I think he got this far despite it, not because of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, replace it with a Stun Blast and you're gonna have so much more success. I know it's 1 mana more expensive, but it's also just better in the cases where he's using it.
Right. Memfisto racing into a 2-game to 0 lead,
yeah.
and he's had a lot of quick victories, a lot of quick sets.
And what we saw last time was that he swapped to a different deck at the 3rd game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's gonna do that again? Or do you think that he says DarkCrow has not shown that he can beat this? Even while trying.
He's had so much success with that kind of strat over and over again.
Yeah. And this time DarkCrow did tech against it and it still worked. Although I would say that the Zeppelins definitely did a lot less this time. And was more just a victory with the rest of the deck.
I think DarkCrow needs to think about whether he wants to play Rock Rivals or not, because the Zeppelins have been a constant in Memfisto's arsenal, and they just destroy that strat. So he may need to think about whether he wants to do that or not. Right. Make sure the spectators are still there. Memfisto, DarkCrow. Yes, okay. 2 games to 0. Memfisto within striking distance of winning his first major event for some time.
What we also saw in that tournament, that fight a couple times, which was surprising, was DarkCrow letting things get to face. Like that Whirly. Was really surprised that it got to face. I don't know if it was just the deck being a little bit too clunky to defend against and him already not being able to use Blood Imps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if there is just...
Well,
or if that was just a misplay. I mean, I think he is from Asia, so that could be a tiredness thing, right? It's quite late there now.
We definitely saw him playing Blood Imps, probably beyond a safe HP threshold. He was very low, and although he didn't get fully punished at that point, it's very dangerous.
Like, usually you can figure out where people are from the guilds, right? And Maho Sojo is a Chinese guild, so I'm assuming he's from there. Which
Yeah, I
also
think so.
explains the VPN.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that has something to do with it? With just small misplays here and there, just because, I mean, I don't know about you, but when it gets late in the night, I start playing badly. Well, badly. I mean, I never play badly, but less perfect.
What the hell? Right, here we go. Game number 3. This could be the final game of the day. This could be Memfisto stamping his name on the trophy, the virtual trophy.
Will this be the tournament of the Zeppelins? Or will Memfisto win with more than just Zeppelins? And it does look like Memfisto changed deck. I'm seeing a Beam, I'm seeing a Blastmancer. And APAP. Not a lot of scrats. There is a YOLO, but that's hardly a lot of scrats.
Okay.
So I think Memfisto wants to show he can win with other decks. That is not just a mechanic that he is winning with.
Memfisto banned Pebbles, and I'm seeing Pebbles here.
He has similar. Oh, that's actually an issue.
That is an issue. It may not get noticed, but it has been noticed. Let's see what happens.
More fun is that Memfisto plays Simulacrum. That's the fun part.
Right, there goes the Beam. As we've seen earlier with Dragon, the Beam really shuts that down, especially if you get it early.
Ooh, that is dangerous. Playing Propeller, Scats, and Battle Shield.
That Battle Shield is going to start getting triggered. Monkey on monkey.
Okay, alright. Memfisto actually also has a Battle Shield in his deck, so he can actually play 2 Battle Shields. Does this mean that Memfisto technically has already won the tournament?
I think so.
That's anticlimactic. Let's hope that he at least wins this game, because I don't want that to be the end. But that does kind of come back to what I was talking earlier about just the time, right? It could be that he missed it, getting a little bit tired, getting a little bit sloppy with it.
Yeah, we've seen this happen quite often.
It is a pain that the Asian players have a little bit, that we mostly play, I think, in European and American times, right?
Yeah.
Mostly because the times of the organizers, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no time that suits everyone.
No time fits everyone. That's a big problem that all the international esports have. And we are no better than any of them. So yeah.
Okay, well, let's just assume that this is a legit match, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, Totem is gonna block most of this. Is that the YOLO from Simulacrum?
Possibly. There's a lot of face damage coming out.
Yeah. This is a fairly aggressive DarkCrow deck, which makes sense with Ravager. And Pebbles do give it the defense that it needs, you know.
Yep. That range, though, from the Marines being kind of annoying. Pebbles just withering away in the corner.
Something that they will do even faster if the change in the PTR goes through.
Yep.
Memfisto...
Oh, he needs to be... He might have to use his shield here. Might have to use his shield here. He doesn't! That's huge face damage.
Ooh, that is strange, but I mean, Memfisto did learn from Dragon. Just beam the Reckinator.
Yep.
But then he's gonna use the totem here, right? Then
he has to, yeah.
Strange that he allowed any damage to get through there, to be honest. There we see Snap Freeze, but once again, I don't think it's as great as things could be.
No, see, that's the problem. You just make that monkey so tanky that he just couldn't kill it.
Yeah. And DarkCrow also getting really low. And let's not forget that Memfisto is the one that has a face damaging spell.
Yep.
So all of this damage, like, just beam the Reckinator.
Yeah,
but like, we were getting to the point where you could beam the Pebbles in such a situation and just win the game.
Dint's gonna start.
Ooh,
tapping
Reckinator from what's it called? Simulacrum.
Yep, hasted. You can see those formations around it. It's going to get shut down pretty hard at the top, though. Here's the push.
Aggressive. Playing the cleaver when you, yeah.
This is scary. But remember that cleaver does have Blood Pact.
Yeah. That's why it's so insane to me. Like, that might just kill DarkCrow. No, Memfisto dies.
Okay.
Super close game. Memfisto dies and Memfisto wins.
We think Memfisto, although he did lose that.
I
There
think he
was
still won, right?
a banned card in DarkCrow's deck, which is a little, as you say, a little anticlimactic. We will go to the adjudicators to find out exactly.
I do appreciate that it was an aggressive deck that DarkCrow played. Was interesting to see it that close, and going with playing that cleave there, going that aggressive. Whew. Like that's not even calculated. That's just I'll go for the 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps realizing during the game that he had messed up. I don't know. Had the players noticed it?
I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, so DarkCrow won the match, but lost due to banned cards. So Memfisto wins 3-0.
It's always sad when that happens with the last game in a series.
Yeah, DarkCrow says it's 4 a.m. there. Forgot to double check before starting. Now he can go to bed. Okay. The rule states starting with an illegal deck results in a game loss for the offending player. However, if the issue is discovered within the first 60 seconds of the game, both players may choose to instead restart the game. Well, nobody left the game. Nobody made any sort of indication that there was an issue.
Yeah. Like we noticed it, but no one else. There is the interesting thing where what happens if a game is over within 60 seconds?
Good question. Okay.
But does this make Memfisto the first person to win a finals by losing?
Maybe. There was a final that Dragon won against Set because Set was unable to play in it, but that's obviously a different scenario. He was unable to play because he had some. Well, yeah, true. Yes. Okay. So, just to confirm, Setsu. Sorry, why am I yelling Setsu? I don't know. Memfisto is our final winner. Unfortunately, DarkCrow has been awarded a loss in that final game, despite winning because he did field the Pebbles, which was a card that had been banned by Memfisto. You do need to check. Unfortunately, DarkCrow, as we mentioned with the time zones, is 4 a.m. for him. So very, very late, very, very early. We're just getting, yes, confirmed. Memfisto has won by 3-0. Congratulations to Memfisto.
Yeah.
You are GGtoor number
definitely
14.
Deserved. I mean, he played really well. He got that power of that combination, which he showed that is beatable if you just play the same thing as well.
Wow.
And I mean, he only just lost that one game against Dragon when he wasn't playing that combo, showing that he can go toe-to-toe with the best out there. I mean, that was just destruction.
Right. Okay, looks like we're going to be able to get a winner's interview from Memfisto. Okay, let's ask him to join my voice channel. Okay, so yeah, this was GGtoor's Night's Duel number 14, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy and Betadwarf. Memfisto is the grand champion. He has not only knocked out Dragon in the semi-finals, who Dragon, of course, won the last 4 events, he has bested DarkCrow in the end. DarkCrow having a bit of a rough time with the DC, but he also still managed to win that match ultimately. And then, of course, playing Pebbles when it was banned at the end there. Okay.
Happens to the best of us.
Indeed. Right, here we go. Memfisto. Right, let's unmute you. Hello, Memfisto.
Hello.
How are you doing? Congratulations, my friend.
Hello.
Thank you. You're very loud, fish. Give me a moment.
No problem.
I mean, that's nothing new, Fishy being loud.
Trying not to. Right. Memfisto, congratulations. You are GGtoor number 14 champion. Ultimately, not the ideal way to win that last game through DarkCrow getting disqualified from that match with the Pebbles. But I think you've probably been by far and away the player of the day. How did the tournament go for you? You seem to speed run through most of it.
Most of it, I wouldn't say so. Maybe the top 8, the Swiss stage was quite rough. A lot of 2-1s, either winning 2-1 or losing 2-1. And quite a few very close matchups. I think the speedrunning started in top 8, so the first match was against Marsh. You know, he hasn't been in a tournament for a few months now, so I thought that he wouldn't be quite familiar with the Zeppelin deck. So I said, okay, let's at least get one free win. And after that, I was like, maybe I can do it again. Just change the master. The deck was originally built as a rat bow. Then after some point, I was like, wait, I don't need more scrats. I need something to help the push. So I decided, okay, let's go with Diona. The taunt is absolutely amazing for that deck. Like, even better than the crossbow trap. And so the idea was, okay, what else can I do? Maybe put even more aggro. So okay, I went with Setsu. That were pretty fast 2 games. I don't remember the third one. Anyway, the similar thing happened in the next match. That was against Dragon. So 2 quick wins, if I remember correctly. No, he was quite feisty the second one. But anyway, the idea was just like, okay, let's see how far I can get with it until someone plays something that counters it, and then I'm gonna go back to my other decks, because I felt like this was my strongest deck. Everything else was kind of a tier lower than that. I couldn't quite figure out which cards to swap, and this was kind of, okay, I'm leading the game. If you have hard counters, I can try to adjust. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do my thing. Yeah, that's how basically the whole tourney went. It's very unfortunate that it ended like this. I did notice the pebbles immediately. I was waiting for someone to ping me to see if we were restarting. I completely forgot about the 60 seconds timer. I could have called it myself and restarted. I didn't really want to get it as a free win. It kind of sucks to do that in the finals. I mean, in general, but especially in the finals. So yeah, kind of sucks it happened like that.
Yeah, these things happen. One thing you said, you mentioned the Rekinator Zeppelin deck. I think you played something either the same or similar in a previous tournament.
Yes, it was exactly the same.
And it was very strong then, but nobody else seemed to pick up on it. We didn't see anyone else playing that kind of strat. We didn't see any of that sort of going into the ladder at all. So again, you were kind of able to.
Some swarm, like I've seen some scrat swarm decks that were mostly like boom buggy, and I don't know what else they usually use. But this was like that patch was kind of perfect for this. Like you need exactly 5 scrats, which is a Rekinator and propellers, which not everyone can deal with behind the Rekinator. Like if you have a shock rock, things like that, sure, you're gonna deal with it. Then as a backup, you have a scrat tunnel, which instantly produces 8 of them if you use its ability, and since it's like for 1 mana, why not?
Sure.
And after that, you're just snowballing. The bridge bodies give you like 4 armored ones, but the overall strength, I think, is the whole synergy between Zeppelins and Taunt. So whenever Rekinator dies, it groups everything they're defending with, and then the Zeppelins just keep bombing below and killing everything. So basically, the Rekinator has very high chance of detonating. And with Diona Trap, you can do it in the other lane, so you can like try to clear whatever they might play to defend, like split the push, so you're not that successful. What's the word? Successful to spells.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are a lot of different tiny things you can maneuver with the deck, but overall it has a more or less a single play. I usually run it instead of Whirly. I do a Grenadier, since like Grenadier is one of the probably best cards right now. For like 2 mana, it does so many things. But then, since a lot of people were banning it, usually the alternative is to just go Arcanist. But I'd really like to have an extra Scrat, and if I figure out, okay, Whirly does the same job as Grenadier, and it can serve as an alternative tank to put the propellers behind it.
Nice.
And I think Dragon was running Beam,
Yes.
so he was always able to kill my Reckonator, but okay, you can't kill the second tank too quickly then, so like Whirly was a sort of a pretty good backup. And as he mentioned it in the chat earlier, these Scrat tunnels were countering quite a lot of things that he was playing. So yeah, it kind of worked out in the end.
One thing that FDM really enjoyed was when DarkCrow played basically your deck back against you.
Yes, that was really surprising. I thought he was just gonna go and like try to counter it, and then I saw like, wait a minute, he's playing the same thing. It was kind of a panic moment because he's playing Propeller Horde, so he has an easy way to get the Scrat Swarm.
Yeah.
And it was very tricky to deal with it. Luckily, Setsu was decent. I was almost sure that I was gonna die with that first push because I didn't have anything to really defend properly. Probably, I would say that match should have been his if he were a bit more familiar with the deck, maybe.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
That's my guess.
You had the experience with the deck. We were also surprised that DarkCrow didn't just straight out ban the Zeppelins or something like that. He kind of tried to ban around them, try to make them more awkward for you to use, but
yeah, he did kind of ban the main card, which is the tunnel. I mean, that's the one that kind of has a easiest way to activate it and both defend good and like have the bridge grab. So it is one of the main cards he banned, but the combo with Reckonator Propellers was still there. So I would have assumed that he would at least take a Shock Rock or something to be able to deal with that. Or maybe he expected me, okay, I'm banning him Diona and Scrat Tunnels, maybe he just won't play that again. I'm not sure why he banned Propellers, since Propeller Horde instead of the Propeller Scrats. Not sure if he misremembered what I was playing exactly, or...
And one of the last things that I want to mention is in the game that Dragon took off of you, he had Lethal and a Beam of Doom in his hand for a long time. That we noticed it. Took a while to notice it. Were you aware from your side of things?
No, so the thing was he emoted GG, and I'm like, huh, that's weird. I mean, he can still defend. I'm not really pushing anything. And then I hear Beams on, and I look at my health, and huh. So that's why. But it wasn't that long, really. It was, I think, in the last minute, maybe, because I let that one Musketeer push.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I don't need to defend. I need to get the bridges. He doesn't have any spells because I completely forgot about the beam. Like, he has no way to do lethal. And I dropped just the right amount.
Okay.
No, FDM, I can't hear you because you're muted.
My bad. Okay, you should be able to hear him now. Sorry.
Then I should join the talk again.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, yes. Sorry, I didn't realize that was the case. Anything you would like to say, FDM, now that you have a voice?
Oh, well, I mean, first of all, congratulations, of course. It was a good play. Very interested to see a deck very different from others. Were you expecting that deck to be that successful outside? I mean, you did say that was like you expected 1 free win, but were you expecting it to be like 1 free win against most people, or just only that 1 free win?
If no one bought anything from that deck, I would have expected it to be a free win against more or less anyone. I mean, if it were a really a bad matchup, then of course it's gonna be rough or just a straight up loss. But if people were not prepared, which kind of had a feeling they won't be, since the matches that were streamed, I think in Swiss, so was using something else, because I did not want to remind people that I'm still running the Zeppelin deck. So it's like, okay, let's use something else, even lose the game if I have to. I mean, I think I lost that. It was against Set, the only match that I lost in the Swiss. So okay, hopefully everyone forgot about it because that was really the strongest deck I could have made, at least so far. I like to experiment with a bunch of random things, and this was like quite successful. So yeah, I kind of did expect it to be free win, and then when I started switching masters, it was like, huh, this is not even that bad with some different masters.
Yeah, we
And
were actually discussing that the deck seems to work with basically every master that doesn't have a very specific playstyle. Like it would work with Valorian, with R3KT, with Setsu, with Stormbringer, Diona.
yeah, I mean, it would probably work, but I'm not sure how good it would be. Like if they have no way to deal with it, then of course, like it's
Yeah, of course.
very straightforward loss. But if they have at least some tools, then I would still say that Diona is by far the best one to use that.
I can definitely see that, yeah.
Okay, well, very well done, Memfisto. Good to see you back. I know you had a history of winning a lot of these big events back in your heyday, and then you took a bit of a break from the game, but now you're back and runner-up in the previous event, and now winning the event outright, putting an end to
try to get another skin.
putting an end to Dragon's win run of 4 in a row. Do you expect Dragon to come back stronger next time? Maybe adapt his playstyle a little bit?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I honestly didn't expect to go that far. I just wanted not to get dropped immediately in top 8 again, because that happened like I think 3 times before the previous tournament. One of them was I had a perfect Swiss, so
Yeah,
I think
I
it
remember
was like
that one.
5-0 or 6-0, and then immediately lost. Like 2 games I think were done in 45 seconds. It was just like stomping me. And then I took 1 game back, I think, and then lost the next one immediately. And that was like, okay, so that entire Swiss was useless. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised we didn't see the Death Shot here. I thought he was gonna join this one since he commented last one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised how good people did overall. So Nikshow usually has some problems dealing with Dragon and Set, for example, at least as far as I can remember, and now he played really good. He had some very fishy misplays, but yeah, overall he was like looking very good.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us for a winner's interview. Great to hear from you, and of course, very well done. You did a great job, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next one, where you can see if you can defend your title.
Well, if people start banning this now, I don't know.
Well, we'll see if people react to it, whether they ban it, whether they tech against it. You know, DarkCrow kind of knew what you were going to play, but was unable to really do anything against it. Ultimately, tried to emulate it, and it didn't work out. So it's clearly a strong strat.
If nothing else, it's gonna be a free ban for the opponents, so at least I'll know what they're gonna ban, so I can maybe adapt to that.
There was actually the interesting thing where DarkCrow actually adapted and went for the Resonating Blast Crystal to kill the Zeppelins.
Yeah.
Did you feel like in that match the Zeppelins were still worth it?
Well, if nothing else, they baited the Resonating Crystal. Like, it's free mana for free mana. They usually get at least 1 shot because...
Isn't Resonating Blast 4 mana?
I think it's only 4 on the second. I mean, it's...
so it's 3.5 then, I guess.
Yeah, I think the second one is just the mana freeze one.
Yeah.
Or it's... Yeah, I think so. Or is it 4 and then 5?
I think it's 3 and then 4. I can't imagine it's 5.
So yeah, that was definitely the problem because it can kill the Zeppelins, it can kill propellers, so it was hard to even get the swarm activated. But yeah, you kind of split things. The Zeppelins shoot the golem, he has to react, kind of do something, wiggle your way out. Luckily, the deck that doesn't completely rely on just the Zeppelins. The overall scratch form benefit even from just the bridge bodies is, I would say, pretty significant to at least keep in the XP game.
Yeah, we saw a few games where the Zeppelins were so strong against Rock Rivals and against Caliph with the Taunt.
Oh yeah, that was so lucky
Oh, yeah.
that they had taunt.
Yeah,
So disgusting.
so not only just that the pressure that it can put on face, but those units that are somewhat difficult to deal with, just destroys them with ease. But yeah, you do have to, as you say, you have to get a little bit lucky in that situation. Okay.
I mean, it's also against the Rock Rivals, right?
Yes.
Rock Rivals was just completely dead against that deck.
Yes.
Yep.
Other than the time that they used Resonating Blast and they could mostly protect them, but often it was still at least got 2 shots off. So they're trading even mana, and I still got some damage done, so it's not too bad.
Okay. Very well done, Memfisto. Congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next one. Thanks again for joining, thanks again for crushing, and thanks for coming and chatting to us.
Thank you for the tournament and the casting, hosting, and all of that.
No problem. It's our pleasure.
Hope it continues for a very long time.
Yep, we do too.
Yeah, same. I would like the game to go on for a long time. I like having a job.
Okay. Right, so yeah, that's it. That's the end of our tournament coverage today. Memfisto is our winner. Now, a couple of things I want to mention to you before we go. We've spoken about a few things regarding the test realm, the public PTR. So that is currently available for this weekend. How long is it up for, FDM?
Honestly, quite likely they'll be up the entire week, because I'm not working this week.
Okay.
And I'm usually the one that takes it down, so you'll probably have quite a while to check it out.
So basically this is a test version of the game where you can see a couple of the new cards, test them out for the next patch, as well as look at some proposed balance changes. Try them out and then give your feedback. Do you think the balance changes are taking a healthy route? Do you not? This is your chance to get involved in the balancing of the game, and helping to steer the balance in the right direction. So please look at that. I put some details in the chat to tell you how to get involved. Best thing to do, join the Minion Masters Discord and have a look on the left hand side in the channel list for the PTR stuff, and then find the announcement and it will tell you exactly how to get involved. And this is public, so it's available to everyone that wants to get involved. And the more people we can get to test it, the more feedback we can get about the cards and the proposed balance changes, the better. So yeah, check out what the balance changes are, test them out, and then submit your feedback through the form. Any questions, of course, hit me up, and we'll help you out. And then one of the things FDM mentioned a little bit in passing was Project F4E, Project Fae, Betadwarf's game that they are currently working on, which is set.
We're still also working on Minion Masters, just for the record.
Yeah.
That we're also working on.
Yep. That is also set within the same universe. But one thing I want to mention is, if you haven't tested it out, if you haven't had a chance to try it, next week on, I think, Tuesday, there's a special test for people that haven't played the game before to get involved. Basically, what they're going to do, it's groups of 3. There's going to be 2 players plus 1 developer who will take you through the game. So if you haven't checked it out, that's a great way to get involved. And you can start earning what they call prologue points. And if you earn enough of those, you can earn yourself a copy of the game. So that's Project F4E, link in the chat. Same universe as Minion Masters, but a very different game. This is kind of a co-op, MOBA-y kind of roguelike game. There's lots of little buzzwords there. Check it out, see what you think. And that's pretty much all we need to do today. I think that's it. FDM,
honestly,
thanks. Yep.
It's a fun game. Honestly, we're having lots of fun playing it in-house as well.
I really enjoyed it.
Hopefully with some extra feedback we can make it even better, and then we can all make friends.
Yes, it's a friendshipping game. It's about making friends and connections and going through the world together. I've had a lot of fun in the recent tests with it. Each test is more fun than the last. So get involved, follow, join their Discord, follow along with their progress, and help test it. Of course, you can help shape the direction that it's taken. Right, we're going to raid, and we're going to get out of here. Thanks so much for everyone being here. FDM, thanks so much for joining me. Always a pleasure. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. Was fun.
What should we do here? Who should we raid? Be right back. Okay, let's just get this raid going. Right, thanks so much for everyone that's been here today. Really appreciate you joining us. Thanks for all the competitors. Of course, thanks to Sinobii for crushing it behind the scenes. Big congratulations again to Memfisto, who is our champion. Okay, so we need to just get our wave on, and then we can get out of here. We just need to wait for the 3 minutes to go.
Ah, the famous 3 minutes of awkwardness.
Yes. Shouldn't be too long. Keep an eye on the stream just so we can see where we get to. But yeah, it's good that we've got competitors from all over the place. As we spoke about, it's a little bit frustrating with the time zones for some people, but unfortunately, that's just what it's going to be for someone somewhere.
Yeah, it's the sad reality of life is that people in different places have different times.
Yeah.
And at the other end, we should be happy that we are popular all over the world, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's unfortunate that with the tiredness, then the things like playing a banned card can manifest themselves. But that's just part of it, really.
Definitely, and I do think that card made a difference there. I think otherwise Memfisto would have won.
Yeah, it's a very strong card.
It was so close, and it's a very good defensive card.
Yeah, and it's if you don't play it, if it is banned, it's not a card that's easy to replace. It's impossible to replace. Right. Almost ready to go.
I'm just using this time to brush my cat.
No problem. You've spent the last 6 hours and 8 minutes brushing your cat.
No, that was petting. Now it's brushing.
I see.
I'm using a brushy thing. Because when you have fluffy cats like this, believe me, it's a day job just to brush them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you're wearing a black t-shirt. That's brave.
Oh yeah. It's a fucking disaster in that sense. But if you don't brush them, first of all, there is hair everywhere. I mean, that's still the case, despite brushing. But also, the hair starts knotting up, and then it becomes painful for them, and no one wants that.
Very true.
Big fluffy cats are work, but they're also so cute.
Oh.
They're big chunks. And luckily, this is a good girl that allows me to do everything.
Wow.
The only thing is that when I brush her, she gets a little bit too playful sometimes and wants to bite the brush. So what I sometimes do is I give a second brush to her to bite on while I brush her with the first brush.
Big brain.
It actually works surprisingly well. They're not the smartest.
I remember my friend had a cat who was absolutely terrified of the vacuum cleaner, but then you see some other people who just vacuum their cats.
Well, that's the funny thing, because I've got 2 cats, right? And Diva, scared like a coward. Saga is deaf, doesn't care.
Yeah.
So we can actually vacuum Saga, although she will start trying to attack the vacuum if you do that. But that's actually also kind of funny.
Okay, the waving has begun. Almost ready to go. Let's get our raid on.
I'll just... My version of waving is apparently brushing Diva.
Okay. Goodbye.
And after that I can finally eat dinner.
Yes, I'm hungry as well.
It's like 10:30 here. I usually eat dinner at 6. I've
Right.
literally eaten nothing all day.
Holy shit, that's not good.
Wait, no, that's a lie. I actually did eat something. I just already forgot about it, and my stomach did as well.
Okay, the raid has gone. So